lethal!
Okay, I can rest this problem now. I'm much happier having seen this happen. Pew, 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 pew.
The Cleric is still alive, the Pyro ready to whirlwind, the Amulet of the Undying coming down, the Boar's getting it done, Dravo concedes, and Pocket Train is the winner of Masters Tour Vashir. What a performance.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the kickoff day for Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. My name is TJ, and joining me to kick off the show is the one, the only, Derek Brown. Derek, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing very, very good, TJ. I've had a good couple of weeks of Hearthstone, very much enjoying the expansion of Murder at Castle Nathria. Got to see some of the old Hearthstone guys recently at a couple of events, and it's reignited that passion in me, TJ, and I'm excited to see all our competitors fighting for that trophy here at the Masters Tour.
Yeah, a lot of players competing, and, you know, we have relatively fresh expansion. You mentioned we already had at least a tournament, but it was right after. Metagames change, especially with fresh cards like this. No balance changes either, but I've really been enjoying it. Even though there's a couple classes that are a little bit weaker, I think we're still seeing players discover some new decks that could end up warping the metagame. So all of those things are a recipe for success when it comes to an entertaining Masters Tour. But we can go ahead and talk about, you know, the Masters Tour as a whole and what it is, what we're going to be watching, and a little bit of fun details, perhaps. Derek, maybe do you have some fun details to share with us?
Like about the number of competitors and the amount of prize pool, perhaps?
That's a pretty fun detail. Yeah, you can share that.
All right. Well, this Masters Tour is going to be having 345 of the top competitors from all over the world. Grandmasters and newcomers alike will be duking it out in 8 rounds of Swiss to be played out today and tomorrow, and then a single elimination top 16 cut to be played out on Sunday. The remaining top 16 players will, oh yeah, that's what I said, to fight for the championship. And then with the total prize pool of all 6 Masters Tours being $250,000 for each one, and leading up into some very exciting other opportunities, of course, because we're at Masters Tour 5 out of 6 for this year, and that means that we're getting very close to the end of this year's competitive qualification system through to the World Championship. So all of our players here scrabbling for those extra points, that extra prize money, to be able to get into the Hearthstone Fall Championships, which will of course seed us with more players through to the World Championship. So much on the line this weekend, as it's really getting down to crunch time now.
Yeah, we're sort of running out of time. It's mid-August, and you know the competitive Hearthstone ecosystem effectively closes. Besides the World Championship, at the very beginning of October is when we're gonna at least know from the West who's going to be competing at the World Championship. So it's go time for a lot of these players. But here's the schedule. Pretty simple. We have 8 rounds of Swiss. Today we're going to be broadcasting the first 4 rounds. Tomorrow we're going to be broadcasting the second 4 rounds. And then on Sunday we're just going to play all the way through that top 16 single elimination bracket. If you've tuned into any Masters Tour throughout the year, it's been the same for the year since we brought it down to 8 Swiss rounds. And I'm curious, honestly, to see what's going to come out on top in terms of lineups, because there's some decks that seem to be nearly auto-includes in a lot of players' lineups. Shaman and Druid seem to be up there in representation. Imp Warlock as well just kind of slots in to a lot of lineups. But then like that 3rd and 4th slot are kind of a toss-up. We're seeing some Priest, we're seeing some Mage, multiple variations of Mage, whether it be Big Spell, Skeleton Mage, Renethal Skeleton Mage, and Rogue sneaking in there in a lot of players' lineups. So I'm curious to see, you know, kind of which of these 3rd, 4th decks, which variations of Druid are going to be working well over this big sample size that we're going to have over the weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is an absolutely fascinating metagame because even though I think towards the end of the last metagames there was still debate on what the fourth especially, but maybe third deck in a lineup should be, the play itself on those established decks I think was pretty figured out. Like, players were pretty good at Hearthstone towards the end of the last expansion for the most part. Whereas I've got to be honest, this metagame, I'm basing this mostly off myself because even by my usual standards, I feel like I have not been playing these decks very well. But I think watching a lot of the pro players as well, watching them stream, compete in the Solari party last weekend as well, there's a lot of room for improvement at the start of this metagame. This is very skill testing meta and very different to a lot of the other styles of games that we've had over the previous few expansions. A lot more combo oriented back then. This time it's kind of a lot more nebulous, I feel like. It's half board battle, half trying to stall out with freeze or set up for these big Sires and Nathria's combos. And so I think basically, even though a lot of players could be bringing up the same decks, there's subtle tech decisions and varying styles of play that could massively influence who does well in this tournament.
And I think that's sort of a good moment to talk about Renathal, right?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Conquest a million times. 4 decks per player, 4 unique classes. You ban one, you play a best of 5. You got to win with each of your decks once. Bada bing, bada boom. But because now we have more cards to choose from for these 40-card decks, you're starting to see like big differences in techs and like top end of some of the popular decks that do run Renathal. Mage, Druid, and Shaman are the 3 big ones. Whereas Druid, you can almost completely change the archetype of your deck just with like 5 cards switched. Talking about like Lady Anacondra plus Celestial Alignment versus just really heavy top end where you're playing like Kazakhstan to really go up against those super greedy decks. I think that's pretty cool. Shaman, maybe not as much variety in terms of changing the archetype completely, but I've seen so many different cards in these Renathal Shaman decks outside of the core package that can really sort of make or break your gameplay in certain matchups. So I'm also curious to see what sort of techs are going to be the ones that come on top in the majority of these matchups. So, but with that said, there's a lot of cool things to talk about. We have a giant Masters Tour with essentially a brand new metagame. So we'll have plenty of time throughout the weekend to chit-chat. But we have our first matchup coming up. It's going to be Kipparang versus Fury Hunter. And already we're seeing we have Shaman and Druid on both sides, but then 2 unique classes other than that, with Kipparang bringing Mage and Hunter as the 3-4, and Fury Hunter bringing Rogue and Priest as the 3-4.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting, these differences that have been brought up, because I'm pretty sure that Fury Hunter, along with a lot of his practice partners in the Mr. Tony Uffengruppen, were pretty set on Mage towards the start, as was everyone. Like, the start of the expansion, it went everyone playing in Warlock, because obviously that was going to be busted with the power level of the cards printed. And then everyone realized Mage beats that, so then everyone started playing Mage. And that's kind of felt like where it settled a little bit. Like, Druids came along that started beating the Mages. But for the most part, I think it was very established. Mage is a very good deck in the metagame, a top-tier archetype. And I was right there alongside them. But as I was telling you in rehearsal, the last couple days, I have just been having an absolute crisis of confidence in this Mage deck. It's gone from a deck I was completely in love with. You just tempo out, play nice and aggro, finish them off with Frozen Touch. But now, everyone's playing 40 health. I feel like I'm losing board. I'm not getting enough damage. There's too much healing. So I got to be honest, I'm kind of with Fury Hunter on this one. I think Mage, maybe I'm kind of letting my emotions swing too far one way and then the other, and the correct spot is somewhere in the middle. But right now, I've lost my faith in Mage. It's sapped my mojo.
I feel like Mage currently, out of the decks that do play Renathal, it's the one that has the most polarized matchups. Where if you look at Druid and Shaman across the board, there's not many terrible matchups, right? Obviously, Druid can get run down by aggro, but not as much as Druids of the past, just because they have so many like Aquatic Form with Dredge and Moonlit Guidance and like discover effects in the early game that can buy them time until they hit those big cards. Whereas Mage, I do think sort of falls over. But Gibrank's playing a little bit of a different Mage, and this is one that I've been seeing sort of creep up in popularity on ladder. It is the Big Spell Mage. And I think that this one still has sort of that power level of Big Spell Mage in the past, but it has these additional tools that help in some of the matchups that it may have previously struggled with. Nightcloak Sanctum, you don't have to be playing Skeleton Mage to play, it's just a good card. And Theatar, I think, is the big one, because that allows you to sort of have these anti-combo styles, or even just play it on curve to try and block what your opponent's going to be their game plan, right? Something crucial in the mid game that they're trying to play towards. So I like this. I think the Big Spell Mage is pretty well positioned.
I think it could be, yeah, for sure. It's an interesting spot because you bring up how Nightcloak Sanctum is really good in Big Spell Mage, which, yes, it's just a broken card, but you can also kind of suffer at the hands of Nightcloak Sanctum is the problem, because play Belinda, you play the Drakefire Amulet and get a couple of singular really big minions, 1 or 2 on board. And if you're against a mage, you just get frozen. They don't do anything. It's really just the Rune of the Archmage that I feel like can dig you out of those matchups against the opposing skeleton mages, which are a little bit more popular right now. But I do like that you bring up Theatar the Mad Duke, because I think that is probably going to be the card of the weekend that we're going to be talking about most of all. It's a card that I was helping to reveal, I will say, on Tice's stream a couple weeks ago at his event. And at the time, I said it looked like a really, really good card, and I thought it would be the absolute nuts. Admittedly, that's because Alkali was standing right beside me, grinning at me, and I didn't want to poo-poo a card that Blizzard had very kindly given us to reveal, and then quickly went off to talk to the boys, and I was like, it's probably not going to see any play. I should have stuck with it, man. I should have been a full sellout and just stuck with it the whole time, because Theatar is, for me, probably just the card of the expansion. It's so overwhelmingly powerful in pretty much every matchup you get to play it in, just destroying all these Denathrius decks, any kind of singular deck that revolves around one card in particular, like Magister Dawngrasp, Belinda, Celestial Alignment, all these powerful cards that Theatar just wreaks so much havoc with.
Yeah, it is the ultimate. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, cool anti-combo card, but it's just anti-everything. Like, yeah. Every deck relies on one card to be, maybe not to win, but, to help you win at the very least. And being able to have the chance to just take it away is quite good. But we saw Fury Hunter's Celestial Alignment Druid, but it looks like he's going to be queuing Tempo Rogue first. And we call this Tempo Rogue, but it's more of a Tempo Miracle hybrid, where it runs, still has the Maestra, it still has the Wild Paul Nulls and the Krakatoas to be able to get that tempo earlier on, but it runs a lot of these cheap spells, a lot of these sort of miracle style cards with the Sinstone Graveyard and Necrolord Draka, which allows you to have these massive swing turns with the help of the Serrated Bone Spike to kind of cheat out extra cards, where you can set up to win the game the following with those types of things. So it's kind of got the good stuff from both of those packages, the Miracle Rogue package and the Tempo Rogue package. And this deck I've been seeing a lot of it over the past couple days.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting deck and kind of an inevitable Hearthstone deck, if you think about it in a way, because it's still building on that core package, that skeleton of rogue cards that has existed ever since the Maestra plus Null interaction has been a thing, even though it's been nerfed and unnerfed and nerfed again multiple times. At first, it was Mr. Smite, right? That's how we tried to close out the games, with Mr. Smite and with the boats as well. That got nerfed. It's probably not powerful enough anymore. Then to complete the 30 card list, we put in Jackpot and the Tricksters as well, which some games it's insane. Most of the time it's kind of underwhelming, so we don't really want to play that if we don't have to. And this just feels, I think, like a slightly more streamlined completion of the deck, where you have all these key cards, you have the nulls for 0 that's going to happen very, very often, but then you round it out with these incredibly powerful Miracle-style cards, like the Graveyard and Draka in particular. They can just delete Mage on the spot if left unchecked.
Yeah, it is very powerful. But right now, we kind of have this, I don't know, it's going to be a game of chicken. Fury Hunter doesn't have any of the power cards right now, so it's not that big of a deal, but has plenty of tradables to get there. This is a nice tooth target to be able to discover. The downside is that if you tradable first, whatever card you get is more expensive because of the Farwatch post, but if you tooth first, then you rogue card, so the Maestro Disguise plops off and your nulls don't get quite as discounted. But Kipperang does have the Mailbox Dancer, Barbaric Sorceress, Drakefire Amulet combo, if you want to call it a combo. But the coin could also be very good for Fury Hunter just to go with his own game plan. So it comes with sort of this inherent downside of, do I really want to give my opponent a coin? Because he's probably going to spend it before Barbaric Sorcerers can come down, and it could just make his swing turn, his location turn, even more powerful.
It's really close, man. Like, in a lot of decks, you can kind of get a good feel as to whether or not they're going to be able to dump all their cheap cards. I don't know, Demon Hunter, it was kind of difficult to do so back then. Like, Quest Hunter, they're probably not going to be able to dump all their spells because they have so many of them. But this new version of Rogue, it runs a lot of spells, but pretty much all of them cost 1, 0, or maybe 2 at the more expensive end. And so I think setting up for a Barbaric Sorceress on turn 4 is still what Kipperang should be moving towards most aggressively. Giving them another coin is scary, of course, and so I think just getting it down on turn 6 probably still works just as well.
Yeah. Fury Hunter, interesting choice of playing location today, playing from the inside of an elevator. Didn't even know that was possible. I gotta run a 100-foot Ethernet cable and make sure it can go up and down. So but, you know,
stick to the shadow.
To each their own.
You just imagine the doors open, people start walking in, walking out. Excuse me.
Tried to play some Hearthstone here. Could you guys...
Occupied?
Yeah,
That's not how lifts work.
All right, well, Noel picked up and Draka picked up. Still no... I always forget the name of it, the location for Fury Hunter, which is kind of the big payoff for these powerful turns. But plenty of options still left available. And now we're sort of at this point where Fury Hunter really wants to spend these cards, seeing Mailbox Dancer right before turn 5 with, you know, a card kept in the mulligan that hasn't been played yet. Probably Barbaric Sorceress. Could be Belinda too, but I don't think you're willing to take that chance. So it looks like he is just going to go Door of Shadows to start things off.
Yeah, I think this is the pop-off turn. And this, for me, was what I was really looking forward to seeing the players bring this to the Masters Tour as to what they would do. Because in the coin version of Miracle Rogue that you play with the Loan Sharks, it's very obvious to know what your how big your combos should be. The answer is as big as they can possibly be every time. You're looking to make like 13, 14 attack weapons with Draka every single game, or you're just not going to win. This one, are you supposed to make 2 or 3 attack Draka because it's just a decent tempo play? Are you supposed to go 6 or 7, like a mid-sized one? Do you have to go like 10 if you're actually winning the game and save everything for this huge combo later on in the game? It's very, very unobvious. Yeah. And clearly Fury Hunt here going for that kind of that middle option, right? The middle ground where it's...
Oh, that's not middle.
This is pretty big, I guess. He's been saving it up for a while, leaning more towards the combo style of the deck.
And he chose Divine Toll, most expensive option, because everything else was garbage, knowing that the Barbaric Sorceress was going to come out. So now Drakefire Amulet can't even come down next turn.
That's so sick.
Everything worked out well. Barbaric Sorceress can be taken out on board if you need to, but there is the Frozen Ping, so it's not going to be a 2-turn lethal setup. Wicked Step just allows for a nice easy trade to push a little bit more damage. And
this
value trade?
yeah, I think so, right?
Okay.
Only thing you're afraid of here is Varden, pretty much, right? That can stop you from killing them next turn. I guess not necessarily, right? If they have some way of pinging off and dealing with a couple more, but yeah, freeze stops them from dying for now.
Kippering has had the Miracle Drakefire Amulet next turn. Because Hunter's going to put him down to 4. Could even be lethal this turn with another Wicked Step.
That's not going to do it, is it? Depth and Null, just to deal with Varden. Oh, never mind. And so what saves you here? If you get double Sleepy Dragon, right? Then
Yeah.
dealt with, you're alive at 1?
Sleepy Dragon?
Primordial Drake. Damn, it's close. It's really close, but I don't think it's actually close enough.
Dead.
I think he's just dead on board.
Yeah, dead on board. Yeah.
Damn.
All right, and there you have it.
What a first outing for this deck. I had my doubts going into it because, you know, I played a few games. I tried to squeeze a couple in when players had posted their lineups. And I had my doubts, absolutely, because I was not playing as well as that. But that looked incredibly convincing.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And, you know, it's a simple thing. You know, just good awareness by Fury Hunter, right? All 3 options from the Tooth selection were pretty terrible. You know, not really good in the deck at all. And so just pick the most expensive one, you know? Pick the 7, so that way if Coin Barbaric Sorceress does come out, you don't give Kippering the option to play whether it be Drakefire Amulet or Rune of the Archmage on the follow-up. So just nicely navigated from Fury Hunter. And that was even without the location, right? That was just Draka. There wasn't even like the massive minions alongside of it. It was just a big weapon. And with Mage, they just have good ways to defend themselves early on. So, well, he had been, but doesn't protect you against a weapon, even after freezing it turn. So, yeah, nice little showing. I think we're going to be seeing that quite a bit from the players that ended up actually bringing this rogue deck. But Fury Hunter starts off a nice little 1-0.
Yeah, very, very convincing start, with his remaining 2 decks being the Shaman, which I think is 40 card for Fury. Yeah, and then the Naga Priest to round out his lineup. I think that was maybe going to be the Trouble deck. Maybe this Naga Priest instead, if we can even call it a Naga Priest anymore. It's kind of a little bit more of a hybrid version, a miracle version of Priest. Buff Priest, I suppose, might be a more appropriate name. But that could be an interesting one. The Control Shaman, I think you and I can agree, though, is a safe bet, right? 30 card or 40 card. Now, I've got to be honest, I'm kind of leaning towards the 40 card version, having seen the players much better than me, having piloted it a fair bit. This deck just does everything you could ever want a Hearthstone deck to do.
Yeah, I mean, play 40 cards, not even for the 40 health. You play 40 cards because there's just 40 good cards. You just want it all. And Control Shaman is not this crazy end-all deck. Like, it doesn't have these, like, you know, 80-20 matchups or 70-30 matchups. It just has a bunch of 55 to 60% matchups, like, across the board. It's just pretty good against everything. And I think that's where its strength lies, and that's why it fits quite well into pretty much any Conquest lineup, because it's very difficult to target. It's got ways to be aggressive in the form of like an early Muck Pulls and Null to make a potential 10-10 very early on in the game. It's got these defensive tactics with you know, the Snowfall Guardian and Macaw.
Right.
Go wide on board with just all the Murloc synergy that it has. It has Disruption with Theatar, and Primordial Wave, I guess, is a form of disruption. And Mutinous. Yeah. So it just has a little bit of everything.
It really, really does. And I think that's why Kipparang could struggle, because already, let's talk about the disruption, because this starting hand from Fury was very, very interesting. The Muck Pool, I really wasn't certain if he was going to hold on to that. You know, he's on the play rather than on the coin. So even if he finds Null, it's not necessarily going to be cheap enough to be playing it straight away. But he holds on to it just as like a good tempo play. You can obviously go hero power plus upgrade turn 2, find some better plays later on as well. But the Akani, I think, was the genius pick here, because going against a mage here who very, very often wants to go coin 6-drop, be it Belinda or Barbaric Sorceress, Akani for spell or minion, I suppose, really, on turn 4, answers that so gorgeously.
Yeah. Or how about...
Oh! We'll take the lot.
Yeah. And there's really not... I guess there's a lot of hits from Bran in the other game from Shaman.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like Okani for this deck would probably be the worst. You know, you could... I don't know. Unfish is another one. Leap Breaker could be bad times, but not as bad. Because I guess if your big dragons get frozen, it's pretty bad. But this is just got to be Nightcloak Sanctum. Yeah.
Pass. Wow, interesting. I mean, this is bad for Kipparang, but it's not a disaster currently, because he could just go coin Watch Post next turn, right? Lose both of those cards from his hand, deal with the Akani, and as long as he doesn't get like Parrot Brand to get another 2 options off the Akani, which if that could also stick, Belinda can still come down next turn, right? It just takes a little bit longer to do so.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess actually I was kind of miscounting the mana here a little bit, because if Akani wants to work exactly into Belinda, it needs to be on Fury's turn 5 rather than Fury's turn 4, which is clearly giving him some pause. Because even though the spell part of it is very unlikely to be countered efficiently and allow them to still go coin plus Belinda on turn 5, the minion part is very, very easily answerable with pretty much any of the early game minions.
Yeah. Yep. And hold on to the Muck Pool. Could be for Famished Fool next turn, if need be, or if the Akani does its job this turn, then you could just use it to attack and upgrade, assuming it doesn't get frozen. So not terrible. But yeah, so now Okani, no secret here what this is with the brand. And I think he just kind of has to go for the play that you mentioned of dump coin, dump our Watch Post, unless feels like he might be able to get through the Akani.
Oh, that's interesting. It's not ridiculous.
The only problem is you can't play the Snow Flurry, but you could like freeze it,
right,
and ping it, and then I don't know.
Runs out on me.
Maybe trade into it the following turn. I don't think so. I think that's trying to set yourself up for no available plays in the future.
Yeah, agreed. I think you just have to bite the bullet. The question was whether you go for Snow Flurry or the Watch Post first. Honestly, I really wasn't sure. I was thinking that maybe the best chance you have of pulling back this mid-game is just extreme disruption and make it so all their mid-game plays are just kind of unplayable on the other side, like Command of Neptulon, the Gorlock Ravager, maybe even Snowfall can't come down for a couple extra turns.
I mean, despite this Okani, like, Fury Hunter's actually been in a pretty rough spot. Everything's expensive, doesn't have many playable cards. The Watch Post made it so he couldn't have gone like Famished Fool that turn or anything like that to try and draw 2 cards, because both cards would have been increase of cost. Still has to draw a card with Chill, still increase in cost. At least Command of Neptune and something for next turn. Just gonna, screw it. Protect my board, whatever. All my
Man.
cards are expensive.
This is just such a weird little dense mid game, isn't it? Where everyone's just freezing and disrupting everything the other player's doing. So everyone just ends up with a load of rubbish on the board. But it's actually a really interesting game, I think, because of it. I've never seen a pan out like this exactly before. And the upshot of it is that I mean, the question is really just whether you play Varden on this turn, right? Like, you can trade away the Drake Fire Amulet, play the coin, I suppose, although you could just wait until next turn to do that instead. And then just, do you want to freeze here to lock down the board a little bit further? Or is it going to be more important when the big Snowfalls and Devourers come online later on?
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
It's honestly quite tough, especially with the Nightcloak Sanctum drawn.
Yeah.
Because you could have just played it into another one and just have a freeze turn and save Varden for the big swing turn next turn. But I guess Big Spell Mage, in a sense, has like plenty of removal options later on with many runes of the Archmage and potentially Mordresh. They're just not as reliable as which is just always a freeze your board, right? 4 mana, buy myself some time. So, but now finally, Belinda can come down, and a freeze can come out as well, and maybe block some of this damage.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of bad to draw Rune, though, because I feel like that's the one you're going to be looking to play in the next turn or two if Yuri keeps up any kind of reasonably expected pressure.
Yeah.
Which was maybe a reason, actually, to not trade the Drake Fire Amulet last turn if you just want to guarantee yourself that you hit at least one Rune. Maybe not.
Yeah. No, the Rune does seem like a better outcome in this situation, considering
Do you take me
the dragons could just get away frozen, devoured by the insatiable devourer. Devourer.
out on me?
Devourer.
Ah, there. Devourer. The insatiable devourer.
Is that word like squirrel that Americans just cannot say? Devourer.
Squirrel. I learned how to say squirrel from Harry Potter, actually. That's just
What, from Professor Quirrell?
Yep. Just said put an S on it. Professor Squirrel. I was like, oh, so that's how you say squirrel.
Blimey, Professor Quirrell, what are you doing?
Professor Quirrell. One syllable.
Professor Quirrell's Voldemort.
I wonder.
All right, face. That makes sense as a good start.
There is little more bones to
Yeah, trade the null and beef it. Sounds good. Beef it.
job done.
Pretty beefed. Gigantotem. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's a semi-lean beef. It's like a 90-10. He was looking for the good old 75-25.
Oof.
So much fat. All right.
Are we at that point? Does this deserve a just straight up coin rune? Not necessarily.
Do you want to do that, or do you want to trade over the Akani and then rune to give yourself a rune for next turn?
He really does not want to trade.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, this makes sense, right? You get the damage face, and then you just let Rune do what Rune does. There we go. Already, I think that's good enough.
Oh,
Runs out on me.
Oh, no! Oh, bye-bye, Belinda.
wait. If that hits a spell... No, it didn't. Not many spells left in the deck. There's only one Drake Fire Amulet. If that Refreshing Springwater hit a spell, he would have refreshed enough crystals to play Drake Fire Amulet.
Oh, true, yeah.
Funnily enough. But hey, it removed the board. It drew a couple cards and removed the board. Didn't do any damage and got rid of his own 9/10. But you know,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
And so here we need to reevaluate for Fury, right? Because his game plan the last few turns was just kind of basically set up for this point. Like, come out of the mid game not being a million miles behind on board, and you'll be okay. That's done. But now I think we need to take like the kind of ethereal, maybe you do this, maybe you do that, into a concrete game plan. Which I think at this point, step one for the Shaman is find Sire Nathria in hand. I would have to guess, because this is one of the things kind of we talk about in Shaman, is that you can just win the game with board, like with that effort we saw there. You can just win the game with a couple of really big mutinous effects to swing back the board that way. But I think it might be needing to go for Nathria here with the Kael'thas that he already has in hand as well.
Meanwhile, Kipperang's game then is hope that this rune and Drake Amulet are massive. I hate picking a
Nixia versus Shaman. Oh.
Yeah, you end up with no board space, so Snowfall
Yeah.
just wrecks you. Yeah, Kazaka-san, yeah. Okay. Great Boss Nixia, sure.
I had to ask this just before the Master Store because I realized I didn't actually know. What would you guess is the interaction between an immune Onyxia and Insatiable Devourer when it's in its infused form?
Like if you target to it?
If you target next to it, yeah, because you can't target it itself because that's part of the immune effect, but if you target something next to it, what happens?
Would it still eat it?
Yeah, it does, apparently. I thought it was quite interesting.
I don't think tech has evolved enough to make it immune to all of the effects.
Yeah, I mean, it's still immune. It's just inside the Devourer's stomach.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, Starfish there waiting and ready to go to deal with this board. So Kipperang does not have to spend even a second behind on board for the moment. But smothering Starfish, even with two of them in hand, is a really crucial tech card against Shaman with all the freeze that they have access to. So if I was Kipperang, I would spend a long time trying to figure out anything that doesn't involve Starfish on this turn, if at all possible. Ooh. Okay. Okay.
Okay. This big stuff.
And then Night Cloak and just go face. Like, I think you just got to get your chip damage in where you can here as Kipperang and probably pray that Rune of the Archmage can close this one out.
Yep. Or Mordresh down the line. Really far down the line.
Very far. Oh, is he just praying? Oh, no way. Oh! Look at that parrot, dude. Oh, my God.
I guess there's a bunch of misses there, right? Like,
Kind of.
to the Sanctum. Yeah.
I mean, the worst outcome was what? You eat
Actually,
the Skeleton and Deathwing? That's still good. Because it can't target friendly minions, right?
yeah. Yeah, but that worked out quite well.
Pretty sick play. I've never seen that before. Ooh, that does start to put the Mordresh a little closer in reach, right? It's just active now after the Reckless comes down. And so obviously with the Starfish, which I think is becoming a little bit more likely that you're going to play it at this point with the amount of stats you'd be deleting. Reckless plus, Starfish plus Apprentice plus the ping, and then probably a face play with the Mordresh, and then maybe even face with the ping as well. Sets up for a lot of damage and kind of forces them to have Bukan.
I can take them. Wait, not all of them.
Man, this is why I want to have Frozen Touch in my deck. Like, whether you're playing Skeleton or Big Spell Mage, I always feel like you get into this position against like Shamans and Druids where they're close, you've almost got them killed, and then, you know, you can rely on Rune, or you could just play like 4 Frozen Touches and a ping, and it just gets there every time.
Yeah. But this is looking pretty bad.
Tough spot.
Mordresh is active.
It is.
So Fury Hunter needs to clear and answer the board.
I don't actually know if I see an out. Obviously, Snowfall is where his head is at, but that dies to either Starfish or Mordresh.
What about a Primordial Wave? Nah, because then you're not healing. Well, you could heal.
I'm not in the headspace yet as a caster to try and figure out Primordial Wave outs every game that Shaman is in it.
So you get 2 4s. Ah.
Right, so you take taunts and damage probably, because you get to clear off the other 2 minions on board.
Okay, yeah. Still dead.
Does it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hit heal. Not dead.
Oh, he hit heal as well. Oh, damn, I didn't even realize. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, you had to pick taunt and damage and then pick heal.
So it's 2 off?
It is 2 off.
Oh, dude.
You still do it, though, to set up for a ping lethal? Right? You put him down to 2.
Put him down to 2, and then you'd have to go Cookie... Kill the Cookie somehow? Is that something you can organize? Not really. Yeah, you can also fit a freeze in as well to get a skeleton on board. Which should get the job done. I think it's still just always Mordresh here. Force them to have the answer.
Time runs out on me.
Oh.
Interesting. He wants to sabotage his opponent at the same time and still thinks he can set up the winning play. Okay. Does mean you miss out on a ping, though, so you're not necessarily actually setting up lethal here.
Yeah.
Is the problem,
It's
right?
frozen. Yeah.
Exactly. That's where things get a little shaky.
Yeah. But one of the biggest problems for Fury Hunters has not picked up the Nathrius yet, so there's
That's
not really a... I mean, obviously, Kipperang doesn't know this, but there's not really like a full-blown win condition yet outside of just overwhelming board presence.
Right.
So Snowfall Guardian has to be the choice here.
Yeah.
So it's going to go Kael'thas and then Snowfall Guardian. Okay. And you don't press the hero power. Oh, okay. All right.
Well. Theater potentially to close this one out. Man, this is getting close. So multiple options on this turn, right? Mordresh ping clears the board, sets up not guaranteed lethal from hand, but very likely with a board full and Rune to try and get something phase. You could just rip Rune if you wanted to right out the gate. You could go Theater first and try and find a a guardian of your own, perhaps?
There's a couple problems. Like Kipperang, if he goes Mordresh, you ping face, you set up lethal, you leave 12 damage on board.
Right.
You ping the Snowfall Guardian. If your board gets frozen again by another Snowfall Guardian or a Macaw, then you don't have lethal from board either.
Yeah.
You do have Rune of the Archmage, I suppose, which is now only 3 mana. But this is a problem. I feel like Mordresh just has to be the play.
I think so too. Like, I know that he's clearly been thinking about Sire Denathrius the last couple turns. That's why he hasn't just instantly slammed the everything face and just set up for lethal here. But I think this turn, by not playing Theatar and by leaving 12 damage on the board to just set up the ping lethal, he's very clearly just saying, okay, you have to have Denathrius here, I think, to have any chance at all. And quite clearly not the case.
Yeah. And so now it has... Oh, jeez. Can't even Primordial Wave because it costs 9.
I mean, you could. Ooh, these aren't it. You could go for Elemental and there's just nothing.
Yep. Okay.
Finally,
Well,
it ends.
that was intense, to say the very least. Yeah, Kipperang made the decision to not set up the Mordresh 2-turn lethal. Worried about Denathrius, instead decided to just go big on board, go for some disruption, but it ended up working out in the end. Did play around Denathrius, even though it wasn't there. Gave himself sort of that, okay, I have an out. If Denathrius does come out, cleans up my board and heals him up, then I can Mordresh to respond to that and then sort of restart my game plan. So I like the play from Kipperang. It ties up the series 1-1.
It does indeed, yeah. I think it was very, very well played by Kipperang. I think he maybe slightly bamboozled himself at the end with thinking about, as I said, Sire Denathrius, which admittedly is very, very difficult to do. But I think all the way along there, the play was actually just to put the most stats on board, force them every turn to have something specific, and kind of just say if they have some kind of stupid Sire Denathrius combo, they're just winning the game anyway. Because with Bran already having been played earlier on in the game, the amount of healing that Denathrius would be able to offer wasn't that high, and the board clear was also not that high. And so I think the turn earlier when we were initially thinking about Mordresh was still the correct play to go for. And like we said, you know, all the different possibilities that you have to work through can kind of let you overcomplicate a situation that maybe isn't so complicated. But for the most part, I do fully agree. I think that Kipperang had the right thoughts there all along the way. And really the interesting thing for Fury Hunter is that the part of the deck that I always seem to lose to was the part that he didn't draw right, where you get Theatar, Mutinous, copy those effects 50 times with Bran, Bolner, and Clown, and the Parrots as well. He didn't get any of that. So Kipperang was just able to play his deck exactly as he wanted.
Yep. Despite a very wonky early game where Fury had a bunch of unplayable expensive cards and Kipperang had a bunch of unplayable expensive cards. So we spent a lot of time for the first 5 or 6 turns just making some tutus and freezing. But now Kipperang's going to move over to the Quest Hunter. It's normal Renathal Quest Hunter. Deck didn't get that much new stuff, but the new stuff that it did get is just the most powerful cards from the new expansion in Wild Spirits and Stag Charge. Obviously, you know, Stag Charge fits well. It deals damage and creates something. And Wild Spirits, I think, is just strong not to play in a lot of situations. You're going to find it in almost every Hunter deck, I feel, just because of how good it actually is. So, moving into the game, I'm looking for, like, I guess, Dunball Bunker, the Spirits things, that damage.
Yeah, I think you're mainly, like you said, like Double Bunker is the big one. Any damage cards I still think are decent enough keeps, because even though this is a 40 card deck, so the core of the deck, which is still all these cheap damage spells that allow you to turbo out the quest, that has been diluted undeniably with the inclusion of 40 cards in the deck. But I still think looking for them and expecting to draw them as the game goes on is still a very reasonable expectation to make. So holding on to Wound Bray here and then finding Piercing Shot and Spring the Trap, it's a little awkward. The ones that he has drawn, these 4-cost damage spells, it's not ideal, but it does mean that quest completion is going to be ticking along very, very rapidly, and means that Kipperang is, I think, in a decent spot overall in this game, but not necessarily with the blow-away victory that you would look for in some matchups, because overall, this is, I think, a bit of a shaky matchup for the Quest Hunter.
Yeah, you got 40 health to get through. Whew!
Yeah. And it's interesting how the interaction works, right? Because I think Prince Renathal is the only thing that's allowing Quest Hunter to be playable right now, because otherwise it would just like get steamrolled by Skeleton Mage, any kind of rogue that just has a little bit of damage and runs over them. Even Mine Rogue, I feel like, would be just like an super favored matchup, only at 30 health. So it allows them to have that extra time to play Tavish. But it's also just kind of ruined all their matchups because everyone has 10 extra health now, which is so much more difficult to deal than 30.
Down to 34.
Ooh.
Ooh. Okay, well, this is a whole lot of nothing going on for Fury. None of this stuff is working. Early Mutinous doesn't really have any type of oomph against Quest Hunter, and
Yeah.
Kipperang should know that Mutinous and Theatar are both possibilities, so will likely not complete Quest until can complete Quest and play the Tavish in the same turn. I mean, other than that, like, Kipperang just point everything at the face. I don't know.
Yes. Yes, he can.
Yeah. I kind of just want to hero power again and set up the explosive. Maybe like Primordial Wave is a consideration, or Muck Pools, but has plenty of options to deal with those things in the future if your Fury decides not to attack. Okay, I'm just going to use the most expensive card that still pushes damage and progresses the quest. I don't mind, especially with a Fierce Howl in hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either way. And I think the Fury on the other side, you talk about him having a whole lot of nothing to do. I think he is probably still supposed to go Coin Mutinous there. He does get I suppose, a better option there in the Dungeoneer. But even though there's very few minions in the list that you can hit, the minions that you can hit are really, really big. Like, Aralon is massive. Which, as I look, he's actually not playing, so that falls by the wayside. Barret Codovane is big, and Multicaster is big. So I guess with only like 3 really big targets, maybe it was a little bit too risky to go for. Aralon mixed in there as well might have persuaded me to go that way. But with the pickup of the Dungeoneer instead, it makes sense to just fill up your hand a little bit more instead.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Down to 25 now. And still not really a game plan for Fury Hunter. No Muck Pools for the Null. No, like, Denathrius. Just try and cheese out an early Denathrius, a small one with Kael'thas. Gonna play the Command of Neptune, just try to build a board, but it's like a multi-step process that needs to happen right now, and Fury Hunter just start running out of time pretty quickly. But here's the interesting scenario, right? We're 2 spells away from Tavish, and the mana exp for this turn would mean you'd want to be getting Tavish this turn. But you really don't want to. So honestly, this might just be what Shell Shot and what, Furious Howl?
Well, it gets even more complicated than that, because if you play one damage spell, they can attack into the explosive trap and then attack with go with Mutinous or Theatar or, you know, any of the disruption spells, the disruption tools that Shaman has access to. So for Kipparang, as horrible as it is, like your two options are to just say, screw it, I don't think you have it. That feels very risky when they played a Clownfish and 0 other Murlocs so far at all. Or you could be very, very cautious, hold back, don't play any damage spells at all, which is what he's going for here, and then wait for another 1-cost or maybe 2-cost damage spell. And what this means is he's very safe. There's no chance with this line of play that his Tavish gets eaten, but it is brutally slow.
Yeah. There's not that much damage on board in the sense that, you know, if the Fury Hunter does decide to attack into the explosive trap, then 2 of these things would die. But it also means that if Fury Hunter doesn't attack and Kipparang doesn't pick up a 1 mana damage spell next turn, he's going to be in the exact same spot that he was previously. So
I could see this being a stalemate for a while, to be honest here.
Yeah. If you're just going to try and go for overwhelming board presence. Tracking? Oh, no. Track, like, find, like, Tavish.
Oh, that's interesting.
But then your hero power would be 2.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Quick shot means next turn it's available.
Yeah.
But you are facing a lot of damage at that point.
Yeah.
I guess weirdly enough, the saving grace is just the explosive trap from his perspective, where, you know, he can hero power one of the 5/4s down now, so that dies as well. Next turn he can quick shot another one, right? So it dies as well. But then the Aesop Fury Hunter sleeve is with all these damaged minions at 2 health. He's got Brucan for heal, right?
Oh!
But he just goes for it now instead.
No.
What?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Why would he do the play last turn, but then just go for it this turn? I guess he's just worried about the damage, right? But Shell Shot with this board, like,
I think that's
literally
it.
didn't. If he had just yeah, this is game. Oh no.
Like, you would delete your entire board to eat Tavish. It's not even close. And the best thing, oh no, sorry, I was gonna say he has coin para as well as the Mutinous, right? But he doesn't, because his coin costs 1. So the one thing that is stopping Fury Hunter from instantly going in here is the threat that there could be other minions in hand. And because of that, he doesn't even go for it. What is happening? Was that not the play? To just munch the Tavish? Man, such a weird game.
Excuse me? If he had another minion, he would have played it.
Would he, though? Wouldn't he have kept it in hand to protect his Tavish? Is that what Fury Hunter's saying?
Okay, then he would have played more damage the previous turn, if that was his game plan.
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
He's going to complete Tavish this turn regardless. Like, you're not stopping Tavish from being completed, right? I don't know. I don't want to even begin pretend. Like, even if I use my imagination and I try and pretend that I'm as good as Fury Hunter, I still feel ridiculous. And it's my own imagination, right? You should feel ridiculous in your own imagination.
Yeah. So, like, if we live in a world where Fury expected to be able to eat Tavish on the last turn, right? Or let's call it a 50-50, right? To eat Tavish on the previous turn, if we, like, enter his head state. Is this just the better way to go about it, where you say, fine, have your Tavish 100% of the time. I have Brucan, a big board now, thanks to the Primordial Wave. Parrot to repeat the Brucan battle cry if I want to, for a chance at another 6 heal. And then you just kill him. I don't know. A very interesting game, though. Because this now is an overwhelming board for Fury Hunter. And this is only because he got the worst outcome on the 10 drop, right? This is getting a null off of a null. If he'd got anything else, he could have just been like looking at lethal straight up on this turn. Lock Halar just ends it on the spot there.
Yeah.
And this really is the big problem with comparing Quest Hunter to some other fairly similar decks, like I don't know, Skeleton Rogue, like Skeleton Mage, kind of similar because you're just going for a lot of burn damage towards the later stages of the game. Is a lot of other decks have freeze or like absolute ways to reset the board. Like you have Scabs in Rogue, you have all the freeze effects in Mage, freeze effects in Shaman that allow you to go for this burn plan later on. Hunter has none of that. They have to fight so honestly for the board at every point along the way, and that doesn't really get the job done when you're having to send all your damage into minions.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I have no idea what that 6-drop was.
It's Death Rattle, destroy a random enemy minion. I don't know what it's called, but it's bad or Rot Nest Drake, I think, is a fairly apt comparison.
Yep.
Or good, what was it called? Box Stripper thing? Did that have the same effect? The Hunter 4-mana 3/5? I think that had the same Death Rattle. Either way, looking for heal, looking for damage. That'll do.
Yep.
Okay. It's not ice trap, sorry, so it could still be freezing or explosive, I think, from Fury's perspective. But with another heal here and sending everything else face, it'd be more than good enough for him.
Yep. And a minion ticking, which is very unlikely.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Scorpid? You can find direct
Scorpid,
damage? Yeah.
Agreed.
Or you can just roll damage hero power. You're at 30. Very unlikely that you die. There's damage hero power, and yeah, that should do it. Ended a little bit. It's going to end a little bit differently than I thought it was going to end, with Fury Hunter just eating the Tavish with the Mutinous. But hey, still found a way to get through, and that's even with the quote-unquote low roll of null into null of the Primordial Wave. So.
Yeah, I actually think, more that I think about it, that we were maybe letting Cast Division get to us a little bit there, and based on the reads that Fury Hunter had available, like it's so hard to exactly calculate perfectly what this is, or even estimate, because it's, you know, from his perspective, he couldn't imagine that it was a 50-50 to hit Tavish or not. It's like somewhere in the middle, because there's a chance they have a minion, and then there's a chance you hit that minion, chance you still hit the Tavish. But with this play, I think he gave himself well above a 50% chance to win the game, right? Like quite substantially so, with all the board presence he had access to, and the Brucan as well. So I actually like the way that Fury played that game.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I thought the signs that Kiprang was giving were, I don't have another minion in hand, and I can't afford to play Tavish.
I mean, the signs that Kiprang were giving were kind of confused,
didn't play
right?
anything except for a hero power, right?
Yeah, but then he didn't do that
on the previous turn, and then he didn't do that.
It was weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess because of that, because he did one thing a turn and then completely switched, his read could have been, he tracked into a minion, right?
Yeah.
To protect his Tavish, then spent the mana. There was also the Wound Prey that was hand, that was kept in the mulligan.
That's true.
So who knows what it would have been, right? I don't think, like, would you keep like Barret Cotobane in the opener, like as a minion? I don't think you keep Multicaster unless you also had like done Baldar Bunker.
Yeah, agreed.
Because that covers all most of your spell schools. I don't know. Very difficult, but you're right. Even if there was no minion, right, and you eat Tavish with Mutinous, the ability to gain even more stats than just a single Mutinous and eating the Tavish,
Yeah.
probably just the game anyway, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I believe Kipparang going for the strats of what the kids call never let them know your next move. If you don't know what your plan is, how could they possibly know what your plan is?
The Samuel Sal strategy.
It worked well for him. That is a throwback.
Yeah. I said it then and I'll say it again. Samuel Sal was a player. I think this was Samuel Sal that I described this as another player, but I think it was him. He played the game as if his next draw was the best draw in his deck.
Every turn.
He played every turn as if his next draw was the best draw in his deck. He looked and he thought at the beginning of every turn, all right, what's the best draw in my deck? All right, that's my next draw. This is how I'm playing. And so it looked weird. But then there was just like these huge payoffs. It just looked like he was top decking the nuts every game. But that was because he always played to the nuts.
Yeah, exactly. And roughly like 1 out of every 25 to 30 times, he looked like the best player in the world.
Yeah.
All right, Fury Hunter with a bit of a conundrum here in these starting turns where Coin Radiant was the obvious play, right? Because it allows you to next turn go Amalgam, get another Ellie, double buff. You're super, super winning at that point. But this line is slightly lower upside overall because you potentially miss out on, well, you definitely miss out on discovering another Ellie. But I think it's actually quite a clever approach overall to go this order.
Yeah. This means you can still go Radiant Elemental, double buff next turn if you want, but you protect the higher value minion.
Exactly.
In the hand, case Kipparang did have quick shot or, Wound Prayer, Arcane Shot like double. So.
Ooh. Interesting draw. Yeah, partner in crime. I am actually just going to take this moment to give it a cheeky highlight because this card is just absolutely stone cold bananas. I cannot believe that they printed this card for like any kind of buff-based priest. The fact that you just get as a baseline 410 of stats for 4 mana, and then it's so easy to improve upon that as well. Like, I absolutely love this card. I think it's a really cool one to print, but I still can't believe they actually did it.
Oh, that is bananas.
Touche, my friend.
Good try, though. You can't fool me.
I'm no fool. I know what's bananas and what's not bananas.
Yeah. Don't try to tell me what bananas are.
All right, Fury praying for any kind of refresh effect. We want a Naga of any kind. That is probably the worst draw in his entire deck. That does literally nothing.
Heal, double wig, bless, send it.
Straight upstairs.
Ah.
Ooh, the bunker. Okay, that's big. Even just for bluff value, that's big.
Yeah, but you do nothing. Like,
you do nothing, but I mean, what else are you doing? Like piercing shot? Okay, sure. But you know they have at least 2 wigs in hand. Pelagos kind of ended it on the spot, I think, yeah.
Yeah, could still get it. Trade away the shard. Because Pelagos, the way Pelagos is, it buffs and then takes the highest of the 2 values between attack and health and sets them equal. So let's say you Ghost and then Shadow Word Devour, it would... Thank you. Wow, that's bananas. And so it would effectively heal the Radiant Elemental if you cast a spell on it. Which would mean that all that damage that rank sunk into it would be moot.
I must consider.
Why is that even in here?
Quickly.
That's us right now. Oh, I saw 3.
Oh man, that's still pretty good though. A very big draw for Fury Hunter, who I must apologize to profusely after this cast for not paying attention to his Master Store game at all.
I mean, well, like that was a pretty simple turn, right? You know,
Was it?
I guess it was
Could have
partner in
gone-
crime versus trade.
Yeah, those are the two plays.
But I think the trade had like a much higher upside, whereas partner in crime, there's no follow-up to partner in crime, right? Like there's not another bless in hand or anything along those lines. So this is a pretty powerful turn for Kitbrain though. Gets to deal with the Radiant Elemental, get the Dump Eldar Bunker online, which those secrets are actually really difficult for Serpentwing Priest, Naga Priest, Buff Priest, whatever you want to call it, to deal with because they don't have a lot of things to test. Right, they're usually putting a lot of their eggs in one basket in the terms of beefing up one minion. So freezing trap becomes difficult, and they really want to spend all their mana each turn getting the maximum amount of buffage.
You get
That means that want to have to be interrupted by ice traps.
You get the goods. I'll stand watch.
Okay, just the straight up baseline partner in crime. It's okay. As I said, a baseline. It's still a good Hearthstone card. But whether or not it's a game-winning Hearthstone card at this point is another question, because Fury Hunter's draw, despite starting off incredible with double wig and a Radiant, has slowed down about as fast as it's possible to do so with just spell, Naga, spell, right? He's drawn almost every spell in his deck, which is the last thing you want in this point in the game.
Yeah. We can see how he's actually built this. Okay, does play the double boon partner in crime over like a school teacher. So not really any boon gets either. Really just needs Handmaiden at the point, right? To try and get things working. Handmaiden would be a really good draw just because it already has the spells available to get it active. It'd just be over multiple turns. So Tavish. Okay, so this was post 0 mana questline activated.
Correct. Yeah. Looks happy
Not
with whatever he
ideal.
got, though. Yeah, it's not ideal, but I mean, it will very possibly be good enough. Like, the second he gets ahead on board, I think the game just ends. Maybe not so much now that Samuro has been drawn. Admittedly, Samuro Bless, which he will be able to get thanks to the Thrive, I think is guaranteed to get Bless either on this try or the try after if he goes Thrive into Thrive. But either way, Samuro Bless will be available, which means should there be a couple of animal companions on board, Fury Hunter can swing it back for like one turn. But with nothing else to go on here, like, it almost doesn't matter if he swings back the board because just a single freezing trap answers the Samuro again.
Yeah. I am curious about the less pickup on the first try there, though. Reason being is because at this point, in order to win the game, you sort of need multiple good things to happen. And having the Thrive in hand for the extra spell in case Handmaiden is drawn seems like it could be worthwhile, right?
Fair point.
Knowing that you need that extra draw. But if he's, Tavish is being completed here, if he thinks that he won't have the time to play Thrive, especially if there's another natural ice trap that's in the hand. Okay, that's just all the spell.
Oh, dude, the amalgam again. Come on, partner in crime. That's basically a Murloc, right? A pirate? It's got to be some minion type.
Nope.
You get the goods. I'll stand watch.
Partner plus Devour,
You
partner
get the goods.
pass.
I'll
Ugh,
stand watch.
it hurts me.
Yeah.
Man, that hurts me too. What are these draws in the mid game? They're terrible.
Yeah, I feel like Fury Hunter just has to make a giant Stamro next turn and just say, okay, this needs to hit multiple times, but then another freezing trap in play means that in that game plan it doesn't seem great. Ice trap as well. Good thing for Fury Hunter is that the hero power costs 2, not 0, so Kipperin can't fit too much stuff into a single turn in terms of just like massive board presence or, you know, chances at least return. But
I've got to be honest, I don't know how I feel about the single trade there for Kipperang. I think it was probably either 0 or both. You have to trade him, right? Because if you just trade one, as he did, you leave the partner and crime in play. And, you know, admittedly it is isolated, so it itself cannot attack, but it doesn't protect around Samuro, right? Which is, I think, the one thing that means you don't instantly just win the game.
yeah. Giant Samuro. He's a test for the freezing as well, but wants to attack phase first. In case it's explosive, get the buffs first, then test for freezing, and then get the trade over. Now you have a big minion. There's no more freezing traps left. So this Blade Master Samuro could be the game ender, unless Kipang is able to has 2 more hero powers potentially, but there's not like a guaranteed way to kill this off is the problem. You can start with Arcane Shot hero power. If you get Huffer, then you can Piercing Shot.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of starting with Arcane Shot, because I think you're always playing that here, right? Oh, I guess he was thinking of sending the face. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, did get a Huffer. All the arrow. All right.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
That's a big draw. It's a nice cheap way to start activating these wigs. You can get Handmaiden now available on the same turn. Start getting those draw effects as well. We're looking for... Silence doesn't really do enough at this point because you need to actually take the stats off the board. Shadower Devour is a little short.
Yeah, I think he was hoping for Boon.
Boon, yeah, that's the one.
Still 2 left in the deck. Boon would have made it so that there would have been a giant taunt in the way, and he'd have a nice board. Doesn't find Boon. And this one looks very likely to be over. Throw 2 Serpent Wings and then heal face. It was like the best. Play around a possible Piercing Shot on both these minions to try and beef them up. We have 7 on board. Piercing Shot is an additional 2.
You just need all niches. That's 9 plus 4, so still technically alive. Another Misha or a Huffer just ends it.
No.
There we
it is.
go. A real heartbreaker for Fury. Like, I can feel his pain on that one. It was such a promising start. I think he piloted it absolutely spot on, but then it just went worst draw in his deck, worst draw in his deck, worst draw in his deck, pretty much like 3 turns in a row. I think he was very, very likely to win that game. If you just took a snapshot of turn 3, you'd pick Fury every single time if you could choose from one player or the other. And unfortunately, not happening. So we're all the way up to game 5 in our first series of the Masters Tour.
Yeah, and it's a long one. We started off with a quick game 1, lasted like all of like 7 minutes. But we've just had some big ones over the past few games. So now we're going to move into the final matchup, which is going to be The priest again for Fury Hunter is Druid. That's remaining for Kipperang. It is the Celestial Alignment variation with Lady Nathria. I do think that the Naga Priest is a slight favorite in this matchup, though it can get awkward if alignment's able to come down relatively early, because that just wants to be playing multiple cards in a turn. And you can play around alignment by just making giant minions, and that's the one thing that Druid really does struggle with in the early game, is assembling their game plan, getting the ramp going, while a minion's just attacking you each and every turn. You don't have the health to work with, even with 40. But there's a lot of things that has at its disposal now that can help it out. Druid of the Reef in the early game is a nice way to fight things off. You do have a Smothering Starfish, double Park Panther in the list for Kipperang as well, which could be massive. And even Theatar, honestly, on curve, can be good to just rid of a Serpent Wig from your opponent.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools you have left in your disposal, because even though like some form of ramp druid, be it alignment or non-alignment, and some form of buff priest has existed for a very long time in Hearthstone, and they've matched up against each other multiple times across different metas, and generally priest has been like the hard counter to any kind of druid like this, because unless you specifically have like a very key like silence tech card or some kind of key big removal minion, like I don't know, be it like Big Game Hunter back in the day, something like that, you just have no answer, or Naturalize, I guess, when that was a thing. You have no way to deal with these big minions, and you just don't pressure the starting turns. Your first 3 or 4, 5 turns are all occupied with ramping for the most part, which is always what you want to be doing as Druid. And if you leave the priest unattended, you will have a very bad time once turn 4 or 5 rolls around. But like you said, Kipperang now on the Druid has a lot of tools at their disposal. In addition to the Park Panther Theatar, there's obviously double Starfish, which is massive in this matchup to be able to deal with all those buff effects. And even just like Scale of Nyxia, ramping up and playing Scale on turn 5 or so is really, really powerful.
I see you've brought guests.
Sorry, Derek.
What? Oh my god.
Okay, here we go. This is the full send hand, right?
Turn 1. You just ship it. You kind of
Turn
might.
1, Radiant Elemental, Serpent Wig. Turn 2, Bless.
Oh, the starfish on the other side though. Oh my god. This isn't fair. Kind of think it's Scale. The curve just... Or maybe it's Druid of the Reef. Like, from my perspective, I can see that Starfish will probably end up being good next turn. But in a lot of situations, it won't, right, from Kipperang. And so maybe you want Druid of the Reef hero power next turn. Because obviously turns 4 and 5 are very, very easy. I was just thinking, after you go Panther, Guff, then you want Scale to mop up.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, in case you get like Murkwater Scribe plus Serpent Wing, you have Druid of the Reef plus hero power. The Deedsman was interesting too, because if something crazy happened, you could play Starfish on 3 and then the Seedsman on 4, and then you get Guff plus a Guff hero power on 5.
Yeah.
Kipperang's pumped. Woo!
Kipperang is feeling it. Like, Fury, this is the obvious play on this turn, right? Because you go Radiant, pray they don't have an answer, Partner in Crime, double Serpent Wig, sorry, probably win the game at that point. I was wondering if you're supposed to go Radiant plus Serpent Wig on this turn. Looking at the list for Kipperang, he does not run Living Roots, so the only answer, I think, to this is exactly Druid of the Reef, or arguably Smothering Starfish, if you think they would play that, which I don't know if they necessarily would. So it's just all in on praying that they don't have the Druid of the Reef, and that's exactly what Kipperang has.
And now has Irvate Guff. What was
The
that?
time run low.
What?
Kipring like jumped forward and put his hands up. He did something wrong.
Oh. I was looking at Fury Hunter. Just imagining the
Okay.
people on the other side of that elevator. Someone very angrily screaming in Danish extremely loudly.
The funny thing is there's someone that's been in this elevator with him the whole time. Like,
How tall is this building?
You get the goods. I'll stand watch.
Yeah, I mean,
You get the goods.
you know,
I'll
what can
stand
we say?
watch.
He has reason to be upset. He has drawn a horrendous starting hand here. Like, he got double wig, which is usually the nuts. But I think, as I said, he's probably saying everything I'm saying with slightly few more Danish expletives, as I said.
yeah. Now Kipring has to make the decision if he goes for Theotar here or Guff. The only problem with Theotar here is I'd like all of the things in his hand.
Could we just take
Like,
these?
I don't want to give up any of the things in my own hand. They'll just keep going up the curve.
Yeah,
Another
it's
scale.
So almost clean. If you could go scale next turn, that would end it on the spot. But not available as Fury Hunter draws like the second but last spell in his deck and trades into Devour. Dude, he's done. He is so done.
He's got 2 Thrives and Boots in his deck. Oh, and the Shard, sorry, which he drew this turn and traded.
Yeah, so what's he complaining about?
Yeah.
This is unbelievable, man. He's actually just cursed.
Yeah.
I really thought he was about to just take his top off there. Not gonna lie, when he started lifting up, I was like, he's gone full loco. He has lost it. Okay, so you have Panther to take out the 7/7, which I think you just do. But the one alternative is like Panther plus Scales to take out the 2/5, and then I guess Swing Face. But I think the fact that you can fit in the ramp this turn with the Panther, and then ramp next turn as well with the Scale, just looks way too clean.
Yep. Yeah, I like ramp plus up there.
That rope's burning again.
I mean, maybe he's thinking about trading the 2/5, then he keeps a Panther, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I was gonna say you probably have a read on them having one Shadower Devour in hand, so you wouldn't want it to go to 1 health. I don't know if you necessarily have the read on there being 2 of them, and I probably would have ended up on just killing the 7/7 there because it's the biggest one. But
All right.
I mean, now you just send it, right? There's no thinking about this at all. There's no way they have the Starfish as well in a 40-card deck. Fury.
He's resigning with himself. Yeah. And he's gonna go all in, and then Kiprang's gonna play the Starfish, and then
So it goes up to 9, 11, 13, 15, 17 attack you get up to. Doesn't set up 2-turn is the one problem, unless you factor in the Radiant as well. But I mean, I don't know. What else are you doing?
yeah. Maybe you just stop at the Devour and see what happens. Like, you just double Devour and then nope.
I don't think so. I mean, one of the main things you're holding on to the wigs for in these matchups is for Handmaiden, right? In order to reactivate those. But if you draw a Handmaiden, you're not activating it anyway, even if you have double wig in hand, because you'd have to play it first. So I think the play here is just to go all in. As Kiprang pops the heck off here with the Starfish to close it out. Fury, after just one series of a Masters Tour, I think is a broken man.
Oh, he can even fit in an Ohani
Yeah, it's so sick.
with a ram. Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry for laughing, Fury. I'm sorry, dude.
Oh no. He doesn't have any spells
Oh,
left.
come on.
Our
Don't
minion.
do this to him. Pig minion, you absolute monster. There we go.
Kiprang, that was like a crescendo of pop-offs.
Yeah.
As each turn passed, his pop-off got larger. His hands flew with more velocity into the air. And it all ended with that. So Kiprang takes series 3-2. A brutal one for Fury Hunter. But I like the way that Kiprang went about that one. That was just a pretty well-played series overall, I feel. Naga Priest is probably the reason why it's right outside of that top tier is just because it has a lot of those games where it can just beat itself, right? Where the tipping point for Naga Priest being a great deck and a mid-tier deck is just that things do have to line up for you, and it can get very awkward to play at times. And we saw a few games of that right there, where Fury Hunter drew the spell-heavy side of his deck, got like 2 Serpent Wing resets total across the 2 full games of Hearthstone, which is just brutal.
Yeah, we can talk about decks not doing well when they don't draw the nuts. And Wig Priest, yes, you are correct. There are lots of draws where you just kind of fall flat on your face. On the bell curve of draws, though, I feel like we're very far towards the extremes of absolutely useless with that draw, as bad as you can get. But it's a tough one for Fury. He's had a very good year in competitive Hearthstone already. I feel like after a few very, very good tournament results, he was almost owed by the universe some really bad luck, which, is what he got in that game. No two ways about it. But for Kiprang, it really labels him as one of the rising stars of Asia Pacific, and kind of one of the new guard of South Korea as well, who I think have been having a bit of a rough time in Hearthstone, admittedly. They still never quite recovered from Surrender's retiring from competitive Hearthstone, or from Grandmasters at least. And since then, it's been a real shift in Asia Pacific, where at the start of Grandmasters, it was undeniable that they were the #1 country in the region. And now I think it's pretty much impossible to argue anything other than Japan at this point. And so for players like Kiprang, for the home of esports in South Korea, I think it's a very important win for him in another very, very good Masters Tour, which further boosts his already impressive Masters Tour win rate of, I think, 32-19 now, which is what we'd like to see. I think he played very well.
Yeah, and good for Fury Hunter and for us, honestly, is there's a lot of Hearthstone left to be played. So no one start doesn't mean you're out. It just makes it that much more difficult. You have to win out from here. So we shall see. Be following Fury Hunter closely and Kiprang closely as we move along. But we are done with our first match of the day, our first match of the weekend. But we actually still do have some round 1 coverage left before we're going to jump over to round 2 and get the tournament rolling. So Derek and I are done for now. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to come all day here at Masters Tour, Murdoch Gastronet. Masters Tour? There's so many R's.
Masters Tour, Murger McGurger.
Masters Tour, Murger McGurgle. Professor Skull? In and out. We'll be back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. We're going to continue on with some more round 1 coverage. I'm Raven, not really moving as much as usual, and I'm joined by Lorinda, who is looking very deeply into the camera with this picture. I love it, Lorinda, I love it. But how's it going, mate? Are you ready to start casting this Masters Tour?
Yeah, absolutely, just in time, I think, as well. Another day earlier, maybe not, but yeah, we're there now, and I'm always moving, Raven. I move everybody in my own way. Yeah, really looking forward to this. That first match sort of summed up what we're going to see a lot of, I think, in this meta. A lot of mage, a lot of shaman. We didn't get to see that much rogue, but a lot of rogue. And some druid and some warlock. See how it goes from there.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are going to be jumping into Okashinsuke versus Briarthorn. As I mentioned, another round 1 match. We are going to kick it off. I say kick it off. We're not actually going into game 1. We're going in a little bit later in the series. We're going to game 2, I believe, which is going to be Okashinsuke on mage and Briarthorn on mage. But they are a little bit different, Lorinda. Kicking off with this spooky mage for the old 40 cards.
Yeah, I joined the party late by a couple of days due to some various reasons, this meta, and I don't know where the name Spooky Mage came from. I know where the name comes from. I understand the joke, but, like, we're calling it Spooky Mage. Okay, here we go. And Briarthorn is also bringing the mage, but none of this 40 good cards that make skeleton stuff. Just good old-fashioned big spell mage for Briarthorn, which is a bit of a letdown. We expect Briarthorn to bring completely off-the-wall stuff, especially at the start of a new meta. So, a little bit sad, Briarthorn, so you better win.
He has done his own thing in some other parts of his lineup, but yeah, this is going to be the mage that he is playing. Just that 30 card kind of focused on those big spells and the pings as well, of course. Also, just to give you guys some little extra information, Okashinsuke, I believe, already won game 1 with his Hunter against the Shaman. So Hunter's already done, leaving him with Mage and Druid left over. But yeah, this is an interesting one. Well, first of all, it's not...
It's an interesting one, apparently, yeah. I was terrified for a minute.
But yeah, what do you make of this? Because I know you've been looking at Mage in general recently, but where are you landing on just how good 40 cards Mage is versus any of the other builds?
I think you need the health total at the moment in most decks, if you can get it. If you can get 40 cards, sort of even semi-realistically, I think you need it. But with this particular build of Mage, the big spell, you can get away with 30 because you're doing so little until you do those big spells, really, that the extra 10 cards is really detrimental to you. So, curious to see how big Spell Mage goes with 30 versus 40, but I think at the end of this Masters Tour, everyone's going to wish they'd bought 40 cards as much as possible.
Well, here we go. Let's go into it. It's game number 2 of round 1 so far. Okashinsuke already getting off to a non-terrible start here. Shivering Sorceress with the Deathborn in hand is a potential keep. Maybe the other 2 are going to get thrown away. And Briarthorn, very quick. That was post-mulligan, right? He had no chance of keeping those cards. But a mixed bag, and I would say not so great in this matchup, right? Having the Dawn Grasp, having the Varden Dawn Grasp, the minion version, along with Magister and a Parrot. Not really what he wants to be doing, because I do agree. I think the time it takes you to really get cooking with the big spell mage, may be a little bit of a worry if the 40 card or Renathal mage is actually gets going with a good draw. And as you can see, Okashinsuke did choose to keep the Sorceress and the Deathborn.
Yeah, not even a mixed bag for Briarthorn. It's just a bag of potatoes right now. You play 30 cards for a reason, and the reason is you don't want this hand. Like, almost exactly this hand. Just expensive stuff that does nothing. It can develop into a hand, obviously, but it probably isn't going to a lot of the time. In 40 cards, he is playing the 30. Let's see if he can draw his way out of it, because you do have time. Like, as long as you get your stuff by turn 6, you can still get going. And by your stuff, I mean, of course, specifically Belinda, of course. You're kind of out of options at this point for anything else.
Okashinsuke, for now, does have a relatively slow start. Does have the location there, which is going to be nice. Not worth coining out, of course. I think with this hand, the coin is much more valuable a little bit later on. So he is going to keep it simple with a return ping. But already you do notice the big difference between the 2 health totals, right? So they look at 27 to 39.
Sanctum, of course. A big part of the Spooky Mage, more of just a defensive unit in this particular big spell. In the other mage, obviously, it's part of the key strategy. So Brythorn able to slow things down with it and hope he can draw something that does something in the next 2 or 3 turns. Of course, for now, he is just all hands on deck, freezing and defending, which is not where he wants to be.
Yeah, you see, this is a bit of a Brythorn special, or at least not a card I see played too often with this Bunker Sergeant. It does help out with some AoE potential. Mainly tech against the old Imp Warlock, I imagine.
Yeah.
No waves can sink.
Yeah, I like, I say it every time there's a new expansion, but I like the solution to the problems to be in the expansion. The problems in this expansion originally on day 1 are the imps. So yeah, put the solution in there. If you want to play a Bunker Sergeant, feel free. It does one thing and it does it really well.
Pretty nice coin Deathborn. If Okashinsuke wants it. He could take it a little bit slower, but he has the option of putting the 2/2 into the 3/4 and then pushing the skeleton to face and then just pressing that button.
Yeah. 37 health to get through. Obviously, he'll get through that in chunks when the time is right. So, decision point for him, but...
Well, I think a lot of the time you take what you can get with this Deathborn in this matchup because you're not expecting your opponent to play tons of minions you can actually kill, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. By the time they're getting their 12/12s down, if things go right, or their 8/8s, if they don't, you're kind of losing, so get on with it, yeah. Oh. It doesn't add up to killing things, Raven.
It was not.
A few more mana, sure, to start to murder some boards, but for now, ugh.
And this is the frustration, right, of playing against these skeletons, is if you can't clear them and you just place some minions into them, you're basically enabling them, right? Because then you can do trades and get more value from them anyway, and open up more board space for Okashinsuke here. So Brythorn does have to consider what he wants to do. The one thing I will say is the other option potentially is doing Varden this turn, but I think that like Varden pass is not the correct answer here, so do like this just because it fits in if he follows this up with either a ping or preferably even the watch post.
Yeah, Varden into Parrot was sort of a way to not die for a couple of turns, but it just wasn't, the board was just going to get bigger and bigger and nastier and nastier, and like you say, it wasn't actually going to help anybody, so does just play the Bunker Sergeant. Okashinsuke, we've concentrated on Brythorn, really not having that much going on his own side particularly. He's hit a bit of a stall here. Really awkward turn for him.
Yeah, I think it's okay though. He's got the Arcane Select, he's got the card draw from the minion as well. I think this is fine, and mainly because he knows the late game is set up, right? He has Dawn Grasp, he has the he has Nathria as well for that late game, as well as the Lich, so it's looking pretty good for Okashinsuke. I think as long as he doesn't massively fall behind, he's going to be feeling very happy about this hand.
Yep. Still just checking all the numbers.
Ping on the skeleton to try and kill a minion, but I think it's better to just lock the wildfire in.
I agree. He agrees. The extra damage will be useful in setting up the Mordresh.
And Nightcloak Sanctum's so busted. Like,
it really is silly.
Yeah.
Sorry, Raven, you got one in Hunter. You got your own location.
Don't get me started.
It's a bit early for that.
The 3 charges on it is so big.
Yeah.
I can take them.
Yeah, when I first saw locations, I sort of slightly misunderstood. When it was said they occupied board space, I thought when they got to 0 charges, they were going to stay there and be a real pain.
Oh.
They vanish as well. I was like, oh, okay, well. Even better then. I thought it was going to be a real handicap for locations. They just sit there on the board. No stuff.
The thing I thought about Nightcloak is I read it and I was like, wow, if this only throws a minion and that was the whole amount of card text, this would still be pretty good, right? You get 3 freezes over 6 turns, like for 3 mana, like that's okay.
Yeah, no matter where they're making like 8/8s on turn 3 or 4, we'll have some of that freeze action, thanks. Once again, it's just about getting through the next 2 turns for Okashinsuke until he starts getting to that, well, next 1 turn.
Yeah, this is
starts getting to that massive stuff.
Very awkward though, because all of the good things Okashinsuke will want to do actually draws cards, which with Watch Post you may not really feel good about it, but I still think it's worthwhile, right? They do only cost 1 more mana. Still very manageable. And I think most importantly, it just gets a minion on board.
Yeah, but now he has a cheap spell in hand, so if Brythorn can draw Barbaric, something might actually happen, whereas without drawing the cards there, he had no spells in hand at all. It does give Brythorn just a squeak of a chance.
Yeah, the thing Shinsuke will be considering here is whether he plays the Flurry now, or, like, bear in mind, he does have Varden in hand. So there is like an argument of, well, you have Flurry into Varden to deal 4 to 2 minions, right?
No sorcerer for Brythorn. You can see the slight... I was going to say, you can see the slight look of depression on his face. Like, Brythorn never changes facial expression. This is a known fact.
All in due time.
Quite likely as well. I mean, I'm not sure because our tracker doesn't work actually for this, but is the only frost spell that Shinsuke's played is Deathborn?
Yeah.
That means that he would have held the Flurry to actually just cast Dawngrasp next turn, right? And just guarantee a recast Deathborn?
He didn't see the Barbaric on 6, so he assumed that, you know, it's a top deck or not there, and he assumed correctly, so call there.
Another one. This Dawngrasp is really good though, as in the hero, not the minion, because it will also cast Wildfire as well, right? So it'll Deathborn the board, it'll Wildfire. Shinsuke can actually use the location one last time this turn if he wants, just to get an extra proc.
Brythorn has got to the point though where I can actually just cast Rune next turn. It's not really where you want to be, but hey. Sometimes you have to do what you can do. He might not choose to, he might just go Dawngrasp himself into no spell. Yeah, so he's going to have to Rune into Dawngrasp on the other side.
You wish to match wits with me.
This is really nice though. The benefit of saving the Flurry there. Not really caring too much about the potential Barbaric Sorceress. Does get the Arcane Intellect, which I'll be honest, I kind of forgot about. But this is always exactly Arcane Intellect, Wildfire, and Deathborn. And look at that. Pretty good to me.
You like small, simple minions, don't you, Raven?
Yep, say a description of myself a lot of the time.
I wasn't going to go there. I'm not subtle, you know.
Well, you already did. I feel like that was what you were insinuating anyway.
No, I know you were... see, I was trying hard not to do that, and then...
Whoa, okay.
Bam! That killed that
Never face. Okay, the Blizzard.
Wrong order. Unlucky.
Clear up the board. Brythorn's got a nice amount of health still, but there's Cold Case, there's another Deathborn. There's plenty of stuff for Shinsuke to do that's going to basically continue buffing Kel'Thuzad and Denathrius. It just depends whether he wants to just sort of call it a day and just play Kel'Thuzad now anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's the benefit of this version of the deck, right? Because you kind of play 2 Denathriuses. Because the more skeletons die, it just buffs Kel'Thuzad. And then the more they die, it buffs Denathrius if it's in your hand, of course. So you get like 2 big game enders.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Sottle's not here to dispute this, but I have the same weird outlook on cards that you do sometimes, and I absolutely agree with everything you said in that statement, unfortunately.
Look, in Hearthstone, we have heard that Battlegrounds Battlemaster was Lothar, but so any other comparisons I think are fine.
And we nearly saw one, actually. In the other backup match was Rami, who's actually playing a Battlegrounds Metal Blaster in his Warlock. We nearly got to see a Lothar in the flesh.
What do you think, Lorinda? Does Brythorn just press the rune again? Which is effective for them.
Yeah, just keep runing. Try to ruin your opponent's chances of winning. Look, he's early, they'll get better, right? But not... Oh dear. They're not skeletons.
No, you have to kill the sheep.
Frozen lamb. Dead. Okay. And now it's just one turn.
What is this Denathrius at now? It must be pretty big. That's been in hand for a long time.
Yeah, well, Kel'Thuzad was on 10. Oh, it's just the perfect answer, however he wants to do this now.
I'm guessing he flurries first. Doesn't know what the secret is, right?
Does not know. Can't check the sidebar. That'd be fun.
Yeah, if all this wasn't increased, he could have actually gotten away with just playing essentially Varden just to freeze the whole board and not really let Brythorn commit anything extra. I think it's worth just going for the flurry and then going Deathborn again.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. I mean, he's going to try and set up, obviously, 2-turn lethal, goes through the counter spell potential. Yeah, here we go. Do what you like now. And this is the problem with the big spell mage. This is why I think a lot of players do still play 30 cards with this, because... And this is a 30-carder, but yeah, these are the hands where you just don't get things going. It's still a very powerful deck when it does get going, but you cannot afford to miss a beat with it at all. Well, this needs to be good.
Yeah,
Like
let's see.
sheep good.
Okay.
Yes. There's the start.
He's still buffing Denathrius, right? So it's still... Although you would much rather... Okashinsuke would rather it not be turned into sheep. Like, it's still available. Like, he could, like... Yeah, if that 1-1 dies now and blows up the board, like, okay. Does Okashinsuke must win now with just Denathrius?
Yeah, I agree. But
Sure.
Python would rather Denathrius wasn't there. So from his point of view, he went for the Hail Mary sheep, and he's still just going to get 30.
Yeah, 32. Move. Okay, well, Okashinsuke is going to go 2-0 up versus Brython, only needing one more game to take the series and start off his Masters Tour run with a 1-0 victory in Twist Round 1. So looking good so far for Okashinsuke, and I think that was... really showed the power of the 40-card mage, right, of Spooky Mage, because there was just... Okashinsuke always had stuff to do, and it was always progressing his game plan. And yes, he got fortunate that Denathrius and Kel'Thuzad were available to him fairly early, so he could plan around that and really put his foot down on that pressure. But still, he had the card draw, he controlled what his Dawn Grasp was going to do very well, and he got rewarded for it.
Yeah, and still had a handful of choices at the end of the game should it have somehow not done 32 damage to face, which is quite a lot and will beat most people. Brythorn there did nothing wrong, just that awful opening hand. It never really improved. He never got a grip on the game, felt like he was always a turn or two behind. And yeah, you don't beat this, whoever you are.
It looks like Okashinsuke is only going to have his Druid left to get a win with. Brythorn, of course, got his whole lineup. We'll see what they queue, but this Druid from Okashinsuke is very interesting because we've seen a lot of alignment. We've seen some of the different builds of Druid go around as well, but really the one that Okashinsuke has gone for was almost like Day 1 Druid, which is just Ramp Druid with Denathrius in it, because you can do very silly things when you have more than 10 mana. So as you can see here, just a lot of that top end, you know, even the Alexstrasza in there, which isn't necessarily a given, but really looking at the not only the Denathrius, but the other game ender tools. There's still Kazakusan in there, Topia as well, but really the Denathrius with Kael'thas and the Bronzebeard is pretty huge, and of course, good old Theotar in there for potential issues going in that side.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Theotar in this tournament. So the punish for playing 40 cards here really is negated somewhat by you've just got so many good options from 7 onwards. The punish should be that you don't always get your ramp. That's kind of, you know, the thing that could go wrong. But with Widowbloom Seedsman being released now, you can just make sure that you've got an extra 2 ramp cards in your deck. So you're fine to get to 7, which is kind of the golden number right now. And just load your deck up with good stuff. We've seen it a million times. Like you say, it's interesting that there's no Celestial. We're going to see a lot of Celestial, but he's choosing not to play it.
Yep, and here, Brython, weirdly enough, gonna not be on Quest Hunter or the Face Hunter, gonna be just rocking Beast Hunter actually. And I'm very interested to see how this performs over the course of the Masters Tour, because I honestly don't know what you would rather have this against versus any of the other hunter lists. With more bunker sergeants, I'm suddenly thinking whether the Brython is just going into this whole tournament saying, I will be Imp Warlock no matter what. Because Castle Kennels, factually the worst location out of the lot in there, does give Beast Rush, which again, versus those Imps, can be strong. There's the bunker sergeants in there as well. You play enough smaller, lower cost minions that you can arguably get on board earlier, and maybe that's enough, but he's not going against the Imp Warlock, he's going against this ramp druid, and I wonder if Beast Hunter plays a little bit too fair to actually beat this druid right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I just had a flick through, actually. His Shaman deck, his 40-card everything Shaman deck, Control Shaman, whatever you want to call it, also plays one Bunker Sergeant. And he played his own Imp Lock, which is another sign that he was thinking that was going to be the best deck. So, well, Shaman the best deck, you ban it, then you beat their Warlock. So, yeah, I think you've nailed it. I think that's absolutely what he was trying to do. And he ran into somebody who wasn't playing Warlock in round one. So, you know, even though he's 2-0 down here, first of all, he could pull this match out. And secondly, keep an eye on him for the rest of the tournament, because if he runs into those Warlocks, they're going to have a tough time against him.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, this strategy from Brython, it's valid completely, and just because he happens to have hit someone that hasn't brought Implock in round one, doesn't mean he won't hit them for the rest of the run. And if he hits them for the rest of the run, and these decks do perform as you would hope he has expected them to because of this tech, then, you know, you can see Brython maybe grab many wins going out throughout this weekend. But for now, Okashinsuke is the opponent, and again, good start from Brython with Doggy Biscuit with one drop into double Wild Spirits. It's about as aggressive you can get, apart from, I guess, a different one drop. But in general, looking quite strong. But like I said, I do wonder if Hunter's just a little bit too fair for this kind of druid.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to highlight. I ended up highlighting the Kennels and the Wild Seed cards, because I know then you could talk about the game massively, because they're the opposite sides of the spectrum on Raven's sort of standard of card for Hunter. Raven, the official Hunter judge of HS Esports. But yeah, I didn't highlight any of the big beasts, which is of course what the deck's doing. But what you want to do against Druid is exactly what Raven's talking about here, and just hit them really hard. And Raven, go on, tell us about Wild Seeds. I know you want to.
I mean, it's just a good card. You always play it on 3, even if Brython looks at this Harpoon Gun, which used to be the card you always played on 3, I think you should ignore it and just play Wild Seeds instead. Brython, of course, well, a good player, knows his stuff and does jam the Wild Seed, gets the 3-1 that has Insta Rush now, because obviously that card actually removes 1 tick of the Dormant from the minions, so not too bad able to clear up this board. But my big worry here, Lorinda, is the J-Rig was drawn, which means the Nourish parts were drawn, which means there's Ramp, which means with a couple of other draws, maybe just even 1 Scales, that Okashinsuke can actually use Nathria in the other way that you use it, not to just literally OTK, but to stabilize against aggro.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. It's like, we both sort of looked at this card when it started out. It's like, yeah, this is really good. And it's like, oh, it's got lifesteal as well. Well, that's great. Thanks. It's like, why has he got lifesteal as well? I understand flavor-wise absolutely why it has lifesteal. But yeah, it's just nutty. In a good way. I like that 10 drops can end games. I think that's something that we want to see. Okay, this is awkward.
A little bit tricky, because although I'm a fan of another Wild Spirits, if he doesn't hit the 3-1, then he doesn't get to clear the Starfish, whereas if he just went Harpoon Gun, he could trade 1-1 and Harpoon Gun in. But I still think the Wild Spirits is worth, because if you get the Stag, you are looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think you've got to take the chance. The gun just seems incredibly a little slow here.
Victory is in my grasp.
We've got 2 things to do next turn, worst case. I guess by ordering it the other way, you could play the Spirit Poacher and get the reduction next turn with the Wild Spirits.
True. Everybody dredges up though. Imagine this is going to be... Oh, it's so difficult. This is why the game's so difficult with this kind of deck right now, because at first I was like, oh yeah, Stag Charge, it's 3 damage, but you're like, they have 40 health and potential armor. Like, who cares about 3 damage? So yeah, I do think Brythorn's gone with the right play here and gone for the slightly slower but beefier option.
Meanwhile, Okashinsuke, an embarrassment of riches. He can do what he likes. Play one of those cards with the number 5 on it, you'll be fine. Just pick one. But which one should he pick? My instinct is always to play Guff as early as possible, but 3 extra mana crystals into Guff is also tempting. If he plays Guff first, he's got the Innovate next turn, I think, a lot of the time.
I'm already wondering if, like, Guff, Innovate, Hero Power, Topia, and then do Nourish things just destroys this game completely.
Yeah.
Because once Topia's out, how does Brythorn actually fight back versus 3/3 rushes every turn? Or most turns, not every.
Yeah, just draw. I mean, you don't, right? You play Mountain Bears and hope it goes away, and then hope your King Crush gets petted or something.
Oh, gonna go for the Nourish? Okay. Again, I think the Raid Boss and Nixia trade in the 2/1s and then follow up with Nathria is arguably just as strong.
This is the payoff for Brythorn waiting last turn. It's the big stuff, which I think he's probably going to be okay with, even though it seems slow. I think he needs not to have 3/1s chilling on the board. Got the Stag importantly here.
Oh, that's big.
Oh dear.
Oh, so he could actually scale now, even though you can argue it's a bit of a waste.
Yep.
Then next turn, Innovate Raid Boss Onyxia. Then the turn after, just play Denathrius. Like, I think Okashinsuke already can do many, many things with this hand in different orders. And it just won't matter because the Denathrius is there. And like I said, how does Hunter deal with these 3/3 rushes? It's so difficult because the one thing you want as Hunter, or at least this Hunter, is board. And there's still going to be a little bit of a delay before this board really kicks in. Now, Okashinsuke is not only winning on mana, but just winning on board. It's
Yeah, and I
going to
think
get worse.
going back to the Novish turn, what he actually decided to do was do I just not play Guff this game at all unless things get really desperate later on? Like, I think the decision wasn't what's my best curve, it's do I need to spend a turn developing the Guff when I can just get on with my life and do exactly what he's doing now?
Yeah, the only weird thing for me was I might be wrong, but I guess not this exact curve, but I feel like the Guff did very similar things, except it drew a card and gained 5 armor. But yeah, like I said, many different ways for Okashinsuke to go about this.
Yeah, he's happy with it either way.
Probably trades in Starfish and then just jams the scale this turn. Wait, is he considering Guff?
He is considering Guff apparently, which is surprising me as well. I thought he'd just be jamming scales. Somebody learning to sing. Then you get Denathrius and then you just never lose. Worst case, you probably don't even need to go that way, but that's just, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just because there's scale of an... not scale, there's Raid Boss and Onyxia in hand as well. I think there's just 3 massive waves of either board clear or pressure.
Yeah. Oh my.
That rope's burning again.
Only option.
Scary, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm gonna go Wild Growth and oh look, a 3/3.
Shrubagazord.
There's gonna be weapon now from the Stag, right? This turn? Yep.
And another one. Gonna work out nice. He's got 4 charges effectively. Yeah. You know when you're pointing a 1/3 at the face instead of trading it into a 3/1, things aren't going well. Or you're just about to win it by exact lethal, which that isn't the situation here.
Hovering Hydra here, but that doesn't really achieve too much. He could go Ram into 5/3 and then play the Rat King.
Let none
Is he going to weave, Raven? That's the question. Rat King, if you're
Never
weaving.
weave.
Just weave your way to 40 damage.
Not in these 40 health days. You never weave. It does nothing. I think I prefer ramming to Rat King this turn, honestly. His Hydra can do so much more on an empty board. But again, I just think Okashinsuke just does not care. Like, look at his hand.
Yeah. What would you like to do with your 13 mana?
You can just draw 3 cards with Enrich. That's a 3/3. And then just scale afterwards if he wants, just to buff the Nathria. So you can just play Onyxia. Just doesn't matter.
I think you're right. I think he shouldn't do anything. Yeah.
Theotar and give him Denathrius. That's probably the only thing he shouldn't do.
That would be bad.
I'll be very interested to see how Brythorn's run goes, because I think it's really hard to judge this lineup going against someone that isn't Imp Warlock. I'm very interested to see how good these decks actually are versus Imp Warlock.
Right.
Because they're clearly not great against other things.
Yeah, and I think it's a good choice to target things in Conquest, especially early on, but you've got to get it right if you do that. If you get it wrong, and we haven't seen, or I haven't seen any numbers yet to see exactly how many Imp locks are in this tournament,
right,
then you are going to have a bad time. But if you get it right, you know, to win a 300-400 player tournament, you've got to high roll a bit. So targeting things and trying to run into the right lineups is definitely one way to do that.
Oh yeah, you never win a tournament like this and say, oh, I had a really unlucky weekend, do you? Right? Like
no, right?
You always get a fortunate day or two at least.
The big key is making the most of it when it comes along. Oh my goodness. Every turn I just look at Okashinsuke's hand and think, just do some things. But he is starting to run out of stuff, I guess, in the world where I'm trying to make this a game.
Well,
it has to Nathria, and it clears the board, and yeah.
Okashinsuke doesn't know, for example, that there isn't the Huntsman Altamore in hand, right? He doesn't know that Brythorn's not going to top deck King Crush. So he does just have to think about how low he wants to let himself go. Because 17, I agree, if he clears this board, 17 feels quite safe. But next turn's probably the turn he's going to just play the Denathrius no matter what, because even though I think he's very comfortable, you don't want to be too greedy and then you die from, like, you know, Alpha and a King Crush coming out randomly.
Yeah, if you're going to get it wrong on the side of, you know, not dying and something incredible happening. Don't get it wrong on the side of, oh, I'll just be a little bit, you know, optimize this slightly. This will be great for me.
Yep, clean play here. Just going to take... And this is what I mean. Look at these Topia shrubs. Like, it's so strong against Hunter because it's just unfair, right?
I can imagine you saying that in real life as well, Raven. Yeah, just come around, have a look at my topiary.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably just be dead or something because I wouldn't water anything.
This one eating.
He did look after it for you, I'm
Should
sure.
have got a cactus. I used to have cactus, actually, or cacti, I guess. Is that the plural? I'm not sure.
It is, yeah.
Is this Denathrius just going to kill now?
I mean, it's large. Like, from our viewpoint, obviously, when Denathrius get played, the game ends. From his viewpoint, he's doing the right thing. I think
his viewpoint,
that
he's seeing if he can buff it more, which he can with Little Otters.
I think it's something that Okashinsuke has benefited from a lot of time in GM, actually, is, you know, just doing this slightly more carefully, etc., etc. Playing players every week, stopping yourself from having accidents by being, you know, overly enthusiastic with your cards.
Yeah, just get the job done. There you go. Deal 30. Okashinsuke takes not only game 3 but the whole series, and a smooth 3-0 to win round 1 for him in this Swiss for the Masters Tour. So congratulations to Okashinsuke. Pretty impressed, and again, I do think he's just playing a very solid lineup. I'd argue if not like the go-to lineup for this weekend. But we'll see how he performs for the rest of it. And again, not a great showing there from Brythorn, but I think clearly trying to target Implock throughout this weekend and did not hit a player who had Implock, so that was never going to look great. Normally, and I think you'll agree, right, where these hard target strategies, normally the lineups look bad when you don't actually hit the deck you're trying to target.
Yeah, and the other way around as well, Okashinsuke with the Druid could run into some Druid hate. I think there's quite a few people thought Druid was a deck that you could target, that was going to be brought by enough people without sort of compromising your lineup. So, yeah, we'll see how he gets on with that Druid going forward. But it looked very good in that particular game of Hearthstone, at least.
Yep, so great one there for Okashinsuke, and I believe that is going to be everything for round number 1. So that means we've got round 2 of Masters Tour coming straight up. We are going to go to a quick break while we set that one up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. A very exciting round 1 and an incredibly exciting round 2 that we have here. I'm joined by a very special guest joining us here to cover in for Sottle, which we all very much appreciate at such short notice. It's Edelweiss. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, happy I could be of assistance, and happy especially to be casting, as you say, a very special match we've got this round. We have our very own Gia playing for, I guess we technically said we wouldn't do her round 1, so she's in round 2. We got her.
That's right. Yeah, we promised that we wouldn't show her round 1, but she won her first round to nobody's surprise, let's be honest, and is going to be repping the caster's desk here on in round 2 up against Soteg as well. Pretty standard lineup, I think it's fair to say, from both players. And I'm just excited to see her in action. It's so cool that she's qualified through to another Masters tour. I know she's done it before, but I think it was like it's quite a while ago that she played in her last one. It was like Vegas, I think, was the last one I remember her playing in.
Yeah, it's been quite some time. I remember her sort of first showing up on my radar back in 2018 with the WSOE 2 and all of those events. And oh, Derek, did you put this together yourself? I think over here on the desk we are all rooting for Gia, and low-key secret sauce. She can't caster curse herself, because if she's not casting, she can't pick someone to automatically lose for being her pick.
Correct. Yeah, she finally gets her time in the sun. She may not be the best caster in the world, you know, bless her, she tries, but play unrivaled, right? There's no chance, no discussion.
Shots fired. Oh my God.
No, you're talking to Gia's #1 fan here. I'm leading the charge. She's gonna win the whole thing.
I really hope so. I think everyone over on the women's side of the game is cheering for her. We got, I think it's just Gia and Luna.
I think so.
For us women in this event. So, yeah, huge shout out to Gia, and you know, we'll try not to be too biased, but you know where our allegiances lie.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt in this one. Like here and there on the casting desk, you know, I get accused of being biased when I shouldn't be. If you're annoyed at me for being biased in this instance, you just don't understand. You don't know the vibes. You just don't get competitive Hearthstone. Okay, I've got to support my girl Gia, as she's won round 1 and going up against Soteg, representing Greece, I believe. Not a player I'm overly familiar with anyway, even with my allegiances to Gia aside, but winning round 1 is very impressive, and his lineup overall is something that I am pretty fond of. I think just nothing too fancy. XL Skeleton Spooky Mage, XL Ramp Druid, XL Moist Shaman, and then Wig Priest as well to round it out. I think are 4 very, very solid decks.
Yeah, I think sort of there's 3 decks that we expect, and then it's what is your 4th? In this case, it's the Naga Priest, definitely very solid, particularly if you're going to be banning a Shaman, because that devolve action from Wave and the freezes from Guardian aren't typically what you want to run into. I'm honestly surprised we've seen as much Shaman not getting banned as we have.
Oh, production, come on, you're wussing out on me. Don't change it back now. I want it up the whole Masters Tour. Come on, please, please, give me what I need.
Oh, jeez.
All right, I'll see what I can do. I'm riding that all the way to the finals. It's never going to not be relevant. But yeah, like you say, the bans have been very, very interesting so far. And I think they're going to continue to be very varied as it goes on. Not even because it's like technically correct to ban one deck or another for a lineup, but just because different players have such strong feelings about what's the best right now in terms of the bans. Like if I had to wager a guess, I'd say probably Shaman ends up walking away with the most bans just because of the most kind of generically powerful deck. It's a very safe ban a lot of the time. But as we can see, as you said, Priest getting a ban from Gia is pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, I think that's where she knows that by bringing Priest, it's very likely Soteg is banning her Shaman. And so at that point, you don't have things that are as strong against the Priest. So I can respect the ban on it. Although I do think Spooky Mage goes pretty even with the Priest in terms of the number of freezes. Perhaps the other decks not so much. Spooky Mage, I think it's been disagreement whether to call it Spooky or Skeleton. I think it was Clark Hellscream that first kind of polled the community to say, hey, should we call it Spooky Mage? And then HS Replay came in later with the same poll, and it was just barely like 51% edging out Spooky over Skeleton. So that's what we're calling it.
All right, let's go. Getting into the game. Gia going with the full mull here. It's an interesting list she's got there as well. Have you come across Solid Alibi in the 30-card lists instead of Frozen Touch? I think would be like the direct comparison between the two.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really just whether you feel like you want to be offensive or defensive. I know Solid Alibi is a heck of a card. I mean, in line with Timeout, Ice Block, all of those types of cards. Frozen Touch, you can definitely get some kills pretty quickly. So I think you'll find it in the lists of more defensive players to run Solid Alibi and more offensive players to run Frozen Touch. I honestly have been seeing more 40-card lists than 30-card lists when it comes to my ladder games, but I can always respect a Solid Alibi pick.
Not looking too spicy here, though, because even if you're expecting a lot of aggression from Shaman, Solid Alibi is not really the kind of card that counters that all too well. I guess in the later stages of the game, when you have big Snowfall Guardians, then Solid Alibi could be the difference maker. But for the more immediate turns, this is just looking pretty good for Gia, right? This is the benefit, again, of running these 30-card lists, is double Cold Case available at the start of the game and a Deathborn to follow that up as well. It's kind of reasonable to expect.
Yeah, the idea with the 30 cards is to just increase that consistency of hitting all of your, I always call them Deathborn cards, but your skeleton cards first. And, you know, Deathborn's just, it just sounds cool, right?
It does, man.
You know, curving Cold Case into and then later Deathborn, like just getting those skeletons rolling much more quickly means you're more likely to be able to play a Kel'Thuzad on curve and have it do pretty crazy amounts of damage. Not having to put things like some players run Blizzard in the lists. So I like the consistency.
Yeah, I saw Blizzard played, I think was it Pocket Train submitting that Blizzard in the 30-card list I think he had, which actually intrigued me a little bit because
surprising.
Yeah, the more I play this deck, the more I feel like it's actually just, if you're playing Frozen Touches, you want to have as much freeze as possible because, you know, if they get down to like 15 health, that's very killable if you can just stall them out long enough. But it's, as I get further and further away from what's actually happening in the game, very different direction that Gia has gone for here with the Kael'thas, the Solid Alibis, and finding room for multicasters as well. It's an interesting list most players would not have gone for. And overall, I'd say it's getting her in a decent position in this mid-game. But it starts to bring into question what your win condition is in the matchup, right? Because 40 health, I feel like, is just about doable when you have the Frozen Touches in there as well. But this version feels like it might need to double down on board-based synergies instead.
Yeah, it seems like you've really got to get, you know, some of those skeleton attacks in face and sort of chip away pretty heavily until you go for a big conclusion with Kel'Thuzad or, you know, Kael'thas play. And that can definitely happen, but once you get later on, that chip damage is going to be stopped by things like Snowfall Guardian, and Primordial Wave 2 can devolve away any big board of skeletons you make, reducing the number of those, you know, well, it's not really the death rattle, but, you know, the number of skeletons died that goes into your Kel'Thuzad. So that could come up seeing the wave in hand. Another unusual card, though, that I thought, you know, even Habu Gabu took out of his Shaman here. Soteg still has the Murloc Holmes. What do you think about that?
I'm not personally a believer in Murloc Holmes. Every time it's been played against me, maybe it's just because I'm against noobs on ladder, given my rank, but I feel like it very, very rarely goes off. Having said that, though, in a 40-card list, a lot of the other cards that people play in those like 39th, 40th slot, I also turn my nose up at. So I definitely don't hold it against Soteg here, going for the Murloc Holmes. And, you know, if nothing else, it's repping the theme of the Masters Tour very nicely.
Of course. You know, I wasn't a fan of it because I feel like without getting partial credit, you tend to miss a lot. But the one argument I could see for it is, since this deck runs so much disruption in the form of Theatar and Mutinous, is that you can get some information maybe about what's currently in their hand. You know, if you're able to guess that second part right, you learn about what's in their hand, what's in their deck. But honestly, I'm so much happier if I pull a Clownfish off of my Ravagers rather than Murloc Holmes.
Yeah,
so I prefer getting something else there.
An interesting outcome here off the wave as well here for Soteg, who ends up with Baron Geddon, which is obviously pretty bad for Gia, mostly. But it does offer a very interesting board state here, right? Where she can get herself a full 5 minions off of this Deathborn that will then instantly just be mopped up by the Baron Geddon. I can't even quite figure out if it's good or not here.
You know, they might end up killing the Geddon, depending on what else
True.
comes down. I sort of feel like it can be challenging to get a 5-minion Deathborn anyway, so you maybe just go for it. Yeah. Gets 2 damage in on the Geddon. Maybe these end up finishing it off. At the very least, it's a little challenging for Sotek to develop into.
So what is Sotek trying to move towards here on the other side? Because he's got multiple different options, right? With the Murloc portion of his hand, Theater presents an interesting option. Or should he be moving towards like the freeze part here? Because just getting a big Guardian down here is pretty tempting as well.
Yeah, it's not usually the case where you can freeze, get your big Snowfall Guardian, and then immediately clear the minions that fueled it. So that could be an option. I would have maybe looked at going for, I guess, no, the reduction's still there. You could have gone maybe Flurgle, Ravager, something else, coin, just to get the clears, and whatever kind of takes the most damage you could evolve. Maybe you want to just attack with the Geddon, and then it gets some damage from skeletons, and then you evolve it right away.
Getting Kael'thas, interesting. In terms of what you give, probably Flurgle. Okay, Amalgam in the end, sure, yeah.
Yeah, Kael'thas, honestly, here I think is more important to have yourself than to deny the mage. It's not really heavy utility for the mage. It's more of just a combo finisher, so you can Baran, Kel'Thuzad, that kind of thing. Whereas the Shaman, it just has so much flexibility in terms of being able to use discounted Murlocs to cheat things out. You know, getting down an Insatiable Devour, maybe not against Mage, but against other decks, can be hugely powerful, and same thing with Mutinous. Shaman, I just think, has the most flexibility in terms of using Kael'thas out of any of the classes in Standard right now.
And this is where the game can very rapidly deviate, right, into two close but very different in their own way paths. It's the hero card portion of the game and the non-hero card portion of the game. If Gia here had Dawn Grasp, things I think would be looking pretty good. You can refill the board with the cold case that you've got, maybe get the Deathborn as well. You get that hero power online to start pinging away turn after turn and really start threatening lethal. But without it, I think things really start getting tricky now for Gia. Board is going to be difficult to win from this point on against a Shaman with pretty much a full hand. And the burn plan is just non-existent at this point.
Yeah, you almost have to get that Varden hero power rolling up to just get the damage in against Shaman, I think particularly with this 30-card version. And Multicaster needed to be powered up by Wildfire there, I believe. It's the only or one of few fire spells in the deck. So I like the Reckless Apprentice there. You don't love to do it because it's only a couple of minions, but I think she had to just get that Baron out of the way and get the Wildfire played to maybe Multicaster on this next turn. Is this just going to be another Kael'thas that gets pulled because of the Murloc Holmes? That would be something.
That would be pretty sick. But now you have to guess what's in their hand right now, right? I think having seen a Wildfire, that's never the pick. Gets it right with the multicast, and now what's in their deck?
Oh, it's the Multicaster. Well,
wow, he actually got it right. My goodness.
I think that's maybe the first time I have witnessed those being picked correctly.
Yeah.
Even with trackers and everything, it can just be so challenging to get all three of them correctly. Usually what helps is when a couple of the options are things that you have already seen, such as for the which card is in hand. Sotek had already seen Wildfire and Reckless Apprentice played just then. So Multicaster is the remaining card from those three. Another one coming into hand here for Gia, but without the hero power. What is that actually called, Varden's hero power?
Oh, wow, great question. Upgraded Fire Blast, Fire Boom, something like that. I feel like it must have run out of fire words a while ago, but... Arcane Burst. Oh yeah, it's not fire, is it? It's
yeah, Arcane Burst. This is the most common problem with Hearthstone, I think, is saying, oh, that thing, it does this, and somehow we're able to remember the longer thing of what it does, but not the shorter thing of the name. The name is unimportant.
All right, getting yourself another multicaster here is pretty sick. I always forget that multicaster is a pirate in itself. It does just seem kind of, there's no eye patch, there's no cutlass or anything on it, but it's pretty sick here for Gia just to be able to get another multicaster. That's a couple more shots at finding Dawn Grasp, the minion, to freeze the board, or the one-off Flurry just to stall out for a little bit longer.
Yeah, but it's going to take something like a Mordrish to reset here, because this board is quickly getting out of control. If she plays another couple spells, this Savara may be able to give another alibi.
Yeah.
But this is what happens when you have an unchecked Kael'thas in the hands of the Shaman.
That's true, but this is now, while an incredibly impressive board, oh no, it's not even. I was going to say it's a board-locked Shaman. Apologies, the location means that that's not even the case. So I was going to say, if Gia can like lock up the board with Varden and then maybe sneak a couple of attacks in face, like maybe there was something. But I think even now, that's just not going to be a possibility, because Sotek has the counter freeze ready to go.
So 15 cards remaining here for Gia. I wonder if she ever just says, you know what, I have to AI and then multicaster. AI will be Arcane Spell for the multicaster to draw 3.
True.
So she can dig 5 to find that second alibi.
Deathborn, not even close. I think she was hoping for the Flurry on the tutor there, but that's one of...
sure.
She's only playing one Flurry in the list, I believe, entirely, which is an interesting cut to make room for Denathrius, Bran, and Kael'thas.
Oh, and that's not going to do it.
Yep, just lethal on board, even with the freeze from Amplified Snow Flurry, which means game 1 going over to Sotek. Gia just unfortunately unable to transition into a mid-game that was really doing anything. Even with a decent start, the damage wasn't there and the board control was well over. It's just what happens when you don't find the hero card, I think, a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure you can be too mad there. Shaman, I think, by many considered to be the best deck in the game right now. That's why I keep being surprised that it comes up unbanned, but you gotta do what you gotta do, and you definitely can get there, as you say, if you get the hero powers rolling, but without being able to pick it up and play it on 7, it just snowballs out of control way too quickly.
Yeah, exactly. With the Shaman out the way, though, I think that's probably an expected win, it's fair to say, at some point in the series, given the overall power level of Shaman. And so moving on over to the Druid now, which again, as I said, is one of these fairly standard lists that Sotek has, with just the 40-card version. He's not playing Celestial Alignment, which is kind of, I think, what's really dividing the Druid players right now. But where are you coming down on this matchup of Mage versus Druid? Because even though Druid generally preys upon these kind of more mid-rangey decks, Mage does have some get up and go. It does have some real aggro capabilities.
Yeah, I think because of the nature of volatile skeletons, it can kind of catch you by surprise. You know, those early game boards developed have that explosive element when you kill them off, and so sometimes even your scales to try and clear can get awkward. Say the mage has a board full of skeletons and you start attacking some of them and they blow up and they kill your other rushes. So you are still getting those infuse activations, but there's going to be some 2/2s left over, and the more those get in chip damage and hit you a little bit, the more likely it becomes that something like a Kel'Thuzad just kills you before you're prepared to defend against it.
And so are one of those later game cards like Mordresh, Kel'Thuzad, and Archmage Dawngrasp as well, are they cards you would look for in the mulligan, or do you want to just double down on that early game aggression?
I mean, I think I would mostly be looking for the early aggression, early skeletons. You know, there are some tools in the Druid to handle those, but remember, if you stick, say, the 1-mana 2/2 on that first turn and they have no response, that can get an impressive amount of damage all on its own, being unanswered for multiple turns. 3 turns later, it's 6 damage. So that's what I think I'm looking for a lot of the time. Also, Wildfire, just because that lets you get something like a Mordrish online so much quicker.
Oh, man.
This is where you maybe wish you had Frozen Touch, right? Instead of Solid Alibi. I mean, still wouldn't be great, but at least it's aggressive.
This is where you wish you had literally any other
Anything.
card in the game. Like, I would take a Hand of Wisps here or something instead. And, I mean, hey, speaking of, if your hand sucks, let's swap it over. Let's just hand it straight to the opponent.
Is it ever Tempo Bran into the Theatar?
Always.
I feel like it's gotta be.
I think so, yeah. I think this game is a disaster right now. Something really big needs to happen.
Okay, there's something maybe good, but oh, yeah, it's gotta be. It's so bad. Even, you know, you give them probably a Solid Alibi, and you just hope you can steal, you know, Guff or Nourish something. That's, oof.
Something.
Here we go.
I mean, there's a lot of very good steals here, to be fair. Like, Topior is obviously not good for you, but it's a huge steal from your opponent. Denathrius, we know, is like the card you want to steal from Duke. Nourish, as you said, could be a big deal.
Yep.
There's Denathrius right out
It's gotta
the
be
gate.
Denathrius, yeah.
Surely, dude.
You don't need the extra draw from Malagos.
Give him an alibi.
Alibi?
Yeah. Okay, round 2. Ooh.
Yeah, you would have liked to see Nourish. I mean, don't know it's there, obviously, but yeah, here's the question of, do you take something you can actually use? Do you just pretend this didn't happen and swap the alibis back or something? Or I imagine take the Topior. It's just so hard to deal with.
It's so close. I think you're right, because I'm tunnel visioning right now on the fact that Malagos is good for them and good for you. But I think if you look at it objectively, like, are you ever going to play Malagos for 9 mana and expect to win the game as mage? Like, at that point, you need to be doing significant power.
Both alibis swapped over, which I think the main thing you want to alibi is Denathrius anyway.
Yeah, true.
Because recall, Denathrius does not function the same way that Cthulhu does. It's not little bits of 1 damage. So Cthulhu would go through a Solid Alibi. Denathrius, it does the math on what it's going to hit, and then it does all the damage at once. So if you've got a Solid Alibi up, you can only take 1 damage from Denathrius. But if you've stolen your opponent's Denathrius, you may as well give them the Solid Alibis.
And I believe, like, Denathrius still tries to do the regular amount of damage to you, right? If you have a full board, it doesn't, like, you know, if it's dealing 30 damage, it doesn't deal 1 to you and then 29 to others. I think it still tries to deal, like, whatever the percentage would be.
I believe so, yes. And usually if it's gotten to be such high numbers, then it will do its max damage to all of the minions in play and then the remainder to you. But, yeah, I mean, I am wondering... Maybe you're right. Maybe if we had left them with Topior and taken the Malagos, there would just be no refill here for the Druid. But now that Malagos is coming down and Gia knows it.
It's a bit of a rough one for Gia. Like, she was specifically met with Nourish plus the Widow Bloom on the same turn after not having seen either when she looked through the hand with... with the Theatar. And so I do think what she did in the end, as I said, was the correct play, because Topior is much more likely to be playable in the near future.
Oh, no!
But even then, quite clearly, this has just not worked out well for Gia. With Malagos coming down and Theatar next turn, that's going to yoink back the Denathrius instantly.
There's a small chance of it missing.
True.
But I think you're right. That is the plan. And honestly, why most people had put the Theatar in the deck in the first place. And we could see another brand Theatar here just for the purposes of stealing back Denathrius. Thank you for infusing it a little bit. I'll take that back, please.
I was wondering if it would end up being the brand there, because then I think you can pretty much... not necessarily guarantee that you see the Denathrius, but make it much more likely if you go brand Theatar. Because I think in this matchup, like, Brand Denathrius isn't even a necessity a lot of the time, especially when Guff still hasn't even been found, so you need a lot of mana and a lot more cards drawn before you're even able to go Brand plus Denathrius. I was kind of interested in that way, but I think Soteg ended on the Starfish instead to dredge up to the top, which obviously against Mage still makes a good amount of sense to deal with the freeze.
What a conundrum.
Yep, for sure. And it's unfortunate. I do think this might be the best line here from Gia, but it does mean a guaranteed Theatar back.
Yeah.
In terms of reclaiming Denathrius or Topior, you've kind of just got to say it's not there. And you know, with the Bran in play as well, it's a pretty good amount of damage. This is the most aggressive she can possibly be. And taking advantage of the somewhat slower start from the Druid. But if this board is gone, there's not a whole lot of follow-up here. No card draw in the form of Arcane Intellect or Multicaster. It's just kind of dry.
All right, you know what? The fact this game isn't going well, it's all part of the plan. Edelweiss. If there's one thing that Gia has learned from being on the casting desk with me, it's how to make a series of Hearthstone watchable no matter what. No matter what the obstacles of who you're casting with. She knows how to keep you engaged, and that's exactly what's happening here. 2-0 down at the start, easy into a full resweep back the other way. It's not even close.
Just got to have that reverse sweep to show people how it's done, you know?
Exactly.
Flipper Friends coming down for 3. That is an extra 1 off of the planted evidence. And then we will see that Theatar, knowing only 3 cards remaining, guaranteed to get Denathrius back, which I imagine has got to be the pick.
And you actually don't want to give any of these.
Yeah,
Probably
Starfish was the one to give because it's the one she least wants to play.
Yeah. And so now the outs for Gia, very narrow, rapidly narrowing, to like Dawn Grasp this turn, or I think things start looking real shaky.
Oh, yeah, you know, Dawn Grasp or some kind of card draw, not that. I mean, God, do you ever just play a 5/5 for 7? That can't be right.
How's this Deathborn looking? You have Theatar into Malagos, ping the other Theatar, and then you could even activate the location as well. So 4 skeletons available.
Not terrible, not great.
Yeah, I think it's what she's moving towards, but it feels horrible.
Yeah, I mean, you know the opponent has seen the Deathborn, so it's not like Soteg is going to just roll out a scale and leave them up for you to get a massive Deathborn.
Correct.
So 4 seems pretty respectable. Yeah, why not? Solid Alibi, Miracle Growth, or Scale.
The ultimate insult to injury, using the card that was the worst card in Gia's hand to actually be, I mean, not even good, but basically just to like insult her with it.
Well, and just to get it out of the hand, right? To be able to play that Miracle Growth next turn.
All right, let's see the outs. We want Multicaster, we want Dawn Grasp, we don't really want Cold Case, to be honest.
Oh, I guess you Cold Case Ping and then Snow Flurry, save the 0 mana.
Yeah.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
I think so. And I think that Denathrius is looking pretty gosh dang big.
Yeah, may not be lethal, but it's getting there.
It is getting there. Bran, I believe, is at the bottom of the deck because we saw it unpicked off the aquatic form. So in terms of lethal, like from Denathrius, it's still a ways off, I want to guess. But as soon as Sotek finds that second aquatic form, it will, of course, just be instantly available for lethal. So I do favor just digging here because it's not like he's passing his turns until he plays Denathrius. He's still getting really big pressure turns online.
Well, and if he's scared of a top deck Mordrish or something, he can play the other Alibi just in case.
Oh, good point, yep.
Although it has to be top deck. You imagine you would have seen it already. Just hero power for armor, okay. Well, this is maybe an opportunity if there is a top deck Mordrish. There was a Bran Reckless earlier. Nope.
Yeah, it would have been... Oh, it would have been lethal, actually, with the 0 mana ping.
Yeah, with the
if
0
it was
mana
active.
ping.
damn, I didn't even realize. That had to be bad from Soteg to leave himself dead to that, right?
I think so. That's why I was thinking the alibi. But, you know, you figure that it has to be top deck, right? You already saw what was in the opponent's hand. Like, you have full information that it's Topi or Smothering Starfish. But when you're in such a established position and that's the only way you lose, yeah, I feel like you want to play around those kinds of situations. Just playing a 5-5. As much power on board as possible.
Won't stop shattering.
Okie dokie. So, Gale is where my head is at first of all. Alex Straza doesn't seem absurd, I guess, just start trying to set up for Nathria, unless this is just lethal.
I see. Well, I don't know that it's lethal, but it does heal a whole bunch, right? Getting rid of those fears of Mordrish, and is a 10-10 lifesteal. So,
All right.
you know, Mordrish would still be great there, but it doesn't kill you, so it's not going to end the game.
Man, these first couple series I've cast, I don't know. I feel like it's not really representative of the games I've been having. Like, in all honesty, it does feel like players have just been kind of getting... They've been victims of just kind of bad draws a lot of times. Like Fury, both his games on the Priest, there was nothing...
Fury's games.
Right? Yeah.
It was so tragic.
Yeah.
I mean, I could make a point about how I like school teacher over partner in crime there, because it does keep you with a higher density of Nagas. But really, even then, he drew all the spells in his deck. And then similarly here with Gia, she's just running a 30-card version and then proceeded not to get any of the draw cards in the deck. No multicaster, Arcane Intellect. So it really is a bummer when, you know, one player runs dry. I thought we might see something special with that stealing to Nathrius, but of course, Druid has a lot more redundancy to be able to dig and pull it back.
So we shall see. Just the mage left over for Soteg, and it's a little different from Gia's one. I think it's a little closer to the list that you were talking about, with Blizzard slotted in there, right? No Grey Sage Parrots, which is, I think, what some players have been going for on the other side, but still another Murloc Holmes. He's clearly a big fan of it in these lists as well. And who knows?
Maybe Soteg is just the master Murloc Holmes guesser. I don't know, but it never seems to work out for me.
One thing I do want to point out, Gia being an absolute G here. Queuing up Mage 3 times in a row. Like, none of this nonsense that players go for, oh, I'm going to queue up my best matchup first to try and extend the series. No, you got to win with it anyway. Just bash him out. She knows it. We hate it when players drag it out longer than it has to go on broadcast. And even as a player, she's keeping us on schedule here on the casting desk.
Yeah, as you say, it's got to happen. So, you know, I think players go back and forth in terms of what helps their mental game most. And so, yeah, some will say, all right, well, I want to get my wins with these other decks that I feel have a better matchup first, you know, try and bring it up to that 5 games, even if you then have a bad matchup at the end where you still lose. And yeah, others are, as you say, just get out of the way. Needs to happen. Let's figure out this mirror and see how it goes. But Wildfire Sivara start. That is powerful.
There's something happening here. This is a somewhat playable hand, which is more than we can say for the last 2 games for Gia. And like you say, I mean, Sivara is not a card I kind of often look for in the mulligan, I feel like I want to say. But when you do get it, especially with the coin, but mostly with the Wildfire, it feels so much better. A cold case now, an AI now, any of these cards to juice it up a little further. There we go. And this hand is playing itself.
Yeah, much better opener here for Gia. We do see a difference, though, in terms of the frozen touch here for Soteg, and that may play a big role in addition to the 40 health total, Wildfire being picked up as well. I really love the dynamic between Frostweave Dungeoneer and Frozen Touch as well. Like, if you ever just play a Dungeoneer and it gives you Frozen Touch and you get the 1/1s, it just immediately infuses it all on its own.
just makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, 2-2 available for just tempo here, which, even though there's a ping on the other side, I do really like that Gia is going for, because there's AI, there's Dungeoneer, there's Renathal, there's Bran, there's all these players that want to come down instead of the ping. And so by getting it down here, you can just fight the board a little bit more effectively, rather than just saving it to try and discount exactly a potential Deathborn on a subsequent turn.
Yeah, and another wildfire picked up. I mean, that is making this Savara really juicy, right? You get 2 wildfires back. I mean, that's the kind of pings you expect to see off of the hero, the Varden hero, and to just get your hero power increased by 4 from wildfires is a heck of a start, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I was going to say, I'm not sure if you go Wildfire plus Sanctum or just Multicaster on this turn, because Multicaster is already drawing 2 with the AI and the Wildfire. But Gia goes for option number 3 of just like tempo 2-3 as well here, slotted alongside. And to be fair, it does set up for a nice clean play of Savara plus Wildfire or Sanctum plus Ping next turn. So, you know what? I'm on board.
Yeah, well, and Sanctum can be detrimental, right? If you're both playing Deathborn, there's kind of this juggling back and forth of how many 2/2s do you want in play, both for yourself or for your opponent to be able to play Deathborn into. So if we're just on the hero power plan, the opponent can't interact with that as easily. So you just kind of save the Sanctum for when you actually need the freeze.
And speaking of, here is the freeze for Sotek. Getting it online now, I think is very, very beneficial to just start fighting back and forth in this mid game, because so often what it revolves around is Deathborn for both of our players, trying to manipulate a situation where yours is better than your opponent's. And I find that freezing your opponent's minions is the best way to set up for a beneficial Deathborn for you, because then they can't attack in, they can't take value trades, they can't manipulate it themselves, and you get all the agency, which is still up in the air right now. Obviously, Gia does not have a Deathborn in hand right now, despite being the player playing the 30-card version. But if she was able to get there, it's very important for Sotek to make that harder for her to do so in terms of getting a bunch of skeletons.
Yeah, well, and I think with these 5 damage hero powers, that Gia's not going to want to engage in that Deathborn game very much. She'll just try and, remove as many 2/2s from the board as possible to not give it to her opponent. But since she doesn't have one herself, she doesn't really want to deal with that. This Mordresh is going to be able to come down on curve. So I almost maybe expect a multicaster flurry here. And just weave in that hero power.
I've heard of it.
Ooh. Now we're talking. Finally, a game with already a 5 damage ping, plus the Dawngrasp will juice that up to 7.
Yeah, usually those are the numbers that you only get from getting the honorable kills. Now she's gotten it so high already, she doesn't even need those honorable kills.
This as well from Gia, I absolutely love. Just pinging face every single turn, I think should be her #1 priority. And she has prioritized it every single turn. Like Frostweave Dungeoneer, no. Ping face plus the 2/2. And already she's almost caught up in the health race despite starting at 10 less.
But Sotek does pick up his own Magister Dawngrasp here. So
True.
I imagine we're setting up with a... Oh, I thought maybe we were setting up with a Deathborn there to try and recast it. But this is still quite solid. And, for all those wildfires in the early game, Sotek gets to catch up if Gia's not careful. That's not where she wanted that to go.
Yeah, that's the last thing you wanted to happen. As now, this is really testing what her priorities are, with Ping versus Dawngrasp versus Mordresh as a pretty real possibility as well. All look super, super tempting to me.
What a conundrum.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's arguments for each of them. Mordresh, you just get an 8/8 down, and if your opponent has no way of, freezing, getting in a little extra damage, you can start connecting with that 8/8. But the other thing is she does have the Bran and only 12 cards remaining in the deck. Maybe she feels she can just stall a bit and find that Kael'thas to get the double Mordrish. But I like this. Just get an 8/8 in play. It should be, you know, mildly challenging for the opponent to deal with, and try and maybe connect.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's forcing your opponent to have the freeze, which surely they're not going to top deck on the turn they need it in a 40-card deck.
Although that hero power, how much damage is it dealing? It got upgraded once before, and so the hero power is actually at 4. It could just be Deathborn and get the honorable kill.
Oh, that's true. You have to tank 3 then. Or maybe you just go for Arden. Oh, it's right at that point for Sotek where you have to question if it's worth upgrading the hero power at all. Because you could just go ping face, right? Like ping face
That's
plus
true.
1 or 2 frozen touches, and you've just got there. If they don't have the Dawn Grasp, then you can just close out the game that way. It's right on that brink between whether it's worth upgrading.
And there it is, to the face. We've got Kel'Thuzad in hand.
Yeah,
a Blizzard as well to buy more time. These minions are never connecting.
Oh my god, this damage available to both players is insane. Bran Apprentice ping is like 10 to the face. That's just another Pyroblast straight up. But Gia first going with the upgrade on the Dawn Grasp. Very responsible.
Also just a little bit of extra armor, right? I think she maybe even knows that Flurry is the recast there. So now we've got 7 damage hero power and we just go in. I mean, Bran Reckless is lethal now.
That's it. That's just going to be game next turn, yeah. Well, sorry, it was 15 available last turn, not 10 with Bran Reckless ping. And so, yeah, this turn is way over lethal. It's going to be equaling 21, right? Which means with double Cold Case on the other side, Sotek can just creep out of range of that 21 breakpoint.
It's only 2 skeletons died on Kel'Thuzad? How is that possible?
Really? Wow.
I was thinking maybe you just use the Sanctum and jam Kel'Thuzad to kind of, you know, saturate the board with skeletons, maybe get a little damage in, but hardly any have actually died this game, so you can't even really go for that. A bit of armor does tide things over, and the freeze. You can hero power the 3/4, yeah, but it's not quite enough. Right, 21.
Yeah, and just so I'm not going insane, if you go Bran Apprentice and the 2/2s kill off Bran before the second ping goes off, that doesn't stop it from going again, right?
No, not at all. It's already happened at that point. My understanding is it you know, checks on play, and so it's going to continue even if the Bran dies.
Yeah.
Of course, she follows up with the natural hero power. And wow, quite a close one, but she managed to pull it through. Could be that reverse sweep you were speaking of.
What do you mean could be? We know it's going to be the reverse sweep. It's not even close, Edelweiss. Mage down. She struggled with it the previous 2 games, or pretended to at least. Now she gets the win. Moving on to the other 2 available decks in Druid and Warlock that Gia has access to. And she is playing not the Imp version, right? This is just pretty full-on Quest? No. Mine. Sorry, Mine Warlock. Yeah, apologies. I was looking for the curses first and they weren't there. And I was like, is it Quest? No. Full-on combo Mine Warlock, yeah.
I mean, it's funny you say it's not the Imp version. To what extent anything is not an Imp version right now?
Good point.
There's still Fiendish Circle and Impending Catastrophe and Wicked Shipment in there. Of course, both good cards to go with the mines. I think this is why she left the Shaman up, because this choice of Warlock is looking to beat something like a Shaman. Of course, they still have lots of disruption, but it can be a bit challenging for them to actually, you know, get rid of all your possible pieces with this combo. It's a fairly flexible. You just need Tamsin's Phylactery to dodge. And it's so much damage if you're able to get double Mind Death Rattles from the Phylactery onto Fiendish Circle board or Wicked Shipment. And of course, Impending Catastrophe with those imps just added huge amounts of draw to the deck. You know, you used to miss backfire so much. Now you don't even have to hurt yourself and you draw 5 and 6. You fill out your Ruined Mithril Rod right away.
Yeah, I can't believe we ever even played Backfire back then. The cards in this deck are just so unbelievably powerful. But personally, I'm here for it. Like, I think giving a class like Warlock a strong draw engine is a really interesting way to approach it, because obviously Warlock has a bunch of card draw anyway. They're like the one class that doesn't really need draw as much because of the hero power. But I think when you give them these extra pieces of card draw, like Backfire, as you said, like Tamsin, and like the with the imps as well, I just think it allows for more combo-based game plan, even if you're playing a 40-card deck. Which I'm a fan of. And so I'm excited to see Gia go for the Mind Warlock in Game 5, which we will definitely get to. As first of all, she's just rocking up with the fairly traditional build of Ramp Renathal Druid, but with Naga Giants in there as well, and one Oracle of the Loon, which is a pretty spicy inclusion in 2022.
Yeah, this was sort of the first iteration of Ramp Druids that we saw many months ago, going on this game plan of Naga Giants and Battlemaster to just kill them. I really like seeing it come back because people aren't necessarily expecting that kind of thing. There's, through the prevalence of Theatar, been a shift towards having some kind of backup win condition for the Druid, since you know people are coming for your Nathrias. We saw Luna Love hit rank 1, putting Kazakusan and Dragons back in the list and having that as an alternate win condition. But I really like this from Gia in terms of just having the Naga Giants Battlemaster again. Really can just flood the board out of nowhere, and you run so many expensive spells already. It's not a huge ask to just put those in the deck.
Ooh, very spicy little hand for Gia here. Obviously, the ramp cards all pretty good, but I'm kind of looking at those two in positions 3 and 4 of Naga Giant plus Kodo Mount to give it rush right away. That's a pretty spicy removal option for pretty much any minion that comes down.
I did a bit of a double take there because that came off of the planted evidence, right?
Correct.
Do we just miss that? Okay. All right. For a moment, I was like, wait, is she just running Kodo Mount? I missed here. That can't be right. We did see the Park Panther earlier today, which I think was an interesting sort of anti-aggro tool. Yeah. But yeah, planted evidence is always able to give you, even if you don't take advantage of the 2-mana reduction that turn, can give you some pretty sweet options. Maybe gonna need to find a spammy Arcanist at some point for this board, though.
That's true, and that was going to lead me into the question of, would you ever consider not ramping with the Nourish there? Because there's a lot of cards we want to find, right? It's Spammy, it's Flipper Friends, it's... oh, sorry, it's not running Flipper Friends. Scale of Onyxia, Topior, like anything that creates a big board or deals with a big board was pretty key there to find.
Yeah, and you do have the Wild Bloom for ramp, but it only draws 1 card. So I understand the whole deck is very expensive and wanting to really get the ramp going, but I agree it might have been worth considering Nourish ramp. I mean, these are little minions, but you know, we're not great against those as a druid. It really is just the one of Spammy and the scales for real board clear. But maybe what she's thinking is I just need a top deck scale or find it off the evidence.
That's an interesting card. Not quite yet, but it could get pretty big later on. That's less good. Maybe it's just Kodo.
I think it may have to be.
Yeah. Can't immediately sacrifice off, but that's okay. It's still just like a decent bit of cleanup.
Just gets frozen though, right? It never attacks again.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, like if a 1/1 has to attack in, like it's still taking a little bit of damage off the board each turn.
Although actually Sotek might just use it as an opportunity to free up some board space and infuse this Frozen Touch, get that played.
Yeah, that's interesting. So then would the play be like 2 1/1s into the Widow Bloom? Now I Cloak, Freeze, and then trade in the one of your other 2 drops and end with Frozen Touch face?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, so you can try and start proofing your board against something like Spammy if you do make those kinds of trades, right? Just get rid of all the 1/1s and the 2/2. And so now you've got 2/3s and a 3/4. Although
Yeah.
you imagine Spammy would have been played right now if it was there. There's only one. I can respect just freezing and keeping as much power in play as possible.
Ooh, Topior is a big top deck here. Planted Evidence, obviously not guaranteed to get yourself another nature spell, but it very much can do. There's a lot of them towards the lower mana cost there.
Well, there's 2 off of Wild Growth, right? You're at 10 mana, you haven't played Guff, you can just Wild Growth and then 0 mana draw a card and get another 3/3?
That's Arcane, the X.
Is it really?
Yeah, so I only
Oh.
get 1.
That's pretty sneaky.
Yeah, so I do think I probably just about favor this line, and you end up with another interesting option because Feral Rage, despite being a little less mana efficient, gains you the extra health. But it could honestly have just been another Kodo mount there to trade off into another minion. Close.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty bummed not to find another nature there, I think.
Yeah.
But just gaining the armor, you need a big top deck.
Right, so for Sotek, the game plan, I think, still needs to be carrying on with maximum aggression, maximum damage face every turn, which he has done so far, I think, very well. Like a very liberal use of Flurry last turn was exactly what was called for in that instance. But how do we do that here? Because taking the most aggressive route potentially involves, dare I say, trading to clear up some board space alongside it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you're maybe just locked into doing a little bit of trading, so you can get some higher power minions in play or get some skeletons in play, maybe. Just have some board space to work with. And also, you do get the added benefit of being able to Frozen Touch.
Time runs out on me.
Start sort of weaving that in very much like a Hunter Hero power, right? Because the only way your opponent is going to remove some of this damage is by infusing that.
Okay, little bit of trading at the end just to clean up some
Just a
room.
little. Just to infuse and flurry, you know, make sure flurry hits the 2 premium targets.
As now Sotek is getting real close.
Ooh, is that guaranteed nourish?
Let me double check. Nourish, no living roots in the list.
I think that would be the reason not to
Mine
run.
either. Yeah.
That'd be the reason not to run Flipper Friends, right? Is to guarantee nourish off of the Jerry Rig.
True. Yeah.
So she can go Kael'thas, Jerry Rig, Devourer, and actually clean up a lot of this if she would like. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I think it's going to be Kael'thas, Naga Giant, if possible.
Ooh.
Oh, that doesn't quite do it.
How much can we clear off from the board here? You have 5/5 into Renathal, 3/3 into 2/3. Oh, it's close! It's so close!
So she needs to attack with this 3/3 and then Starfish?
Going with draw. She's hoping for like innovate, Earthen Scales, something like that.
Oh, I don't know that this cleans up enough. We didn't even get the attack in with the last 3/3.
I don't think it would have made a difference in the end anyway, because Frozen Touch gets it done. That does unfortunately mean
Oh,
the Gia ends up taking the L.
sorry, Gia.
But as we all know, she outthought even me. Winning a series on stream would be too obvious. She needs to take the L here, go undefeated for the rest of the tournament, and then win. It's also clear to me now.
Gotta fall behind for the more dramatic victory, of course.
Exactly. But jokes aside, fantastic performance by Sotek. Like I was, again, as I said, focusing on Gia a little bit more in the end of that series. But I think Sotek knew exactly what he should be doing. I loved his very aggressive, face-oriented style of mage play that just gave Gia perhaps like one less turn to find that crucial out, which may have been all she needed to crawl out of that one. So very well played. Looking like a strong contender going into the rest of the Masters Tour.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to do against Druid. Just take advantage of any weakness, like, okay, they're ramping, but seems like there's no card draw. How can I maximize my damage output? And utilizing those freezes, I mean, this is when freezes are the most powerful and why Snowfall Guardian is such a strong card, is being able to present threats at the same time as you are keeping your opponent's minions from being able to do anything. You know, it's one thing to use as just a defensive tool, but you've got to ultimately win the game before those minions come back online.
Yeah, of course, Gia with the clear hand gesture of, oh no, come on, don't look at me now. Production decides to instantly zoom in on her face as close as possible, which is an A+ tier troll. I thoroughly respect it. But well played by both players. As I said, it means that we are done with our initial match for round 2, but I believe we're going to be hopping into a couple of the other games happening around the tavern to see who is getting up towards that decent start. You know, when you're at 2-0 in a Master Tour, I think you start getting a little bit of pep in your step. You start to think it's possible that you're maybe on a good run, but you're not locked in for a really good spot yet. So you still need to keep the hustle going and be playing at the absolute top of your game. So when we come back, plenty more action from here at Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria, and we'll see it right after this short break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by, I mean, I think it's Lorinda, but his hair is so much shorter than what I remember the last time I saw him. Neil, how you doing, buddy?
Doing absolutely great, TG. Yeah, they won't let me touch cameras anymore, so they just decided to like just keep it still in the middle of the screen so I can't, you know, zoom in and out and mess around. But yeah, doing great. Enjoying watching the meta unfold here at Castle Nathria.
As am I. As am I. I feel like there's some decks that have been struggling more than we may have come to expect. It seems like anytime we've seen Mage on stream, it seems to be struggling to get a win outside of Big Spell Mage, which made a bigger splash than I had expected. But we still have a lot of Hearthstone left to play. We're only in round number 2. We can't make any sweeping conclusions based off just this small sample size of games that we have. So we are currently in round number 2, and we are going to continue with some more coverage of round number 2. And I believe the match we have coming up is Donkey versus, you might have to help me with this one, Neil. I don't know which part is the team name.
Yeah, I think it's just
part is his actual name.
Pretty sure it's just XWL is the name.
XWL. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. XWL. Donkey is a huge pillar in the Hearthstone community and has been for some time. Someone who I've come to rely on, even though it's passively, like not directly. I've come to rely on him for certain things. He reminds me a lot of you, Neil, in the sense that you both have a deep love of stats and competition.
Yeah, Donkey's got better and better at Hearthstone as well over the last couple of years. They played their first tournament about a year ago and forgot to check in. That went well. Since then, we've seen him on stream doing better and better. But yet to get that win on stream, I believe. So hopefully a chance for Donkey to put that straight now and get their first win actually on a stream, because that's the one thing missing, apart from being world champion, which is missing from a lot of resumes from his resume right now. So yeah, let's see how Donkey gets on in this one.
Yeah, Donkey is playing a lineup that is very close to a lineup that I would bring, to be honest. Though I'm sort of, as time goes on, losing faith in the Naga Priest. Even though it's a deck that, oh, look at that, the Weak Priest. Even though it's a deck that I've been playing quite a bit, I can't find the perfect list. I think this is as close as there is to a perfect list. I love the double School Teacher. One card that I've been loving is the Crush Claw Enforcer as well.
Yes.
Which, you know, you just want, it feels more Nagas, more ways to keep those Serpent Wings going, more ways to where once you start building a board, you never stop building a board, right?
Yep.
And that's the one thing that I feel like can be the weakness of the Naga Priest, Weak Priest, Buff Priest, whatever you want to call it, is that you have these boards that get removed and then your reload is gone because you're out of Nagas, you can't reset your Serpent Wings. So this is close to what I would bring. I've even seen players start cutting Shard of the Naru in place of like a Crush Call Enforcer because there's only very specific matchups where the Donkey, love the picture, where the Shard is actually good. So, XWL is going to be playing a Boar Priest.
Yeah, we don't see many of those anymore. Even the Boar Priest Master himself, Pocket Train, did not bring Boar Priest to this tournament. Like, what even is our world? Obviously, with Theatar existing now, with decks getting bigger and badder minions, Boar Priest a little bit out of fashion for the meta, but still definitely a viable deck. And when I say viable decks, there haven't been many different archetypes brought to this tournament at all. There's a lot going on with this new expansion, and I think that what's happened is people have gone with the safe stuff. The decks that have been discovered in the first week, because this expansion is only 9 days old or 10 days old at this point. So I think people are fiddling around to try and find the best lists of the archetypes we've got, which is very difficult, rather than mixing it up and bringing their own stuff. Hopefully we'll find a deck that hasn't registered on Wicked Goods, amazing as always, deck distribution chart, and someone's just tearing it up in there with some random Paladin deck or something. But for the now, I think we are stuck with, variations on a theme for a couple of days.
Okay, let's get into it. So this couple of tools that Boar Priest has gotten, the light, it burns. is a big one. It's just a very cheap targeted removal. Can also be used in conjunction with like a Pyromancer turn out of desperation if you need to kill a bunch of small stuff in one big thing. But outside of that, it hasn't changed much, right? The core of the deck is still the same. Though I feel like with how fast some decks can build massive boards, even with the light it burns, I feel like you can struggle to get to the point where you're activating your boars and at the same time not dying on the backswing to the board even after you've attacked with your Sword of a Thousand Truths. So.
Yeah, it's only a one-of in the deck as well, and you really don't want to have to play this card. It's just a nod to the fact that, you know, rogues can make 9/9s on turn 2 or something ridiculous now, and, you know, other imps can just get a 9/9 on turn 2 or turn 3 as well. Like, you have to pay a nod to those decks. But the power in this deck before was that anything aggressive would just make a bunch of 2/2s and 3/3s, and you'd get rid of them with a Pyromancer and get on with your game. You clear their board and just move on and win the game. But now you've got to mess around, try to deal with massive things, and it's just so much harder. And I think that's why Boar Priest, it's not completely been obliterated from the meta. There's a decent number of them out there, but it's definitely struggling to keep up with the pace of the new meta, I think, for now. Maybe things will change.
Yeah, it's a mixture of things, right? It's the fact that it's a very, very, very difficult deck to play at the highest level, and it feels like your margin for error has gotten
even marginy, more marginy.
Yeah. It's
marginalized.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. We got a word that made sense in the end, I think.
At least close to it, right?
I mean, if it made actual sense, people wouldn't believe it was me actually casting. I've got to keep things open to some degree. Yeah, Donkey exerting a decent amount of pressure here. Just about out of range, but there's more boards where this one came from. Actually, there's not. Having said that, if this board gets cleared, Donkey's reload is pretty pathetic.
It is, yeah. But we're almost arriving to the point where, with how Donkey's hand is with Radiant Elemental in the hand maiden, that if a board sticks, XWL could just die, right? With Radiant Elemental, if you pick up the Priestess in the draw sequence, a lot of times you can just reset, keep piling Serpent Wigs on a single maiden and then bless. And it's like, especially in death, it's only playing 30 cards and doesn't have the 40 life total. That can happen very quickly. But at the moment, this is going to be hard for Donkey to rebound, especially if a Wild Pyromancer lives. It's going to be hard to get something big enough that's going to stick. Depending on what was picked up from this Noggling, though, the Noggling, it might have been the lighted burns, but there was also a Bless and a Horn of Rathian. I didn't see actually which one was picked. I just know what options there were.
Sorry to go quiet on you. I was looking for other WDG/WDGS members, and I found a WDG3 Woods without the S. So this might be
okay. So it's
so my bad.
SXWL.
Yeah, sorry for that. I'm sure I'll get shouted at by Benage or somebody soon enough, and I'll deserve it, so that's fair.
Well, with an S in front of an X, that could just be an X sound. So we're just going to go with XWL, just with a little bit of an S sound on the W. So it's XWL.
Yeah. We've got the XL decks, now we've got the SX. No, I can't make it work. I give up.
Yeah. All right, so yes, now we've entered the territory where if a minion survives for Donkey, it's probably lethal.
Yes.
With how this hand is, especially with the Noggling, to be able to get the first reset, depending on what it was. If it's a Bless, good. If it's a Horn of Rathian, good, because you could just get another Naga or Handmaiden to keep going. But it doesn't look like a board is going to stick, at least not for the time being. So
it's only turn 5 though. The Priest has used quite a lot to get here, so Still 2 or 3 more turns for Donkey to get something going, but needs to pick up one of those high health minions, like, right now. No, try again. Right now.
Yeah.
Work.
Okay. So I was gonna go with Radiant Elemental. The only problem is there are 2 shards in the deck, so would need to pick up what, like second? Okay, this is Bless.
Pick me! Pick me!
I could just go all in on this minion, but with double Shard of the Naru, I'd be a little worried. But maybe Donkey just feels like, okay, well, if I try and just stick a small minion and wait another turn, then Zyrella is going to clear the board, or the Light It Burns is going to clear the board. You know, so many different ways for XWL to combat whatever Donkey's going to go for. So,
Yeah, I like this.
turn.
I think that Donkey's, again, got maybe 2 turns to make something stick, and what you're going to do. Like, if you don't go all in here, didn't need to bless necessarily there, because now the Lighted Burns is... Okay, sure.
Yeah.
It's fine. I forgot there's 4 extra mana chilling there, yeah.
So the one thing about the boon of the Ascended is that the minion is that it's just a 2022. The only thing that a silence effect would do to it is remove the taunt. So like if it was just Shard of the Naru, then yes, Donkey would still have a giant minion on board. But it just so happens that XWL has many answers to all of these things. Could go Light It Burns, then make a trade over from the Handmaiden, and then Shard of the Naru to get rid of the stats plus the effect on the Radiant Elemental. So it seems like everything's just checked here. Now, one thing with those cards used is that you do have to worry about the turn that you are going for Sword of the Thousand Truths, that you don't leave too big of a minion on the other side of the board, or that you save a Shard of the Naru for perhaps the possibility of another taunt, whether it be another Boon of the Ascended or a Treasure Guard. So,
Yeah, this looks sensible though, right? Oh God, with the Cathedral. This card's so good, but feels so slow in this deck sometimes. Okay. And made an active for next turn. All right. Everything's good to go on this side, though. Just 7 cards left in deck. Amulet's traded up to 3 already.
yep.
I wonder.
As you said, just got to make sure you do clear mostly the turn that you complete the boar quest, I want to call it, because of 1 turn where they hit you back.
I must consider.
Just repair Zola, not quite enough.
Quickly.
Okay. So right now, I think he is just looking for the second boar, right?
Yes.
I don't think the second boar has died.
No, it has not. There was 1 quite early, and not 1 since. You'd be able to get there next turn. He's going to need to be able to clear as well. Does have the shard in hand, so should be good. But there's a lot of cards coming here for Donkey. This is going to be a huge turn. I'm really curious to see how much he decides to go for here.
Yeah, the only thing is Donkey's board locked right now after playing this. I was thinking about School Teacher to maybe find like a, I don't know, a Devour or something along those lines, but I think just draw and see what happens. Devour would unlock a board space.
Right. Going in.
Okay, there's Devour, so that will unlock a board space, but that is the only one. There was one used earlier. But this is still a lot of pressure. Even after like Shard of the Naru, it's still a lot of pressure. Though XWL does have Shard of the Naru plus Heal plus Zyrella. Be able to go for a full clear. And there's the second boar.
Yeah. So the amulets are charged and ready to go. The only thing that isn't ready is this health total. Definitely has to deal with this board and hope another one doesn't come back. With all the cards Donkey has been drawing, chance of Donkey getting no board is slim. Oh, it's so close.
Is leaving the boar up?
Oh, what's Donkey got? I mean, there's always a way, but...
Is there a Nagic Hexen?
Help. The screen has gone all...
No, there's
there we
no,
go.
there's no
Jack,
Nagic
right.
Hexen. Okay.
Uh, 17 needed over the next 2 turns.
Yeah, Boon of the Ascended could help because it could block one of the attacks. So you need to just make a big board here and then end it with Boon. So you go Serpent Wig.
Yeah.
Wig. Devour. Boon.
Yeah. And
Why do
also...
you go Serpent Wig, Devour, Serpent Wig, boom. Right?
Yep.
Because if you expect the combo to go off next turn, then you're only going to be able to play a single Serpent Wig. You're not going to be able to really get the resets. Yeah, so just play a Serpent Wig, and then boom. So there we go.
Yeah, that's just going to get there over the next 2 turns. Of course, this taunt will be a pain as well.
Yep.
Both shards used.
Yep.
You like to play with fire?
It'd just be game, right?
I think it could.
To survive in this situation. Gonna go for the draw. Sword of a Thousand Truths will come out this turn. This will be the remainder of the deck. Just the double amulet, Handmaiden, and Flash Heal. But you're leaving the... is alive? Technically?
I mean, over 1 turn, yeah, but over 2 turns, no. Gotta hit him twice the weapon.
Yeah, that's true. Because it's only 6 attack, right? I guess it's going to be 8 attack and then 10 attack.
And then 10, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no way, yeah. Because even the Zyrella is not going to... It's just going to take a long time. It's going to gain 5.
And there's the fatigue.
There's the fatigue's going to tick for 1 this turn, then 2 the next turn.
And Bless in hand for Donkey as well should be enough, plus the extra Cathedral bump should be plenty.
Yeah.
Those we love are never truly lost.
Good effort from XWL to stay in this. Like, got closer than I thought in terms
Wait,
of
if it gets heal, then it's...
14.
Yeah, it's a win for
Cathedral and
XWL, right?
Cathedral, Bless, and Fatigue still more though, right? I can only play one of them.
You can't bless.
Just, yeah.
Because you're only going to have 1 mana.
Yeah, yeah.
Cathedral.
Okay.
He's hoping. It's effectively a 50-50 to win at this point. We gotta wait for every single animation to happen.
Of course, yeah.
This is gonna be 2 fatigue.
Time.
Yeah, 14 is 2.
Oh!
Oh, that's enough because he can actually just cast a shard for the extra, because that's going to be 12, and then 2 fatigue, which is going to be 14. So just was that it? Was that the only card? I was like, no wigs, no devour. It was a casted shard.
Amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, first of all, I thought Donkey absolutely had that, and then, like you say, when the 5 health gain came in, yeah.
That was an intense end to that game number 2. Exact lethal with a casted shard. I sort of lost track of what the actual base attack of the Vicious
Right.
was because I guess he'd only casted 1 spell last turn. The Donkey had only casted 1 spell last turn. Yeah, then it would have put it at 9, put up to 11, and then the casted shard then already put it back up. So very close into that game. Props to XWL for sticking with that one, understanding that there was still a chance to win even with that calculated fatigue, but Donkey was able to get that exact lethal. So 2-0 up in the series, and just a single deck remaining, and I don't remember what the ban was.
The ban was... He's just quickly looking through. Donkey lost his Shaman, and XWL lost the Rogue. So it's just a Warlock left for a Donkey. Quick look what that is. That is Imps with a Gigafin. There we go.
Okay, Imps with a Gigafin. Yep. And does run double Sea Giant and Dreadlich Tamsin. Dreadlich Tamsin been seeing more and more just to be able to reload and, you know, have the ability to just find the additional 3/3s, which you count as imps. So I feel like Imp Warlock is one of those decks where you have a core of cards and then you can do whatever you want with it. We see Imp Locks running curses, so we have like the curse Imp Warlocks, we have like the full aggro Imp Warlocks with just all the early game imps and not much in the top end, like it tops out at Reform. We see a mixture of Sea Giant, some players running Dreadlich Tamsin, but the core of the deck is still there. We're even seeing like Fiendish Circle, Vile Library, and Impending Catastrophe run in the combo style Warlock decks just because it's such a powerful Epo tool and draw engine that it's a good way to just power some of the combo decks to get through your deck faster, which is very interesting. Not something that I fully expected, or I thought that it might be too clunky to fit in those decks, but turns out it's not.
Yeah, and I think that's a function of all these 40-card decks. They're allowing people who want to play 30 cards in a what would have been considered an awkward, cumbersome way is actually quite streamlined compared to just a 40-card deck. So I don't think we have seen the end of the evolution of Warlock just yet. I don't like, personally, the version with half imps, half curses, because there's a lot of contrasting anti-synergies in there, I think. So I think that needs tidying up if that's going to be a really viable archetype. But straight up imps with Sea Giant just looks like the base level deck of the meta, right? It was the day 1 deck, and it's a very powerful day 1 deck. And anytime you forget about this, it's just going to hit you in the face and kill you.
Yep. And XWL running very similar. Double Sea Giant. Difference is a Demonic Assault in place of a Dreadlich Tamsin and something else in place of the Gigafin.
Something else. Imp Swarm. 2 mana, summon a 3/2 imp. Upgrades when you have 5 mana.
Sure, yeah, there you go, an Imp Swarm. So just more imps, less oomph, less giga.
More imps, less giga.
Yeah.
The other side is just the giga build, yeah. Tamsin could be interesting if you get behind here, but really it's just please let me get ahead by the end of turn 2. Coin Fiendish Circle on the side of XWL. Decision on the side of Donkey.
I don't
Bloodbound Imp
necessarily
is awkward.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like Bloodbound Imp in the mirror, but I'd rather have a play on 2 than no play on 2.
I think that's the card that has started people trying curses in the deck. Bloodbound Imp just doesn't feel like it fits, but I mean, it's an Imp. It's got decent stats. It's fine. Obviously, it's decent. But compared to what the rest of the deck is doing, this is the card I think people are trying to replace.
Yeah.
So far, unsuccessfully, I think.
Ooh, okay. Well, Donkey's on the play. So
Okay.
going to be able to go first and, you know, have the attacker's advantage. But XWL has the goods, right? Bio Library, Fiendish Circle.
Yeah.
Going to be able to sort of pop off in this early game. Grimoire is actually pretty good too. The XWL has like the ultimate sort of swing hand, like Smothering Starfish into Grimoire, like will deal with the majority of early game boards. So we'll see. But this is all kind of a guessing game of what does my opponent have? Like, right? What do I play into? What do I play around? Do I play around anything? Just make the strongest board possible every turn. But
Yeah, I think you win this.
What my opponent can do to respond.
You win this a lot of the time by being the first person to just go library, make an 8/8, lol. So
Yeah.
stopping them from doing that, missing a bit of damage in the process doesn't seem like a particularly bad thing to do to me. I like to just trade off early here. Of course I would, because that's how I play Hearthstone anyway. But yeah, like, why risk library killing you? Interesting that this deck is so oppressive as aggro decks go, that they're having to play Grimoires to literally deal with the opposing Imp decks. There's no other reason to really play that card. Starfish, allowing a decent trade, but not really what you want to be doing on 3 mana.
I like getting the expensive minion out of the way first, even though Wicked Shipping plus Bloodbound Imp is technically more power on the board. This gives Donkey more options moving into the next few turns, which I think is incredibly important.
Yeah, look at this Fiendish Circle now. It's not so fiendish at all with those 1/3s on the other side of the board, which makes the library less effective. Donkey's next turn is just make a load of stuff. Might even be able to weave in a tap if he wants to you know, try and find something that isn't these 2 cards.
Oh,
Having
wow.
drawn all the low end. Wow, indeed.
Okay.
Well, you're wasting mana, whatever you do here. I think I'd like to draw a card and hope it's something better.
Sorry,
Oh, do?
we don't have any ink.
Yep. And I want to take the Imp, more space for Sea Giant, as well as more minions to die to infuse the Mischievous Imp in hand.
And of course, at the moment, the library is closed for renovations, so Fiendish Circle once again has to wait.
Maybe it's Fiendish Circle plus Grimoire.
I think it might be. It's just
So
not.
many possibilities.
Yeah, I think it has to be. Not it might be. I think you have to do it, but
So you would Grimoire one of the 1/1s and trade over the Bloodbound Imp. So on the other side of the board would be a 1/1 from the in-game boss plus a 1/1 Silenced Librarian. This is going to open up a Sea Giant opportunity for Donkey, I believe, because the Mischievous Imp will be fully infused.
yep.
There it is. Is there enough board space? You go, oh no, there's not enough board space. Oh,
What was that noise?
Right, it's slightly awkward because the
Three? Just
infused
two,
Mischievous Imp would make the Sea Giant cost 2 because you're adding 3 minions to the board.
Counterpoint, do you care? Just play a whole board of stuff, leave your opponent with 1 library, 1 imp, and hope they don't have reload, and then just kill them with your 3/3s.
Okay. Yeah. So Mischievous Imp and Wicked Shipping and the double trade.
And just say, okay, I don't get Sea Giant right now, but you know what?
I will.
You've got to deal with this, and I'm going to hit you for 12 next turn or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then next turn, if your opponent can cope with this board, you've got a 0 mana for each Sea Giant for anyway, and you can probably trade into everything. You're not really scared of anything on 5. The bartender would be annoying. Could be a bit more than annoying, but yeah. Anything to bartend too, so you've got 2 turns. Don't play Mischievous, you just play your Giant, right?
Donkey might also be worried about the Sea Giant on the other side, because XW also plays double Sea Giant. So
Why do you fall?
Yeah, just check he left it at 6. Hope there wasn't any imps. I think he's got a probably good read that XW is out of generated because just the library's just done so little.
yeah.
We go.
Unfortunately enough, if Donkey had results-oriented thinking, not saying it's a misplay. If Donkey had gone for the Wicked Shipment, it would have allowed for this mischievous imp to be. But honestly, it's stopping here is perfectly fine. Sea Giant, you get to double trade, you have full board.
Okay, what can the bartender do here, TJ? Obviously can do a bit, but is it enough? Like enough? Yeah, just some values. They're quite nice value trades as well, because they're with 2 health.
Not bad. Now even the Starfish on the other side will not allow for that many trades.
Oh. Ooh! Yeah. Looks amazing, but it's actually just okay. So you start with the tap because mana left.
Ooh!
Oh my. I just want to sacrifice and play a Starfish, I think. Are you scared of a farm? You are, aren't you?
What if you trade the bartender? And then see if you can find something else to do with your remaining mana instead of a Starfish on a board where that's dying to Grimoire anyway. He's actually not going to go Grimoire at all.
Okay. That's a nod to the farm, I think. So you get to keep the Starfish this way. One player's taken 3 damage, the other's taken 7, and most of that's been self-inflicted. Gotta love it. Oh!
An unplayable Sea Giant. Just trade and play your imps?
Press the magic button and see if you can get something better to do. Okay. Doesn't help. I mean, it does help, but not now.
Sorry,
Why are they making us count numbers? WO just sneaking in front here, but has used a lot of stuff. I think Donkey's got a lot more, or a little bit more top end to come still. Both players done a really good job of keeping the libraries to be inefficient on the other side.
Yeah.
Stop yelling!
But now XWL gets to go Sea Giant. I would say it would be Imp King Boss Sea Giant, and then he wouldn't even be trading over everything. You're just hoping that your Sea Giant's going to be able to connect. But Donkey, if Donkey could pick up some imps here to really get a buff going,
yeah,
with this Vile Library, then it's looking good. Can fit in a tap as well.
Just paying attention to the double Grimoire option there. Doesn't really want to do that, obviously, but it's there. Okay. Some imps and a library.
Yep.
Don't think you trade it.
So you imps, you Vile Library over the... I don't even know.
I don't even know. I'd rather somebody else play this turn than me, thanks. Oh, he's going to double Grimoire, maybe, and then just pick up the pieces with the remaining things on his board. I think that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
Yeah, library first.
King boss first.
Yeah.
And then
That's fine. Order doesn't matter. Oh, it does matter because it's more damage. It's fine.
yeah, and pushes 7.
It just says, you know what? Yeah, I've got half a board. You've got basically no board. And you've got 14 health. Good luck. Last tap. There's a lot of damage is coming.
Ooh!
Oh my!
Okay.
And they're throwing books.
And that doesn't allow for a trade over the... Oh, it does with the Grimoire. And that's like a full clear. Oh. All right, so now we're looking for Gigafin.
Gigafin would do it.
Redlich Tamsin.
Would kind of do it. Not Void
Voidwalker. Nope.
That's a farm, I think.
Yep.
Is it in time? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, you could Rafob, then trade over the end, and then play a Voidwalker to block even more
They're
damage.
throwing books.
Yeah. And then next turn, there's the buff available. This is where being slightly heavier than his opponent's deck is really useful for Donkey.
All right, so there's 2 imps on board. If you tap and hit Vile Library and play Wicked Shipment and Imp King Boss, it's lethal, right? Because it'd be 5 imps, so it'd be +6/+6, so it would be exactly 15. Still a chance. No,
Wait,
not a chance. It wouldn't
Both
be
libraries gone, right, on this side?
Is it?
Yeah, I think both
yeah,
libraries
you're right,
went.
you're right, you're
Used them
right,
both early.
Okay, yeah, you're right. And Donkey knows that.
Yep.
He's jamming.
Gonna get their first win on stream. It's gone from not being able to register in a tournament to struggling to get a win on stream through no fault of their own. They were annoyed at their own play last time, but there was nothing horrible. But this has looked very clean from Donkey as well. It's not just the fact that they're going to win. I think it's looked like very clean play this time around as well.
Don't count your chickens
Don't count your donkeys.
before they lay eggs.
No, there's a lot happened there when I was talking. Usually the way. Well, 2 more chances.
Oh, Tamsin! Oh my goodness!
Okay.
That's lethal.
You know nothing.
Right?
There you go. Now, what was I saying
Because
again?
you get the extra imp, even though
Yes.
your mischievous imp dies, you still have the extra imp. That's +4/+4. Wait, +5/+5? No, it's not quite. Now it is. Needed 1 Fell Rift, and then it was lethal. Because now this
I knew
is
all along.
+5/+5. Oh, okay. Or just pick up the second Vile Library. That works as well. Boom and boom. Donkey takes the 3s.
The jamming continues.
Did Donkey have that bow tie? The beard?
Not at
bow
the
tie
start
on
of
the
this
whole time?
match. Not at the start of this match, but they did have that bow tie last tournament as well. But obviously, it's only reserved for celebrations now by the look of things.
Donkey, donkey, donkey.
Okay.
Oh. Swamp.
How many times have you heard that?
Donkey is signing it with Donkey instead of saying someone else is the donkey. Donkey's both Donkey and Shrek in this Shrek analogy.
Uh-huh. That work?
The donkey both owns the swamp and is a lovable donkey. That makes sense?
I mean, does anything make sense ever? It makes as much sense as anything else we've ever seen. I'm going to go with it. Yes, he gets a thumbs up.
Yeah.
But yeah, good to see Donkey get a win. I'm not hiding the fact I'm excited to see Donkey do well in tournaments because, as you said in the intro, you know, they've done so much for Hearthstone with their website, with all the stats they give us, with all the support they give to people as well. So great to see Donkey going well. 2-0 start, but looked good for it as well. And that's the part I think that he'll be happy with this time around, is that he actually played some solid Hearthstone, knew his outs at all times and everything.
Donkey is a champion of the people. Let's just put it that way.
Champion of the people.
When Donkey does well, I do well. That's how it works.
Okay.
I have a Donkey page open right now.
Okay. Well,
It's a screenshot from an old Donkey page, but whatever. It's still
what's happening,
sufficing.
TJ? I love this making you feel awkward thing, whereas I haven't got myself on camera, so you've got to sort of interact with nothing.
Give me something, Neil. Give me move.
Yeah?
Give me a hand wave gesture.
Look at the smoke. I'm talking smoke signals off the left-hand side of my screen.
Describe your hair right now. What does it look like? Is it flowing today? Is it tied back?
It's tied back today, yeah.
Tied
Always
back?
tied back when I cast, in case I need to suddenly appear on camera or something.
Okay, cool. Well, I will try and take that image with me for the rest of the day. It's felt a little sad casting. You're just staring right deep into my soul. Those squinty blue eyes of yours. But okay, we have actually wrapped up round number 2. I don't know why I'm stalling for time, because they told me to wrap up like as soon as the game ended. But I was stalling for time because, you got to practice just in case later on in the day I need to stall for time. In case something goes wrong, right? It's good to practice, right? It's good to limit test.
Yeah.
But
I'm always up for stalling for time, TJ.
I know you are. That's why I'm doing it. But we are only halfway through the day today. So we're broadcasting for about 4 hours now. So I would assume that we have about 4 hours left. So we've reached the halfway point. We're done with round number 2. We are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump right into round number 3 and continue the action. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more Hearthstone to come right here. I'm going to get it right this time at Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. See you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Matches Toward Murder at Castle Nathria. We tricked you. Round 2's not over. Apparently, there's a match in round 2 that's just going crazy long. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you some more coverage of round 2 before we go. So there goes my outro, where it's the only time today I'll say Murder at Castle Nathria correctly in my outro. I wasted it on a break that really didn't exist because we still are in round 2. So we're not at the halfway point yet. I'll keep you updated, though, on the status of the halfway point once we arrive at it.
I think we're at the halfway point. I'm going to call it, because this match has been going for about 100 hours, and that won't happen again today.
Well, what do you know? You're not even real. You're just an image, a still image.
Uh-huh.
With
just a voice in your head, TJ.
The candles are animated. Who's to say that? What if everybody right now that was watching the stream couldn't even hear you? Only I could hear you. And it was just a still image of you, and people just listen to me talk the whole time.
They can't even, it's just you hearing like me in your head, and you're just replying to it. That's probably a better cast. That's why we do it this way. What if the candles were talking and I wasn't?
We have no way of knowing. What if I'm just a ventriloquist and I'm
the dummy? Yeah, that's...
yeah, you're the dummy, yeah.
That's remarkably just a bit too close to comfort, I think, TJ. Let's have a look at these decks.
Okay, there we go. Sosis Swan. Playing the Control Shaman. And looking for anything crazy out of the ordinary in this deck. It looks entirely standard. One inclusion that's not in everybody's deck is the Wildpaw Cavern. I really don't know why that was cut in the first place. I'd like to at least play one. I think it's just such an incredible card in Shaman. It's one of those cards where you think of the core of any Shaman deck. It feels like it has to have Wildpaw Caverns. So,
even more because they don't really have good 4-drops in the deck apart from Theo. So why not just play a Cavern just to fill out your curve?
This is awkward because Nkuro does not have Wildpaw Caverns. So we just talked about how important it is and how you'd be crazy to cut it. Well, it turns out Nkuro did cut it. In place of Murloc Holmes, which I think I've gotten Murloc Holmes correct. Granted, I've played maybe 20 games of Control Shaman, and I did play Murloc Holmes because I just copied a list and realized whatever. I didn't like it. I got it correct like maybe 20% of the time.
Okay.
It's a Murloc that you can get it discounted, and play it for cheaper, or use it to get Bunkelmans or Blurgle. Sometimes you can get a ridiculous amount of value from it if you guess all three correctly. But sometimes it is a guess. So, but let's get into it.
It often comes to a 50-50, but also with this particular deck, you often haven't got space in your hand even if you get it right. You're busy filling your hand up full of cards that you want anyway, rather than, even if you get it right off Murloc Holmes, sure, in a mirror, lovely, have some of that. But in other matchups, like, do you really want an Imp? Who cares? Go away, Imp. We don't want you. So I think that there's just not the space for the cards in hand a lot of the time in this deck.
Yeah.
Not that I've got an issue with Imps. They're fine.
Imps are cool.
What is it, do you think, that actually makes this deck function? Because I think Habu Gabu woke up one morning and went, I'm going to play the 40 best looking Shaman cards I can find and just plop them in a deck and see what happens. Everybody copied it, and 89% of people brought it to the Masters Tour.
Muck Pools and Snowfall Guardian. That's it.
But if that was true, you would play a 30-card deck.
You want the health.
Okay.
I mean, it all kind of works together in synchronization, right? In pretty much any control-oriented deck, Theotar is fantastic, right? And if you're playing 40 cards, then you very likely can fit in Bran, Kael'thas, and Sire Denathrius. So if you're just playing a bunch of cards, a bunch of removal that's also in the form of minions, I mean, if you like really think about it, Control Shaman and the Ram Druid are very similar in the fact that like the Control Shaman ramps up hand size, whereas the Druid ramps up mana, but they both have these really big, powerful turns that they can make early. Both use minions as removal in Schooling and Scale of Onyxia, and they can both finish games with Brand plus Sire Denathrius and Kael'thas. It's surprisingly similar. So you just have all these options as Shaman. You have an answer to almost every specific scenario. So
Yeah, it's such a toolbox or toolkit or however you want to use that phrase. Swiss Army knife. I don't know what the standard caster word for those things is, but yeah, that of a deck. But also, I think that every card is good. Like even the bad cards you put in to fill out your 40 cards are still very playable cards. So very irritating how it just works and how Habu just sees the lines on these things.
yep. All right, so we have the option to go for null plus value trade into muck pools. You're still leaving 5 power on board, knowing that there's another Piranha in hand that could bring this up to 7 power. And you could end up getting like another null or, I don't know, like an 8/8. It just doesn't seem fantastic at this point. So I like just kind of going for... Oh, this is good. Can still fit in the Amalgam to get rid of these couple minions because you still have the 2 mana after playing the Flurbo once the discount is run out.
Honestly, oh, this is good has been my reaction every time I play this deck.
Oh,
Not sure what I'm going to do, and then something turns up in your hand, and you're like, oh, this is good. Yeah, I'll do this thing. It's amazing how often it comes up with just the right answer.
yep. Just keep it simple. Go Command of Neptulon. But gonna take this opportunity to draw through the deck.
We're going to be looking at 10 cards in each hand for the rest of this next 90 minutes of entertainment.
There's 100 options right now. 100.
Is that counting or not counting the options that you can make for yourself with the Amalgam?
It's counting those options. Otherwise,
Sure.
there'd be 10 options.
Because you can amalgam an amalgam, and then you get a lot of options.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's hundreds of options then.
Yeah, I thought you missed out an option or two.
There is little time.
Oh, and then what? A cookie?
More clowns?
Oh, okay.
Gives them the chance to take the big stuff out of the deck if you want to draw the big stuff from the deck rather than all the small stuff he currently has if he wants to.
Yeah. Problem is, it's... I guess if you get rid of all these Murlocs, you still got value from the Ravager, the Gorlock Ravager, because those counts as draws anyway, because the cards you drew, you're replacing them. Does feel a little bit weird.
Good luck with Murloc Holmes, by the way, even if you wanted to play it, which you wouldn't here. Like, just good luck. He's got half their deck in their hand, half their deck in their deck, and they played 3 cards this game.
Yeah.
Interesting
There.
to see how he uses to play the Mutinous into that big hand. Probably going to wait a while, try and catch something.
There is little time.
Pools. So we did have, because we're jumping into action that has sort of already happening, or at least is ongoing. Sometimes if a player disconnects and needs to reconnect, the feed has to restart. So we're going to be jumping back in just a second. We were pre-warned, by the way. We were pre-warned.
Oh, I sold it so well that I didn't know what was going on. And then you just I don't know.
You want to see
Got
something
me out
cool?
of there.
You want to see something cool?
Ruined my acting.
I'm going to move this light over to my face.
Oh, wow.
But then it goes away from my green screen, so it kind of messes it up.
It looked like you were sort of walking down, I don't know, a corridor with a torch. With that.
Turned it off, it got darker. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
Or when you turn it off, it gets darker.
Makes it all spooky. Look at that. It's all pixelated.
Oh yeah.
I like this ambiance more than lights on. What do you think, inanimate Neil?
I'm just going to stare and have a look. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like you're enjoying it.
I'm always enjoying it, TJ.
You're either loving it or you're hating it. I can't tell. It's one of the two. All right, we're back in.
They're my only 2 game states. You know this.
Oh, okay. So we have a Sire Denathrius. That looks like that was a Muck Pools. So the Finley was played, and looks like Soci Swan played the Knoll before, and then upgraded to Sire Denathrius, and then Ankuro upgraded a Knoll into a Deathwing. This is cool.
Both Mutinuses are still there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Just taking stock, you know.
Yeah, just having a look.
Yeah.
Finley was played because Swan's hand has got significantly more heavy. About it. That's about all I got. And nobody knows when to play their Mutinous because is this hand ever going to have less than 9 cards in it? $12 is actually a bit of a problem to deal with here.
Yeah, I think you're just kind of leaving it there, you know?
Yeah.
You can get another Muck Pools rolling, maybe. It also gets a card out of hand for Famished Fool next turn, potentially. Oh,
Little time.
that's good. Okay.
Oh, that's also good next turn.
It could be. It's definitely, or very likely not going to be infused, but that's okay. Can still be good, even if it's not infused. Ooh. Yes.
I wonder.
If this Mutinous is ripped right now, it's got a lot of good targets.
Yep. The Mutinous on the other side. Renathal. Oh, it hit the worst one!
Wow.
Okay, it's okay. Can still value trade over the Sire Denathrius and then get a Muck Pools going and get an 8/8. Still more
I'm
health.
sure it is okay though. This is likely to go sometime, as we've already seen for the rest of this match.
Well,
if your Mutinous misses and there's hits, that's going to be a lot of swing by the end of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, Soci Swan has nice little clean up here. That doesn't make any sense. Nice little clean up here. Because saying it's a cleanup implies that it's clean. So if you say clean up, it's a little bit redundant. Whatever.
Is that like saying a clean sweep, which is implying that like if you win 3-1, it's a sort of fairly a bit dirty sweep, you know, just a bit messy.
Yeah.
Sweep, but someone did a good job. Use the broom upside down or something. Yeah.
There's little time. They're gonna be rich.
Rukan's a big deal, obviously. Just talking who can get best ongoing value. That's going to be quite a lot of ongoing value here for Swan.
Thinking about whether it's even worth toteming, but I suppose it is.
Yeah.
All right, we're starting to get to Snowfall Guardian territory.
I'm laughing, TJ, because those are the exact words I was thinking. We've entered the snowfall phase of the game.
So we've wrapped up phase 1 of this Shaman Mirror. No player has found a significant lead. So now we arrive at phase 2, which is Snowfall Guardian phase.
At the end of which, it is unlikely that either player will have got a significant lead, because why would they when they just throw each other stuff there?
Yeah. And then we will eventually arrive at who can steal their opponent's Sire Denathrius.
Oh!
That's phase 3.
Eaten by a bird.
Oh, okay. Reasonable.
There's little time.
That's a nature program I'd watch.
The mutant is hunting for its prey.
But above flies the parrot, the natural predator. I can't do it. I can't keep that up.
Macaw from the top rope!
It was a steel chair. Looking a bit awkward, actually, for Swan here. This Wildpaw Cavern and this Murloc Holmes are both just doing nothing because we're into the freezing territory of the game.
I want to upgrade.
I want to close my eyes for a turn, play Brucan, make some taunty boys, and just hope this all goes away, and have my Brucan made.
Insatiable Devour. Macaw in hand, so it's not like this is quote-unquote wasted. Could always Macaw. The only thing with Macaw and Insatiable Devour is it just randomly targets. It's still infused because the infused minion transforms. So you get the Devour a minion and its neighbor and get its stats, but the Macaw will randomly target a minion. So
we saw that in Fury Hunter's game earlier, right? Where you just had to just throw it out there.
Yep. Worked out pretty well. There wasn't too many bad targets, though. Yeah, you probably want to attack, just in case the wave comes out, right? You're not really trying to set up anything. Love the Slime Scale Diver here. There's Slime Scale Diver immune to any sort of transform effect or Insatiable Devour, and will be able to kill something large next turn, so... I wonder if that means it's time for Sosis Swan to set up to get Brucan rolling. There's not too much power on board. I think the taunts could end up blocking your opponent. I guess the schooling's there.
But also, you don't want the battle cry on your parrot. You want to keep the good battle cry there, the Devour battle cry.
True, but then what are you doing this turn? You're not really doing much. If you're not playing a battle cry.
Some of this rubbish out of my hand?
Yeah, but they're all battle cries, so...
Okay, emptying this cavern out of my hand.
Like, your turn would be Cavern, Primordial.
Yeah, okay. Everything's a battle cry.
Yeah.
Also, in a minute, these locations are going to vanish, right? And no one's going to have anywhere to hide anymore. Because currently, everything's just hiding behind these, whatever they are.
Yeah. They're muck pools. Okay, I guess it's going to preserve the battle cry.
Okay.
Oh!
Hey.
Oh. I mean, that could protect the Nathrius from the Slime Diver. Oh, no, there's a schooling in hand. Well, they've already been schooled.
Hiding places are going away. It's going to start getting devoured all over the place now. It's going to be great.
Yep.
What?
So the Devour battlecry is still intact in the Macaw for Sosi Swan.
Yes.
From Inkuro's perspective, neither player's picked up Sire Denathrius also, by the way. So that's something to keep our eyes on.
Yeah. These Devours are just getting bigger and bigger as they're just taking it in turns.
Yeah. I don't even know what Murlocs... Oh, Sosi Swan put all the Murlocs at the bottom of the deck. So there's still a Cookie, an Amalgam, that were thrown back with the Sir Finley. Hey-ya! Nailed it.
Yep, eating his own minions via his opponent's minion.
Yeah, and needed to do that just because of how powerful the Battlecry is for the Insatiable Devourer, and the fact that every other card in Sosi Swan's hand was a Battlecry.
Yeah.
Needed to take the 50-50 there to try and get it, or else the Macaw was going to have a different Battlecry for the rest of the game. Do you want a Murloc here?
I don't, honestly. I think it's a habit to go for the Murlocs, but I actually would rather have the Beast.
What about Finley, though?
Chunky. What are we looking for?
Oh, Tylos Burp. Oh my gosh, I don't even remember what the hand was. we kind of know what's on the bottom of the deck,
Yeah, I don't remember.
but I don't remember.
Reload or something.
Yeah. That's a
Tune
battle.
in next week's when a minion has stuck to the board.
Wait a second. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. That was my instinct, and I realised, no, just kill anything you want right now. It's not looking fantastic for Nkura, to be honest. It's not immediately a problem, but yeah. Like he's slowly being put on the back foot.
Yeah, it's just Swarmer, and Command of Neptulon. And I guess you can end with Murloc. Oh, just, whoa. Okay. It's different than what I expected. Ah, looking for Primordial Waves specifically.
That's a collection of
Oh, there we go.
years. Okay, first one on the board. Well, first one in the hand, so it won't be on the board for another 14 turns, but yeah.
Sire Denathrius in the hand is also Sire Denathrius in a bush.
Uh-huh.
He's worth one Sire Denathrius no matter where he is. And or bush.
Is that true, though?
Yep.
He's worth less in your deck.
You just move the bush aside and you're like, yep, that's one Sire Denathrius.
What about in a muck pool? He's worth less then because he gets smaller quite often.
Yeah.
But Sire Denathrius would not be seen in a muck pool, obviously.
No.
As the official Kel'Thuzad.
Okay. Going for damage and taunts.
I'm coming.
A minute ago, both sides had 18-18s and 16-16s. Now we've got a 5-5 versus a 1-2 and a bunch of rubbish things. What's happened to this game? Is this the phase 3 of Shaman Mirror, where just everyone has rubbish and saves up for the grand finale?
I think this is phase 4.
Phase 4, okay. What was phase 3?
Yeah.
Oh, the eating things
remember.
phase? The eating thing.
Yeah, the try and steal your opponent's Sire Denathrius phase.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Nope, we're still in phase 3. Sorry, we haven't reached phase 4 yet. There it is.
That was it. For now.
And give him, give him the garbage.
Yeah, but he's steal it back now.
Still doesn't have the Theatar.
He's got the Murloc Holmes. What more do you need? Just gain another one. He knows Nathria is in hand. Just hit it. 1 in 8, that thing.
What to do?
Oh my.
There is little time.
Meanwhile, the health totals from our game are 45 versus 23. No one's looking, no one cares, but, you know, keep an eye on them. At some point they will matter, maybe. Why do you need 30, 40 health? Take the damage.
Is it time to Murloc Holmes and just
I think so.
and just hope?
Just get 2 Denathriuses, yeah, you'll be
Just
fine.
pick Denathrius on every option. Hope that the
We know
game
he's got
gives you a
one.
Denathrius.
Yep. You know there's one in his deck, you know there's one in his hand, you're fine.
It's gonna be a wave.
What's going on?
That's the
Bad
That's
watch
the-
post.
yeah. That one hasn't been played since like
Bell.
day 1 of I forgot the expansion name.
Remember when spells were a thing?
I'm coming.
No, that's not the spell one.
Oh,
That's the you play a minion and it summons a 2/2.
Oh, it's even worse. Okay.
I know, it's what's even worse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It would be good now if it summoned a 2/2 for your opponent. And just put it in the way. So your board was, like, clogged up.
Yeah.
That's where we're at now, with this silly game.
Nature waits for no one but me.
Meanwhile, this Denathrius is, of course, just getting really, really stupidly large very quickly. And Cole's 16, by the way, and facing 6 from the hero power next turn. I guess we should keep an eye on that.
Press the button.
Nice turn. I'd have played that turn perfectly.
Okay, so this Sire Denathrius is not large at all.
Yet.
There's no macaw. Bran has been used. However, Enkuro does have another Sire Denathrius
Yeah.
deck. So I wonder if you could do it earlier rather than later.
Plus, it's going to get stolen back, potentially, if you leave it too late. Now doesn't seem a good time.
My past cannot chain me forever.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a Sire Denathrius play.
Okay.
Trade in 2 of these minions.
Yeah.
And then, what are we going to Primordial Wave after?
A toast.
If the poison survive? It's very unlikely that the poison will survive. Oh, your 2/2s are spawning!
Better watch out.
The 2/2s!
Oh my. What are you supposed to do here? Like, this health total is low enough that it's getting interesting on the other side. At 11 on the board, and as many freezes as he likes.
Just all face Snowfall Guardian? I don't know.
He spent the last 6 turns trying to remember what was in Nkuro's opening hand 3/4 of an hour ago. The Murloc Holmes. And what did he play on turn 3?
Neither player plays a starfish. There's always something.
Okay. Yep. That's a lethal setup.
Yep. That's an Exacties. Okay. Something?
Yeah.
My time has
Dude.
come.
Need some life.
I've got.
Once. Once and heal.
I'm actually wondering now if Nkuro's ever going to be able to do enough damage to win the game. He's down to 7 cards left. His real Denathrius is just going to do nothing. No.
Yeah.
A large gentleman in a moment or two.
Call again.
Call chill.
Yeah,
Turn after.
Yep.
Get waved. Try again.
Well, if you get waved, you probably just win because it's still going to be a lot of power on board.
Yeah, 23 soon arrives.
No. It's going to be a 5, a 3. Couple.
He's got the hero power as well now.
Ones. Yeah, he's got
the hero power as well, so that's plenty. If you get waved, you win.
Yeah. Unless there's a bunch of rushes.
Best wave ever. Pretty good.
4, 5, 6, 7, 11 damage, 17 lined up. Eee!
How did he only get 11 damage from that? What's happening here? Can he get any out of the Flurgle? Or rather, can he get enough out of the Flurgle? Can he make space for Flurgle to do its thing enough?
Wait, he does play Starfish. What was I looking at both lists twice?
I mean, there's a lot of cards, TJ.
Yeah, I guess I just glanced over it, and Kuro does not have it. I'm curious if you just trade off some of your smaller stuff and then go for Flurgle, but you're really not trading off much.
Nature waits for no one but me.
Caverns number 2. One thing that has been shown this game is that Caverns and Murloc Holmes being argued about which is the worst card. I understand. I understand the problem. They've both been pretty in this mirror.
Okay.
Devourer's going to do its work next turn, right? If it comes to that.
Yep.
You'd think.
And the totem's gaining health.
All that matters. Are we at the halfway point yet, TJ, of this game? Swan's now below his starting health for the first time in the game.
So you have to Flurgle and freeze the Glug. I guess you could just Starfish. I don't think there's any Snowfall Guardians left, but I'm not sure.
I also don't think so, because I think he had one in hand when he wanted to power it earlier and couldn't. I think he used one later. I might be wrong, but I think he's used both. Has either player played Bolner yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, because that could just end the game at some point.
I don't know. It's running out of time.
Surprise! It's
just start trading stuff.
You don't scare me.
And that'll do it.
Yeah. There you go. There's a Bolner. It doesn't do anything.
Allows you to make your Murlocs that you haven't got anymore cheaper, or your spells you can get in your deck you can't get anymore because they are. And Encouraged Nathria is obviously going to be the bottom card, right? For those who missed the last 5 episodes of this game, he did have a Nathrius, but it wasn't his, so his is still in the deck somewhere. Obviously, with it being a backup match, we don't have access to the tracker. But from memory here, I think Inkora's got left very little of the big stuff.
Dire Denathrius.
I mean, apart from Nathria, I guess, yeah. But on the other side, we haven't seen Theater from Swan yet, I don't think, either.
Yeah.
And that Murloc Holmes might come into play really handily on the last turn of this game. There's Theater.
Sosi Swan's going to think that Sire Denathri's in the hand. He's think, oh, there's no way. It's in the bottom 3. No way.
Play Holmes first and find out. Because you'll find out what their bottom 3 cards are.
That's not how it works.
You'll find out one of them. Yes, I know.
Yeah, I guess you will. You would find out one of them. It's just Insatiable Devourer here.
Why are you so boring, TJ? Making 24 22s?
I mean, there's not an answer to this, is the thing. Like, this is the 24-22 that there is no response currently.
Yeah, and he's held onto it for a while to set this up as well. He's realised that's been his weakness for some time.
Yeah. Okay. Oh!
No! And it's gone.
And
Just eat it. We don't care about your kindling elemental. Just eat the thing. Thank you. There you go. Now you've got a thing.
now there's not a single answer to this. Oh, there we go.
Is that it? Can he make it so there's enough taunts in the way that he just kills Inkura before this gets there? He only has one starfish and he's used it, right? Yes. I'm asking you. You thought there were no starfish.
I know. I think I just looked at Inkuro's deck list twice.
You did, yeah. Cause
I have it open on
maybe
2 tabs, so I went, oh, Inkuro, no starfish. Next tab, it's also Inkuro's deck, no starfish.
There is very little difference between the 2 decks as well, to be fair.
Yeah. All right, it's got to be what? Just Murloc Holmes and Glug?
Yeah, I think, or Glug and Hero Power, and then just hit them for 2?
Yeah, you're dealing 8, putting on 13, I suppose. I think I'd just rather have the Murloc Holmes.
I'm coming.
What was in there?
Sleepbreaker,
Okay, Sleepbreaker.
Dungeoneer.
What's in their deck? Sire Denathrius.
He's got it, but can he survive?
Oh!
Frostbite's sharper than fang.
Oh, he's going to be cheeky and sleep. I like it.
Did you hear a power? Did you hear a power?
Yes.
Did he play a card? Did he play a card? Yep. Got down the Flurg.
I'm almost out of cards.
That's the last card. It's garbage when it's the last card. It's just terrible.
13.
So many.
Can he just get enough taunts and freezes out there to get this over with? I think he might be able to, you know.
I'm coming.
How does Swan do this?
The time has come.
I feel like he's got enough resources that he can do this. I just can't get my head around quite how he's lining it up.
Very low on life.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of Murlocs in the hand.
Yeah, there really are.
There's a Snowfall Guardian. That seems to be good. I'm pretty sure the Snowfall Guardian just ends the game. And Tosi Swan knows exactly what cards are left. The last battle cry that was played was a Kindling Elemental, so Brilliant Macaw's not really going to do much. Just attack Snowfall Guardian, and that should be...
Make sure it's a 10-10 Guardian, not a 9-9. To play anything first.
Well, you could just play Snowfall Guardian and then play a bigger minion that's not frozen next to it.
Sure, okay, that would do just fine. If he plays Theatar now, he gets the Macaw as well, which he knows there's a 2 in 3 chance of being a plan.
Yep, and needs to make sure there's...
Brutality is no excuse for bad manners.
Wait, what?
Give me the...
Oh, give him the dredge with no cards! That's just BM.
Game 5 health. 5 health puts him out of range. Kind of.
That'll do it. It does not put him out of range.
I mean,
A toast
you
to
say
my
that.
everlasting.
Well, he gains 5 health, and then Macaw happens, and then
Job's done.
that's it.
Almost out of cards.
Wait, if he... Never mind. This is a solved situation right now.
Yeah.
Soci Swan knows exactly which 2 cards are in hand.
I think he's getting caught up in the whole, well, if Denathrius goes face once, I win. Which is the wrong brain to go down, right?
Oh no, the Snowfall Guardian was played... Oh, it's not a Macaw. A Snowfall Guardian. Because you didn't have the information of the Macaw.
Oh, yeah. Well, then...
Oh, he just needed to play 2 Murlocs because Fungalmancer Flugger was still on the board.
Well, that was an anticlimactic end. The world's easiest lethal, and it's like, how do you do this? How do you do it? Oh yeah, play 2 Murlocs, win the game.
Like...
Like, you put that up as difficult lethal puzzles on Twitter, and everybody will be like, yeah, okay, now give us the one that isn't for beginners. And all of us like...
I mean, I literally would never have seen that.
Hey. If I was playing, I might, because I'd be more aware of my random minions, but yeah.
Yeah, it was... Fungalmancer Flugger was frozen, so in my brain, it didn't even exist.
Yeah,
I was like, it's not there. I would have never seen that. But Soci's all just like, yes, he's like, whatever. 2 Murlocs,
That's all I need to do. Fatigue coming anyway. Yeah, Denathrius was like 9 pings or something, or some ridiculous number, and I'm thinking, well, only one has to go face. It's lethal, so let's do that. It's like, no, but I can't do that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought that the Macaw was the Snowfall Guardian. But it was the Theatar, because he played the Theatar second.
Yes.
Which is interesting, right? Because maybe if you play Theatar, then Snowfall Guardian afterwards, that's better because you get to preserve. Because he knows that there's a Macaw left,
there's a Macaw.
so he can get Macaw. And I think in that situation, you would just pick Macaw over Denathrius if the last 2 cards were Macaw Denathrius. Because you could see how high its infuse was, and he would have known that it was small. So... But, all right, this time I'm not going to stall because that was a long game and we need to get going. So now round 2 is done. We've officially reached the halfway point. It's not a trick, for real. For real this time, round 2 is done. So we're going to take a break before we jump into round 3. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to come from Master Store Murder at Castle Nathria right after this. everybody, welcome back to Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. We're jumping into round 3 here in the Swiss portion of the tournament. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Edelweiss, who has been upgraded from special guest to just Hearthstone caster, who's also happens to be a detective.
Hearthstone substitute caster? I don't know. We got all the stuff though, you know.
Oh, you've replaced Sottle
so.
at this point. Let's just.
I would hope not. I do enjoy the elements that Sottle adds to the cast. You know, all the football references, etc.
etc. Nope, that's it. Just football references. That's it. Sometimes a little bit of wrestling thrown in. No. But we have a great match coming up. We only showed it very briefly, but it's Tice versus Monsanto. These are two of my favorite Hearthstone players, as well as just favorite people in, not even in the Hearthstone scene, just favorite people in general. Both unique in their own ways. Tice, one of the friendliest people you ever meet. Monsanto, one of the funniest people you'll ever meet, though you wouldn't know that just by being around him for 5 minutes. He's got this dry but very eccentric humor. It's fantastic. I love Monsanto.
Well, if he's got the cam on, we may even see some of that show through without dialogue, right? He sometimes has the goofy hats, etc., like I'm sporting right now. Yeah, Tice, if you want to see every game Tice has played, you can check that out over on the YouTube. I think it's quite a marathon. Tice has been around for a very long time. Bought some really, really excellent footage of his career as a Hearthstone player over there.
Yeah, he was the first player to win back-to-back regional championships back in the day, multiple world championships, one of the top earners of all time in Hearthstone's history in terms of money, despite never having won the big event, right? So it's there's so much that could be said. And the fact that he still stays competitive up until this point, right, is a true testament to his abilities, considering he juggles so much on the side, organizes his own tournaments, streams nonstop, and still has that edge. So, and then on the other side, there's Monsanto, who's basically one of the Americas region's only hope at ever winning anything. Like, there's a short list of players, all of the, South American grandmasters plus Monsanto, right? That's it. That's everybody who's winning.
Hold on. We have Luna as well. I believe she is playing in this event. So, there's some other hope for North
yes.
America. I haven't checked the bracket recently, but
Luna has had a recent top 8 at a Masters Tour. It was late last year, early this year. She made top 8 at a Masters Tour. So, in fact, that's more recent than I think Monsanto's last good performance at a Masters Tour. I think Luna actually has better performances recently than Monsanto. For a long time, it was only Monsanto. But then Luna came up and stole the thunder by making it to the top 8. It was at least a top 16. But here we go. Monsanto on the Wig Priest to start things off. I hope that... So I just message Monsanto on Hearthstone sometimes, mostly just to troll him. But I told him, I think 3 times over the past week, that he better bring Wig Priest to the Masters Tour because I thought the deck was incredible. I hope he didn't bring it because of me, because it has not been performing well from what we've seen on stream, and I wouldn't want that to be the reason. But I think I'm also giving myself, sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. I think I'm also giving myself too much credit that anybody would ever listen to me about deck ideas. So there's no way he would have brought that because of me. He would have brought it because of his own surefire, extensive testing. There you go.
Well, it may not have been performing on stream, but if you check out the early stats from Wicked Good, the top lineup does include Naga Priest. It looks like the focus of that lineup is to kind of assume you're banning Shaman and then target Druid with Naga Priest and Imp Warlock and Face Hunter. So that is kind of the top performing lineup as it stands in just a couple of rounds.
That does make a lot of sense, considering Druid and Shaman were almost shoe-ins for inclusions in many deck lists. So this is my least favorite start in Naga Priest, is when you have a Slither Spear opening, so all the potential in the world, and then just all minions to go alongside of it. Like, you're just playing like average statted minions along the curve with no card draw outside of Treasure Guard. But, you know, single draw could blow this one wide open, whether it be a Serpent Wig or even a Cathedral at this point. Drop that and then a Treasure Guard, and then with Radiant and Boon of the Ascendant, you can wreck some Hunter.
Yeah, this is the really solid arena deck curve that you get sometimes. And, you know, it can still hold its own, right? I said it's a good arena deck. You're just playing the minions you can. You get to draw a little bit more cards with Treasure Guard. Boon of the Ascended can be sort of strong generally. But yeah, really going to be looking for something like a Cathedral or that, as the name implies, Wig, to really get things rolling. On the side of the Hunter, though, from Tice, Stag Chars or really just any Wild Seed card has the top win rate for Hunter. I think it goes Wild Spirit, Stag Charge, Aralon, or something like that. Oh, sorry, there's the Poacher as well, the 2 mana. Those are just all the top win rate cards.
Mm-hmm. No surprise. Well, actually, maybe a little bit of a surprise, because they're, funnily enough, they're like the top win rate card in every deck. Like, they're pretty far up there, even in Quest Hunter, which you wouldn't even think, because Stag Charge is the only one that actually deals damage. But like Wild Spirits and Quest Hunter is still high win rate, despite it not advancing your quest, just because it's that powerful of a card.
Yeah, just the stats are really, and I mean in terms of the raw stats of the minions, but they're just very powerful. 3/1 Rush, great removal. 2/5 is an excellent health line for an early taunt. And even if you have to wait 3 turns, the Stag here, I mean, that bow hitting for 8 damage over 2 turns is pretty considerable. And it lets you sort of not have to run as many weapons in your deck, if any, because you're pretty likely to get one of these over time anyways.
Ooh.
Well, I don't like it. Oof. We might just have to throw out one of these boons for tempo.
Yeah, you double trade over the Trog, then Scribe boon to make a couple of 3/4s?
I'm thinking maybe Radiant boon even,
Okay.
right? Because if you top deck a Wig, you're going to want a Naga to play to go with it. If you play Radiant boon, you know, you get a 2/5 Radiant and a 2/5 Taunt. Leave yourself with upside for next turn. Yeah.
Yep. That makes sense.
And Stag's not waking up anytime soon. We're going into Terror Coil for the Hunter. Unless we want a Poacher Hero Power, it's not looking too great. Aim shot, not enough. I think the only thing that would have cleared is a piercing shot, and I don't recall if Tice is running it.
No. No piercing shot.
So it may just be Terror Coil and hope to double aim shot next turn.
Yeah.
I got 2 shots just
The downside is like any delay in playing the Wild Spirits, because you know they have to have some downside. It means you're waiting that much longer for them to come online, except specifically the Wolf. But it could be Spirit Poacher aim shot on the following turn. You're just hoping there's no additional buffs, but that Pelagos draw is powerful. I think this has been one of the strengths of Wig Priest since this expansion, is you're no longer dependent on Wig. You can kind of be just a bit of a Bless deck, because Pelagos allows you to just turn anything into a Bless. Got, what, Thrive in the Shadows here, could pick up Shadow Word Devour, which would be free. So you go Pelagos, Shadow Word Devour on either the Taunt or the Radiant Elemental, and that's going to be a fairly massive minion.
It's not guaranteed. Yep.
Wig's fine.
Well, use the Scribe to make the Devour Blade a possibility, right? You get the discount on the Scribe and then have the free Shadow or Devour.
I mean, I think you just sack the Wig. Yeah.
Yeah. No card draw, no Murlocs in hand. It looks like... Okay, no, that wasn't a rope out. That's fine.
I would have maybe liked to see the Radiant trade onto the 2/1 just to protect the Pelagos even further. Because you really want to keep this larger minion for the other boon. The discounts from the Radiant, as far as you know, in sort of top deck mode here, aren't doing a ton anymore. So I would have liked to maybe see that 2/1 get removed. But I don't think it's going to matter in this case.
Yeah. Look at how this one's going to pan out. Tice can take out the Radiant and trade over the 2/5. But there's still going to be a boon for Monsanto onto the Pelagos. So... And it's going to just be a trade over on the Terracoral. The boon will protect Monsanto from the weapon. There's not really going to be anything to trade into. Monsanto's still at 29. Yep.
Kind of just start hitting face, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's 2 turn if you send both things face. Assume the taunt will protect your minions.
Yep. Because as it stands, it'd be a... does it set up a 2 turn?
Well, so you boon the Pelagos, it becomes a 10/10. The taunt is an 8/10.
An 8/10, yeah.
So you hit face 13, then 13.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's if the 8/10 gets removed. Okay.
Could also just protect the 8/10, right, by trading into the 4/2.
Sure.
And figure you'll set up 2 turn that way.
Yep. I don't think there's really anything else that could answer it at this point. We're only on 6 mana. There's not that much stuff that can answer it, even if Tice somehow had the perfect combo of cards.
Yeah, we're nowhere near the realm of, twin bow collateral damage. So Hunter, just once this kind of setup of stats is there, nothing really to be done. A quest hunter has access at least to like marked shot into urchin spines or something, but face, without having been able to snowball the early game, really nothing to be done.
Yep.
Quick first game to Monsanto.
Yeah. Like the game plan there, it was not the I don't even know if Naga Priest has a traditional style anymore. The style that feels the best is just Slither Spear, Wig, and then you just build a massive, insurmountable board very quickly on in the game. But this is kind of the new way of Naga Priest, where you're just trying to make as much stats on the board and fish for ways to make those stats even bigger. You just kind of have to go with what your hand gives you, because you're not always going to just have the Slither Spear weak start, despite that being one of the most powerful. So nice little win there. Monsanto does have the Rogue and Shaman left remaining, and this Monsanto, he mentioned me last night. He said I'm bringing Rogue, and I was like, mine Rogue, right? I wish. I don't. Are there really? Are there any?
Oh, you should see this deck though. I mean, this Rogue, I think we're calling it Lambia Rogue, is just the secret sauce. Assuming we're talking about the same thing. There was an early development, not from that group, but by Bach for Life, where it had the Jarn Vessel in it still. So you have the stealth from the boat, you've got the stealth from the location, the rest of the deck was pretty low to the ground, top off at Krakatoa. And then Lambie has gone and taken it a step further in sort of the miracle adjacent, but no gadget, right? And so it's just super low to the ground, fillet fighters, nulls are back in the deck, and you're not committed to those huge miracle turns, but you definitely have the potential, and it just gets damage in. You've got Wicked Stabs and Tooth, and then also the Bone Spine, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that deck played later. But for now, we've got the Ping Mage here from Tice. Sorry, go ahead.
The very first game of the Masters Tour, Fury Hunter won in like 7 minutes, which is pretty short for a Fury Hunter game, with a 10-3 weapon from Draka against a mage. So that's with this deck, not with the Miracle one. It reaches that because, like you said, loaded ground, everything in the deck is cheap, or you can make cheaper. Like turn 4 Krakatoas are a plenty, right? With the, you know, like prep serrated Bone Spike into Krakatoa. Like it has like the best of both worlds. You have the insane tempo of the old tempo Thief Rogue, and then the insane potential for miracle turns like Miracle Rogue has, where you're making the giant stealth minions and the big weapon from Draka. So we're not gonna see it. We're gonna see an XL. Wait, this. All the other ones were Control Shaman. This one is XL mid-range Shaman.
You know what? It's the same deck. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. Something fishy's going on here.
I think there's arguments to be made one way or another, right? It doesn't have some of those board clear spells that we're used to from a control deck, and it's very heavy amount of minions, which is what you expect at a mid-range, but you just saw how long that mirror took. I mean, it's whatever you want to call it, you know, this shaman, maybe we should just call it Nathria's shaman or something, because that is sort of the goal here. This has sort of been the deck of the tournament, and are you banning it or not?
Yep. And we've seen already some very intense, long back and forth Control Shaman games already on stream thus far today, and with a mirror at the end of the last round. We've been here for 20 minutes or more. We saw it. It was 40-minute long individual game, not a series game.
Yeah.
But let's get into it.
The opposite of that rogue, where I totally forgot we even had that because it went by so quick.
Yep. All right. So we got 2 Renathal decks. A lot of cards, a lot of health between the 2 players. Theatar in the opening hand for Tice, but not necessarily a deck that you just jam it on curve, but could be. Theatar almost always has a place in terms of disruption. Dawn Grasp is in the opening hand for Tice, which is always a nice to have.
Ooh, are we going for the aggressive Bolner?
Oh, yeah.
You know, with Clownfish coin, it's always tempting. I don't really think there's a punish here.
Nope. Monsanto's eyes got big.
Yep, as you say though, Magister Dawngrasp, assuming we don't just get overrun by Murlocs, that card is one that can put the pressure on the Shaman very quickly because of the scaling hero power. So, you know, it's kind of nice when we get to see both players with very optimal hands in this way and just able to pop off.
Oh, jeez.
It's going to be Flurgle, right? Or
oh, jeez.
Well, you have to play another battle cry, right? To keep repeating the Clownfish.
Yes.
So this is quite a turn. Got one in the bank, so you could play Flurgle now.
And then another... Actually, it doesn't matter at that point. Yeah, just play the Amalgam, which is going to reset the Clownfish.
Yep. And then you can play the final Amalgam. Extra Mutinous is interesting. There's no board space to keep this rolling.
Nope.
You can imagine how insane it would be. Can we take a third?
No way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, face. Just.
Well, that was a
minions?
turn.
Oh yeah, that's turn 3, by the way. Turn 3. Yeah, there's a full board of Murlocs. Board nearly cleared. 3 face damage pushed. I mean, we're still at a
cheating like 20 mana.
I know. We're still at a rank 1 flurry, so it's like it's not even good.
Yeah, what do you even do? I guess you just like cold case for a little bit of armor, but everything feels terrible into this.
Do you even want? I guess, yeah. You only have 1 minion in hand, so you're not really worried about. I guess. You're not really worried about Mutinous, I guess.
I guess you just take it, hope to pick up Reckless Apprentice off the top, so you can go like Reckless Flurry and set up a Deathborn. I don't even know. I wonder if Monsanto just goes for a Mutinous. Yep. That's one. There's only 1 minion in hand.
Yep. At least that gives Monsanto some information. But, you know, we're still in a... Deathborn's still a turn away.
Yeah, and this is one of the strengths of the Shaman. You know, it doesn't happen too often, but every once in a while you have the opportunity to just tempo Bolner, and it can't be dealt with. We see it still there now, board full of Murlocs. There's an infused Frozen Touch, but Varden doesn't do anything if they just have the early lead like this.
Yep. Oh, okay. It's the Mutinous.
But here's another one.
There's no more Varden, no more Kel'Thuzad. This is brutal. Yeah.
What are we looking for? Like, second Flurry to go Deathborn Flurry?
It wouldn't even be
Even
enough.
that's not really good enough, yeah.
It would only hit.
What a game. I was ready to
minions.
settle in, TJ. I figured
know.
we were in for the long haul on this one. And yet again, Monsanto just sort of blows it out of the water.
Yeah.
Tempo good, as they say.
Tempo good. And Tice, just kind of a shake of the head. I mean, Tice has been competing for so long that round to have series like this where it feels like nothing goes your way. But I will say that nothing makes me smile more than seeing just the sly grin from Monsanto. Because he never has like this super
Little bit
big
of a grin.
smile, but just a tiny little, just the corner of his mouth raises up. And you know that Monsanto's like patting us on the back. Oh yeah, so good, so good. Nothing makes me happier than that little wry smile.
The hat as well, you know, it just gives him power, that hat.
He's still going for it. Like at this point, I feel like he just would prefer not to wear the hat, but it's just his thing now. So he just has to wear it. Like there's just no choice for him not to. You see little smile, shake of the head, like I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Not play the cards that the game gives me?
And then, of course, Tice finding the self-lethal with the Frozen Touch on his own face. You know, really got to appreciate when they take it out in style like that.
Yep. All right. Last deck remaining for Monsanto is the Rogue that it seems we're both very excited about. I have been playing against the deck a lot on ladder. I've actually been playing against it with Mind Rogue. And Mind Rogue seems to be actually pretty good against it because they only have 30 health. They don't really have a way to defend against your aggression. And you can go slightly faster than them, right? It usually takes some time to build up. Like they have no targets for Bone Spike, assuming you're playing properly. You can either go off with the Burning Blade Acolytes before Scabs is a potential, or just aggro them down with Mines. It seems to work out well. Just a little tidbit of information in case this deck becomes a menace on ladder. Just play the other Rogue. So I wasn't like super sold on it as a tech for the tournament, but then I realized that it was actually really strong against everything else. So I started playing it, and I've been loving it. So I'm excited to see what it can do against Ramp Druid in this case.
Yeah, Tice looking to get the bad matchup out of the way, I guess, or at least the really bad matchup. I imagine this one can be pretty challenging, or maybe it's a good matchup, and I'm full of it. But I would think you're gonna struggle with very large stealth minions or Draka weapons if those do come down quite quickly. But On the other side, perhaps there is some merit in denying your opponent bone targets. Hang on, bone spike? That's the card,
Bone
right?
spike? Yeah, serrated bone spike, I think. And I think the only reason why I know this because it's actually it's the Covenant ability in World of Warcraft for rogues if they choose I don't remember which Covenant it is. Necrolord? I think it's the if you don't play World of Warcraft.
That sounds right. That sounds correct.
Necrolord Covenant ability for rogues in Shadowlands.
Well, it's Necrolord Draka, isn't it? That's and all the Covenant spells match up with their legendaries, so it's Necrolord Draka. Yeah, it is, and Serrated Bone Spike, the Covenant spell. See, we got it right here.
Okay. And yes, it is the Necrolord Covenant ability for rogues in Shadowlands. So thematic.
Very thematic. You love to see it. Sinstone Graveyard. My only thing I don't like about this card is that it isn't called Sinstone Cemetery. You know, the objective Snowfall Graveyard just means we've got 2 graveyards. Be easier to differentiate with Snowfall Graveyard, Sinstone Cemetery. Just kind of flows, but it is what it is. Can't win them all.
Can't win them all. That's right. But for those who have not seen this deck, Edelweiss gave a quick explanation earlier, but when you look at it, you're like, wait, what? But then once you see it in action, you understand. Like, everything is dirt cheap, or at least that's how it feels when you're playing it. And you're just going for those big swing turns. But you have things for tempo along the way, like the Knolls, like the Krakatoa. You have the get out of jail free card with Shadowcrafter Scabs if you need to reset. And it's just about waiting for the perfect moment to go in. It's understanding the matchups into how big do I need my Draka to be? When is my opponent going to have a powerful turn? I need to pop off with Graveyard and Draka before that happens to get ahead of it. It's all about the timing in each individual matchup. So, and reading your hand. Also, I feel like when to pop out of the Maestro Disguise is also a big deal too. Like knowing how cheap your Knolls are and when you can afford to pop out to make sure that they're going to be the highest of value.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, sometimes you are forced to get out of the disguise early just so you can fight for board if you're against something like a Face Hunter. But if you're able to just wait and get those Knolls to 0 or not reveal yourself until it's from the Shroud, usually Shroud, since it draws the 2 cards while you're still disguised, and they're basically both rogue cards. I don't actually know if there are any neutrals in this list. So that's going to give you 2 more discounts, and by that point, by the time you can play a Shroud, your Knolls are generally free.
Yeah, there is not a single neutral card in the list. It's
That's
rogue cards all the way
discount
down.
Too.
Yeah.
Tice going for the aggressive line rather than presenting no bone spike targets, just playing a bunch of minions quickly. I can respect that. Trying to force the rogue to reveal themselves.
Yep.
Ansano's not going to take it, though.
So a prep draw off the top next turn would be nutty, because you could go prep Shroud, Fillet Fighter, Shadow Step, Fillet Fighter, Serrated Bone Spike, and Stone Graveyard.
Okay, well, now you say it like that, it does have me interested. I was going to say that Shroud, sometimes you don't want to prep it because then the prep reveals you, so the Shroud won't discount your Knolls further. But it's probably worth it if you can get a Sinstone Graveyard turn like that.
That would be a 7/7 or an 8/8. One of those.
More 2/2s for Tice.
Oh!
You're a prophet, TJ.
Okay, it's not going to go
What?
for it this turn. It's going to go for it next turn.
Oh my God.
This means the Knoll is free. So now you can use Knoll Shadow Step. Oh, what? Can it go for it this turn? I guess you can go Knoll.
I mean, I think it's fine. It's just like, what's the phrase? Embarrassment of riches, right?
Yeah.
There's so many options. You could leave it stealthed, so you can shadow step it next turn. You could make the attack, whatever. Oh, what? Why? We can't prep. We can't prep cemetery. What? Oh,
You can prep Bone Spike,
Spike,
then Cemetery.
Okay. Oh, wow. I see. This is something that I feel like I'm just not used to without having played the deck enough. I mean, this is pretty massive all on its own. I think it's debating on whether it's worth shadow stepping.
Well, you could coin
Maybe
Fillet
coining.
Fighter and then shadow step it, Fillet Fighter face again.
Gotta go fast.
I know.
I'm nervous. That button hasn't been pressed.
Never bring a sword
It's just gonna
we're not
stop
shadow
there.
stepping.
No shadow step. Okay. This allows for
That's fair.
Edwin, then shadow step the Edwin next turn.
Right. Which lines up perfectly with the next cemetery turn, right?
Yes. Yeah. I like this. I like this.
Starfish is interesting, but it doesn't actually silence the stats away from these ghosts. Something that's nice about a few of these effects they've made, Sinstone Cemetery and Boon of the Ascended, as we saw earlier, is since they are definitional stats, they cannot be removed by Starfish. All face. I should hope, anyway.
Okay, it's going to play the Null. I was curious if Null next
All
turn
face
might
and
be
face,
just
that's
a free extra 1/1. But if this gets you 3 extra damage, then an extra 1/1 on your Ghost next turn is not that big of a deal. So.
Oh, unfortunately for Monsanto, the Flipper Flens plus Living Roots will still clean up the 7/7. I think he was hoping to maximize the odds of the 7/7 getting to hit again. But no scale after this. There's really just not a whole lot going on until Insatiable Devourer raid boss. So it's going to depend on Tice's top decks here and just how good this Headwind turn is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you trade off the 1/1 to get rid of Serrated Bone Spike as an out. Or, I mean, if you even want to call it an out.
Huh. Do you even play the Headwind here?
I think so, just to have the potential to make it big, because Draka's like the third most expensive card in the deck. But maybe you're right.
Oh. Well, very good to have traded off that 1/1.
Yep.
This is honestly rather tricky. I suppose you could, gone fishing, try and find the other Fillet Fighter, but not gonna hit it. Second Cemetery, or Graveyard rather?
Yeah. Knowing that it's on
turn.
knowing that it's on the bottom of the deck is a little rough. Like prep, if you want like the biggest ghost possible next turn and like the biggest Edwin possible next turn. But just having the second graveyard, I think, is good enough. Like, is better than if your Edwin got a little bit bigger because you're getting, double the stats. Oof.
Or even holding. I would have thought we just go for a couple of 3/3 stealths, but I guess figuring that there's just going to be, much more juice with next turn the Bone Spike and the Edwin.
Okay. So just hoping for no Krakatoa or Scabs for this Edwin.
Ooh, there's a target for Bone Spike.
Oh, yeah.
I think that honestly might be one of the major reasons that it's in the deck. Could be wrong, but what does Shroud even draw at this point? Krakatoa
and
Maestra?
Yeah. So it
Not
looks
quite
like this
what
is
you were hoping for.
Yeah, it looks like this might be a no ghost turn again.
Oh, that's so brutal, though. Because then you're coming up on the Devourer turns.
Never bring a sword to a fish.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do something, right?
Yeah, yeah. Just make the ghost this turn, and then next turn you have like what, Krakatoa?
I like this. So you use one of them, and then you've got the other location to make Devourer awkward. I think that has been a very unusual use. Oh, nope, never mind. All right. Still a little bit awkward, right, in terms of you can't hit both of the stealths.
Yeah. Oh.
Alignment.
Alignment?
Generated alignment.
It's playable.
It is indeed playable. You're taking 17, but setting your opponent down, there's only a couple of really expensive cards. Gotta imagine Tice is thinking very hard about alignment versus aquatic form here.
Yeah, aquatic form. Would be looking for like scale, guff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here we go. Monsanto's
Right.
like, wait, what?
Yeah, not thrilled to see that one if you're Monsanto, but you do get to play Krakatoa here, I suppose, is just the most stats on board.
Yeah, you'd have to bone spike your fillet fighter to have room for both claws.
Is it even that much better to have room for both claws, or would you rather save the bone spike for the following turn where your other cemetery is on?
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. Even with the one bone spike, though, it's not like that big of a deal. It's still like the similar amount of power, and you can't attack with the weapon twice in the same turn, so you're only sacrificing one power. But this is
I'm the brood mother.
not quite a
Yes.
full clear.
Never forget.
Not quite, but you know, this was better than the Devourer.
Yeah. And this
Not
is
sure. It still needs quite a bit.
yeah, it's still lethal out of Monsanto.
Yeah, you can kill the. I mean, I don't know if it even matters with this, but bone spiking the claw gives you, you know, an extra 2 damage if you had to.
Yep. All right. Well, Monsanto, I mean, it wasn't like the most insane game of that deck. Like, it didn't show off its absolute full potential, but you could see like where the power of the deck lies and its ability to just get a lot of stats on the board early on, still have a good amount of tempo, and was able to just get across the board. Tice's draw, to be fair, was a little bit awkward. It just forced him to sort of be aggressive, right? With Living Roots plus, what's the name? The Natural Causes.
Exactly.
It just, not much ramp except for the Seedman. It just was, it said, okay, just play minions. That's what you got to do. And sometimes that can work, right? If your opponent doesn't have any of the removal, but just has the minions, is trying to wait, they can't just let those minions attack you for forever. And just hoping that he picked up what he needed off the top. He did the best with what he could, but ultimately just not a good enough draw to beat that rogue.
Yeah, and I think this rogue has kind of proven that you don't need to go all in with coins and everything to make these combo-y cards work, like Graveyard and Draka, because you don't need to make a 20/20 or you know, huge attack weapon. Sometimes you do, like that one earlier with Fury Hunter, a 10 attack weapon, but you know, a 5 attack weapon is fine. A couple of stealth 4/4s are fine. Just the fact that you can guarantee some damage from those stealth minions is huge, and then lots of burn to close out.
Yeah, it's a lot of options with the deck, which I think is very cool. But that was a very quick series. Monsanto moves up to 3-0 in the Swiss. Tice, unfortunately, 2-1. Not, a terrible start, right? It's taking loss in round 1's a little bit more difficult because your tiebreakers are just lower overall, but you can still win out. 2-1, Tice still in contention for making top 16. It's not out of anything yet. So be keeping my eyes on both players, as I'm heavily invested in both players, as I mentioned. But we, even though it was a quick match, that means we just have more coverage to show you from round 3. But we are going to have to go to a quick break before we get into some more round 3 action. So don't go anywhere. More Masters Tour action right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. I am joined by Derek, of course. A very smart-looking Derek compared to me for now, as we take a look at some more matches from round number 3. But Derek, how's it been going for you so far? How's the Masters Tours played out for you?
I'm having a great time. I've came into this tournament enjoying a lot of the decks that I expected to see, and there's been a couple of surprise performers that I haven't necessarily been expecting to do all too well. This kind of Lambie rogue, as I think he's wanting us to call it on stream. Whether or not we will catch on is another question. There's basically kind of a tempo maestra, a hybrid tempo maestra slash miracle version of the deck, which is very, very cool to see. But I don't think that's going to be represented here because both of our players here have very standard lineups, right? Very similar lineups as well, with the Mage, Shaman, and Druid on both sides, and then the straight up the Quest Hunter, right, for Ornamendo, I believe he has, and then just straight up good old-fashioned Zoo Imp Warlock on the other side for Xochi, which is an interesting dynamic even in and of itself.
Yeah, there's one thing that's very interesting about this style of meta in this tournament, at least, is we have a lot of lineups running very similar decks, right? Like, you know, we've seen a lot of Shaman, a lot of Druid, a lot of Mage, but there are little differences around those decks and in those decks, right? Where you do start to wonder where, even though the archetypes seem roughly in line, that which actual build of them is correct, in air quotes, I guess. You know, like which one's actually going to perform, which one's going to be the best after, you know, a lot of testing, which is what I'd call 3 days of, like, you know, upwards of 400 players playing a million games. So very, very excited to see what the best archetypes end up looking like, exactly like card for card. But it looks like, Derek, we are going to kick off with good old Shaman for Zoki here.
Yeah, a deck that I really did not understand why it was being made a 40 card list, because to me the essence of the deck was that, you know, you spend your mana, you curve out as efficiently as possible, and you just have the best mid game of any class in Hearthstone right now. Like the power level of Clownfish with the rest of the Murloc synergy, Command of Neptulon, such a broken card, Snowfall Guardian as well, just deletes any other board-based strategy that your players are going for. And so why are you going 40 cards? You're going to be ahead on board anyway. The extra 10 health doesn't make too much difference most of the time. But now I've seen it a little bit more, I've very much come round to the idea, because the extra cards you're putting in don't disrupt that curve strategy all too heavily. You're still putting in cards like the Primal Dungeoneer, which is a decent curve option, actually allows you to draw more of your good cards and curve out even better. And there's no real one individual card you have to hit, which is generally an indication of a deck that shouldn't play 40 cards, I think. Like Paladin for Cariel, Big Spell Mage for Belinda, although that's a little bit of a closer one. But Shaman, it's all just kind of generically good stuff, so I really am warming to the 40 card version.
Yeah, and here we see Ormendo going for that Quest Hunter, the Renathal version, of course, as well. And this is a deck that I feel just keeps getting stronger. Honestly, we've seen a lot of Quest Hunter in the past, but again, weirdly enough, you'd raise questions. Wait a minute, why would Hunter want more cards? For the longest time, I think Hunters struggled with card draw and would prefer to play like a 10-card deck or something, right? Where they can just get that consistency. But with the actual amount of card draw available now, it's actually super strong, honestly, even with just Furious Howl in there, and then it's going for Conch Call and not really the full secret package that we've seen from other builds here. But there is just enough card draw, and it allows the extra health on Hunter, it allows them to play a little bit more control-y in certain matchups because they have that extra health to work with, yet the damage is still what feels like infinite, right? It's not like, oh, can Hunter do 40 in the Quest variant? Why, yes it can, quite easily. So yeah, very excited to see these two decks go up against each other, because it's also a deck where parts of the Shaman list might actually suffer from just a lack of consistent minions to interact with.
That's true. Yeah.
Only parts, though, Derek. I'm not.
Yeah. No, you're not
flaw,
wrong.
But
you're not wrong, because it is a weird matchup, right, with any deck against Quest Shaman, where they don't play many minions in themselves, and generally the strategy you want to do against that is just vomit minions onto the board. Like, destroy them in the early game before they get their power spike once Tavish comes online. Against these kind of combo or quest decks, that's generally the strategy. But it's not necessarily the case here against Quest Hunter. Like, maybe it's more of just a feels thing. Like, it feels bad to play minions into all their removal damage spells that still also completes their quest, but it's just still correct to do so, because as Quest Shaman, the only other avenue you have, I think, other than just playing for board, trying to smork them down in the mid game, it's like exactly Brucan, I think, can maybe give you an alternate game plan where you just heal so much that they run out of stuff to do. But for the most part, I fully favor what Zochi has going on here, of just a nice quick early to mid game.
It definitely looks good here. Armando's got the bear spirit, so not too bad. Good amount of health to soak up, for example, these fish he knows are in the deck, in the hand, sorry. But again, muck pools, and this is what's interesting, right? And I feel like the Renathal discussion we've been having so far has become a very circular thing, because we're like, oh, does this deck need to be Renathal? Because, you know, it does beef up your quantity of cards. But if so many other people are doing it anyway, you end up on an even footing, right? And then you still gain those benefits. So it gets a little bit funky, but we do see Muck Pools get dropped down for Zoki here. Just going to wait for a prime target for that first evolve. And although they give us a very quick indication of how he feels about the matchup, because he could just arcane shot the face, the best play in the game. But like I said, with this Renathal version, you can take it slower and be very comfortable doing so.
Yeah, I mean, Arcane Shot Face is something I'm very interested in on this turn. Whether or not you quick shot is a little bit more up for discussion. I think probably with the way this is looking to pan out, it's like Arcane Shot hero power, and then quick shot hero power just to weave them in because your mana cost doesn't totally work out. But Ormendo disagrees. It's all in on the quest completion. And, you know, if you want to play like the top of your deck is going to deliver, there are a lot of 4-cost spells that complete quest with perfect mana efficiency, like Spring the Trap and Piercing Shot. There's a few 1-mana costs as well that would do it with Shell Shot. So I'm definitely not averse to this play.
I think the benefit here is the Arcane Shot at least fit last turn, and this turn, at least from Ormendo's point, I think feels so likely a minion's going to come down.
Yeah.
And there's 2 shell shots, right? Like, you want to play those and get some use out of them quickly, especially now with the Barrack. Like, why not just let a shell shot rip this turn?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
You're just
play
taking it for the... Taking it to spend your mana to complete the quest. It's very simple for Ormendo for these next few turns. The complicated part falls to Zocchi, who does, you know, admittedly have a decent turn here of just piranhas to juice up the Fool. Very weird sentence. And clear off a lot of the board. But it's just the null that he really needs right now. That is the power spike that could just propel him miles into the lead. But, I mean, there's no way to find it, so you just got to make do with what you've got right here.
Definitely interesting as well, though, because in this matchup, the null evolve isn't necessarily as impactful because Hunter is one of the decks that just runs enough like actual removal tools or tools that can be removal to hack down a lot of the health on some of those like 10 drop sort of things. So we'll see what happens here from Zocchi. I always want the Arcane Devourer, if I'm honest. Maybe not in this instance. More as an evolve outcome than a discover.
Jamie didn't have a little more mana to play the Ashen, whatever that was called. Yeah, to make him draw, take a bunch of damage with Barrack on this turn. But yeah, I fully agree. It just does nothing in subsequent turns. So let's take something that maybe does something. You never know.
Also with that turn, Zocchi, I mean, understandably so, decided that he didn't want to go off with Famished Fool because I believe that isn't infused yet. Obviously, you can do it nearly any time with these piranhas and really start to stack up the infuse, but he would be using cards to then just draw cards and have a potentially slower turn, especially off the evolve turn from the muck pools. So I do like holding it and maybe setting it up for a turn where the evolve's available, or we could take it even slower and try and evolve something a little bit bigger.
Oh, another Fool picked up as well. It means there's all the card draw in the world available to Zocchi. And some pretty nice other combos as well. He can go for 5 piranhas here, right, and leave, or I guess 4 is all he has the mana for. But importantly, leave one in hand with Kael'thas available on turn 6, which means that Arcane Devourer, I mean, piranha, coin, Kael'thas, and then just get the Arcane Devourer down is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and it's a lot of health as well. And even if the Ormendo gets to chip these minions, there's Primordial, right? So Zocchi can take the route of just saying, well, okay, if you've brought the health down but not killed them, I just play this. Boom, they're fresh and they're bigger minions, hopefully, for Zocchi.
So the real concern here for Ormendo is obviously Mutinous and Theater right now. That's what he needs to be very, very careful to play around. I think it's really just not a problem for him, though, in this instance. We saw for Fury at the start of the day, there were some very, very weird plays going on to munch the
Was that watching that? And normally I'm like, oh, one player's done something wrong here. And in that one, I was like, are both players wrong?
Yeah, I just
was like,
no idea.
I'm so confused. It was a very, very odd little series of events there. But one thing I will say, actually, is Ormendo's doing a good job at, even though it feels like he's not really accelerated the game, the opponent's on 24, and he's sitting pretty at 40. So I do think Zoki does need to do something impactful, but we're about to see that now with the play you suggested with the little piranha and the work done.
Probably upgrading to a 9 as well, I want to say. And getting Light Ray. That is terrible, man.
That was really interesting, actually. I was looking at the value of the UH because the Arcane is a decent minion, right?
Yeah.
It's decent size. I did wonder whether it was actually ever better to just go to 7. The Kael'thas instead, because is he really going to get much use out of the Kael'thas for now?
I think it's mainly just that 7 is really quite poor. There's a lot of duds on 7
Yes,
right
I
now.
guess, yeah.
Especially with the new like 7 mana 2/2 or whatever added in as well. Like it's just gotten worse and worse as the years gone on.
It's great. You're always so happy when you just comfortably play Tavish, like whenever you want. It's exactly what you're looking for. And Armendo even gets to kill off this minion, so he knows that's one less threat from evolved shenanigans.
There is going to be some pretty good use out of the Kael'thas, though, to be fair, in this instance with Piranha Brand Fool, if you want to draw 6 cards right now, or get a couple of 5/5 taunts, that is, right?
He'll evolve off this, right, if you want to.
True, that's a good point, yeah.
Only if he wants to. Wouldn't be massive, but I think, like, depending on what he draws, of course. That 3 mana is available.
Oh, wow, he can go again on Kael'thas here with Null Cookie plus...
What's he getting out of it, though?
I mean, I'm thinking Snowfall just because it allows you to, like, stop this damage going face, which currently is actually kind of tricky to do. Aside from Wave, which is, you know, you're still going to tank some amount of damage with that line.
Yeah, I guess so. That's part of the reason I was looking at the Evolve, to be honest, because that'll bring the Tavish down massively, you'd imagine, right? There's only a little bit that would go to a few outcomes that would keep it at 7/7.
Oh man, he needs to go quick. He's wondering if he should sacrifice off the Null just to make more board space. I really don't know if he's going to fit everything in. He does manage to get the Guardian down, so okay, he's surviving for the moment and has a lot of damage on the board, to be fair. And now we count.
Yeah, it's 12
it's
with the 2
Oh, no, it's
shots, but then the tracking will, I think, decide a lot of things here. Ooh.
I think it might actually be one off with 14, 14. Oh, sorry, 7/7 up to 14.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of it.
Yeah, I think the tracking needed to be a little bit better there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not a 4-drop.
Any 1-cost spell won the game on the spot, whereas this is all just one off.
Good thing here is...
Wow.
Oh.
Interesting. I mean, you're not...
Yeah,
it's not going to deny them a board space either way, because they can just evolve straight away and free up a space, even if there's freeze concerns or whatever.
well, they'd trade off the Null anyway, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
they could just trade off the Null into the Tavish.
Oh, what it could deny is that, though, is double Brukan activation.
Oh, this is so tricky, actually. There are so many plays from both players.
Yeah.
It's really tricky to work out what's optimal here, because Oki will commit a crime if this 17 damage does not go face.
Yeah.
But how does that go face and Zoki feel safe? Because this... Oh! Oh! My God. At least Ormendo's seen the funny side of that, because that is filthy in every single way. Zoki, okay, there we go, he cracked. There's a little smirk afterwards. Can you believe it, Tarek? We were working out, well, if he doesn't put the 17 damage face, can he race? But he doesn't get to kill the Tavish. If he double trades one way, there's 3 damage going the other way. And then suddenly it's like, nah, I'll just Battlegrounds Battlemaster you and just win. Easy. It's like, wow. I thought Ormendo was all over that, honestly.
Yeah, I think it was a very clever play by him to take out the Brown on the final turn. It meant he still, I think, had lethal or very, very good chance at it, even if there was a Brucan on the other side. It turns out the one thing he was guaranteed to lose to was BGBM of the Muck Pool. And honestly, I don't even know if that was the correct play. I think you might have been supposed to make a 10 drop with the null. I know he was like afraid of board space and being able to clear everything without trading, but oh man, even then.
How is there no reaction? Look, he's
nothing.
Yep, Battlegrounds, yep, no problem. Go face for the win, no problem. And then there's the smirk. There we go, right at the end. He couldn't keep hold of it. But at least Ormendo saw the funny side of that because that was so ridiculous. Like, and did you see he was even like lining up trades first? For the evolve. So there were so many ways that turn would have not worked out well for him, but he made it work. And suddenly Derek Zoki has gone 1-0 when I thought he was in a dire position.
A huge win, a very, very important win, because I think that the Quest Hunter is something that he could potentially look at locking out over the rest of this series. It depends on what his ban was, which was, I believe, the Hunter. Oh, no, sorry, the Druid. Druid was banned away, okay. Yeah, as we see there. So Mage and Warlock left over, which, I mean, you know, 40 card Mage with the bonus health, I think it's got a really good shot against Quest Hunter right now of just going really ham on the mid game. There's no healing in Hunter basically at all. So if you're getting there with the hero card, as it's very often a race to, I think you got a real shot of getting there as the 40 card Mage.
Yeah, let's see how it works out here. Amendo is going to be on that Shaman. And yeah, it looks, again, pretty similar. Again, with these 40-card decks, with all the slight variations, it's hard to spot at a glance any of the big differences. But yeah, it does what it needs to do. No Evolve package in the... Oh, no, sorry, there is. Image is loaded, don't we, Derek? I normally judge it from the image and not from the text. So yeah, there is the Muck Pool in there. So still, maybe he can Battlegrounds Battlemaster his opponent in response, Derek. Maybe that's the play.
I still don't know how the Evolve package made it into this deck. Like,
me neither, honestly.
How does it make sense when you are decreasing the consistency of your deck to stick in a very specific 2-card combo with Muckpool and the Nulls as well? Like, I know they both do other things, like they're not just good. They are good in and of themselves, but
I think I don't mind the Primordial. I think that's just an okay card in general. But I think the Muck Pools is like the extra stretch for me that I probably wouldn't have done myself.
All right, Zochi here with Wildfire, starting hand. Absolutely fantastic, of course. And against Shaman, I think I'm really looking as much as possible for the ping half of the deck, actually, which is Wildfire, of course. And then the hero card as well. Just finding Dawn Grasp at the start of the game is, I think, so crucial. To just guarantee you have it on curve and you can just keep honorably killing. Upgrade, and the Shaman just stands no chance.
And one thing I really like about the builds of this mage is that you never really feel like you have a bad Dawn Grasp, right? Like the spells it recasts are like, oh, yeah, these are perfect, thank you. So we saw that, or at least I saw that earlier on when I was casting with Lorinda, where the Dawn Grasp was just set up to be perfect. And it's very easy to do, so I like that a lot. And I still can't make my mind up about this mage. Not whether I like it or dislike it, but some games it feels like it does nothing. But then when I'm against it, it feels like the most unbeatable deck in the world. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so relentless at times.
And it brings into stark comparison the fact that for weeks we played Dawn Grasp like with 0 spells that synergized with it pretty much in big spell mage. Like if you were lucky, you got an amulet, but for the most part, it was literally just make your hero power better for 7 mana.
Yeah, and whoa. You gain a bit of armor, Derek. Come on.
Oh yeah, mine.
Oh, never mind. It's perfect then. Don't play any spells. Play in a full minion deck.
All right. It's a crucial decision point. Theater or no theater. If you don't do it first, they might play it first. Exactly. He looks like he'd be giving that speech. Yeah, if you don't play it first, they can play it and then get your one and then steal again from your hand. But it's a really bad play if you don't hit something good. It's a very niche card. And speaking of, Ormendo off the top with Theater.
Do the Theotar high five.
It's kind of good, right? There's a lot of cards you don't really mind giving your opponent. Like Wind Chill is fine, Schooling is fine. I guess that's it. The others you'd be a little...
I guess, hang on a minute. That's pretty great.
Null is okay.
Yeah, if Zoki ends up playing a Null, it's very manageable for Armendo, right? Like, it's not the end of the world by any means. But I think for both players, I like holding it just a little bit. Because the big stuff you want to steal, like the high impact, are never going to get played this early anyway.
That's true.
Zoki start and just keep playing on curve here with the armor. Get some skellies on the board.
I mean, the main thing I'm wondering actually at this point is basically how much we want to hit specifically Dawngrasp, the hero card, because I'm considering the play of just going AI Finley. The hand that we're tossing away, it's, you know, no key cards necessarily to winning the matchup. You're sad to lose the Duke, you're sad to lose Mordresh, but I still think that the Dawngrasp is far and away the most important card. It's just whether you're willing to give up a full turn of tempo and not go cold case. I was really undecided, and I don't mind this line from Xochi.
I think what would have pushed me to this line, at least, was that there's already a Wildfire live, so the Modresh can potentially come out on curve, especially if there's a Reckless. Sure. And that's very useful against, you know, like a Snowfall board, right? You just play Modresh and say, go away, done.
Yeah.
That is Theotar, the dramatic vampire-like character himself.
And he makes quite a poor entrance because these are terrible options to be getting on the steal.
At least you can give him a fish.
I guess, yeah.
Actually, re-rolling this hand doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, like
it wasn't good, don't get me wrong. It wasn't the optimal choices from Theotar, but at least there's a small shimmer of light at the end of the tunnel.
A small shimmer of light at the surface, which Finley is never going to find.
I know, yeah, if you just keep swimming in circles, it won't work out, is it? It's like, I've been here for months.
I can't stop spinning.
I've got
nothing left.
Except spinning, that's my life now, that's my thing. You've even started calling me Spinley.
A smidge of this?
It makes sense, but it still hurts.
Yeah, I don't even remember my real name.
All right, Alchemist here. I think the pick has to be Wildfire here, right? Yeah. It's amazing for you.
Let Armendo guess right.
Terrible for your opponent. Yeah, they would deliberately guess wrong here, I think.
You'd always pick Ignite, or I guess the Freeze, just in the odd chance it's correct.
Oh, wouldn't it be funny if he just gives his opponent the Wildfire? Like, here, come on, let me help you out, buddy. It's still useless, but I'll help you out on the test.
Kind of interesting, isn't it? All three of these cards actually have some form of merit. Ravager less so.
I think Cavern, like, honestly, I am considering the Ravager just for the denial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Mendo. Oh, I know what you picked.
We all know.
Wait a minute. He picks it, plays it. When he gets Brukan, the deal 7.
True. And the AoE will deal 3, right?
Yeah.
Damn, maybe it was just the pick.
Hang on a minute. Zoki misplayed. He nearly gave him the nuts.
What a drooling noob.
As Sol would like to say, a bit of a wet noodle fight so far.
Big time, yeah. It does
trading of cards. It seems like a weird game mode in Hearthstone right now.
It is just really astonishing that these are like arguably the 2 best decks in the game right now, because they are, you know, they're absurdly powerful once they get going, but it just takes so long to get there. Like their mid game is Shaman, which is famous for its mid game, has taken such a blow with this 40-card version, but it's still probably worth it just because you need such robust win conditions in this meta game when there's Mutinous and Theotar knocking around.
Yeah, it really shows just what the meta is like, where we've gone from basically the sprint to the marathon at this point, right?
Yeah, true.
Most matchups are not over quickly. You have to really work out and plan resources. So for the next 12 months, I want to hear no more moaning about combo decks, everyone. You're having your time now, enjoy it. Yoki gets the news that there was the second Ravager there. No,
yeah, that's true.
Preemptive big discount.
So no real ways to super synergize with Mutinous right now. No Parrot, no Bran, no Bolner. But it's still not bad, just as like Clownfish Mutinous. Next turn to try and munch Nathria, Mordresh, Kel'Thas, Kel'Thuzad. All the top dogs.
Yeah, that was nice though as well. Good sort of half clear. Oh, he's regretting the no ignite now. He's regretting it big time. But yeah, that was a nice sort of halfway clear there, just to get some minions on board. And again, the thing that's powerful about these skeletons is even if you don't fully clear the board, they'll do the rest most of the time, right?
That's true.
Whether it's through trades or the death rattle damage.
Would rather an Ellie.
Yeah, really close to a potential Bran Modresh turn. With the Kel'Thas, of course.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's as soon as the ping is active, right? You're ready to go. And with no Mutinous here, there's going to be no disruption available to that. We know the Duke is in the starting hand.
Oh.
In hand right now. Oh, this is a tough one. Yeah, it gets it wrong.
Oh, yeah. I always think that's the pick. When it's not, it's the card that was correct, right? Yeah. It's so, it puts me off every time. I'm like, how did he know?
Job done.
Oh, the wave. Okay, okay. Pretty big.
Look at that crab wearing a helmet.
What is he doing?
What an idiot. You can't even attack. Like he's going to freeze and stack up this ping. This ping must activate Modresh at this point, correct? Surely.
Next turn, I think it's got to be getting very close.
Because it's been doing 2. Oh, he's not played it every turn, right? It's not been doing
it's at 3. Yeah.
It's been at 3 for 2 turns now. So if he pings now, like, that's from that. Just get the location down. Just to spend the mana and sort of lock it in. Doesn't have to use it, of course.
Yeah, I think if the ping unlocks Mordresh,
yeah, 100%.
You have to.
My time has come.
Khan seems reasonable. Doesn't really have space on the board to add anything to it anyway.
Yeah.
Nothing relevant. So why not just spend the mana, get it done, and start jamming some damage to the face? Zoki gonna go down to 19 now.
Man, imagine the wildfire, the difference that would have been made here. 7 face plus an extra 1 on the AoE.
Yeah, board clear. That Piranha's life would have been saved. It would have spared him the carnage of battle.
The Piranha is for life, not just for Christmas. And also, more specifically, definitely not for Christmas.
Yeah, that's, hey, I got you a Piranha.
Mom, where'd my arm go?
Where's the turkey gone?
Mom?
Mendo. I was to work out how to fight back versus this, and a rare occasion there's not just a Snowfall Guardian and 10 parrots available for the Shaman player. Can't freeze this out. Does have good old Tar Creeper to put in the way to an extent, but what does that really do?
Doesn't do much, does it?
Hero Power's not even taunts either. We can see, of course, that with Starfish in hand, Zoki's feeling quite confident at everything, even if a Snowfall Guardian came out, but Ormendo's not.
Yeah, and this is the downside of Ormendo's line, right? Is he went for a bunch of Murlocs into Wave for tempo into Brucan, which made sense in a way because he got a lot of tempo. If there hadn't specifically been Varden, then the board couldn't have been frozen for a turn, and then you go for this combo. But he didn't go for an earlier Mutinous, which was available with Clownfish Mutinous on turn 8, which would have potentially disrupted this whole massive combo from happening in the first place, and could still have got a huge amount of pressure online, because if you eat Kael'thas, Kel'Thuzad, Denathrius, all these big dogs, Mordrash,
ran at that point
yeah.
to at least save him some life.
Yeah, exactly. Mutinous can get pretty big. So, you know, not necessarily saying it's wrong, but I do think that for Omendo, personally, I prefer the disruptive lines.
It's definitely rare to see Mutinous available that early and it not be played, right? Especially in this kind of matchup. It's definitely rare. Oh, filling up the board. This should be so much damage, right? Oh wait, 2?
2?
Oh, he's not played Deathborn yet, right?
Yeah.
He's just making a huge board. I think he knows that there's no Snowfall Guardian. And he can always ping and Starfish, right? I actually really like this play. This is just a load of big minions, and the only thing that Omendo can realistically do is freeze, and Zoki has an instant answer to that, which will, I'm pretty sure, just be guaranteed lethal next turn through a freeze.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot, I think, by Zoki. Overall, he... again, like you said, he sniffed out that there was no Guardian last turn, and it's just a clever way to approach the matchup when you don't hit Vard specifically, as is always the premier game plan. I like it a lot. I think it's a cool game.
Yeah, you know you're in a rough spot when you have that many cards in hand, but you still feel like you have to draw more cards. Definitely not looking good, and Omendo is going to call it the day on game number 2. Zoki goes up to a relatively quick 2-0, and I do think Zoki's played very solid so far, right? Just pretty good planning he's displayed, especially in that mage game. Of course, we saw the Battlegrounds Battlemaster pop out in the Shaman game previously, which a little bit fortunate, but still, he's been looking good so far, and I believe now he only has his Warlock left in the series to take a win with.
That's right, and it's the very quick version, right? The Imp Zoo Warlock with double Sea Giant in there, an inclusion that I absolutely love. The first thing I thought when I saw this deck, as soon as Mage became popular, was like, surely Sea Giant is good right now. Every board is full and frozen every single hand. And that's the kind of card that Mage and Shaman as well can kind of struggle against, because you build a board, they freeze, and if you are doing for small amounts of mana, huge stat buffs for small amounts of board space, you're very likely to be able to kill them on the following turn.
Also a cheeky Battleground Battlemaster in the Zoo list as well.
Oh, I mean...
Which at least wasn't initially common. I know No Hands was using them pretty early on, like end of day 1, maybe day 2, I can't quite remember of the expansion. But not something you see too often, but it's something that just the fact it's there, it's that old thing, Derek, the fact it's there will terrify your opponent. And as you said, with Sea Giants and with the matchups we're seeing a lot in this meta, the BGBM is definitely a valid little, what I would call a tech inclusion at this point.
Yeah, agreed. And I don't mind it. I think it's, you know, it's probably going to be more effective on ladder because, like you say, kind of a weird balance where on the one hand, them knowing it's there makes them play worse, but if they know it's there, they know to play around it, which sometimes can mess them up. Whereas if you're playing on ladder, you can just get some very easy surprise lethals with the Battlemaster. But it makes sense in the list. Even if you don't have the Sea Giants, the whole deck kind of revolves around small boards and then really big minions when you hit the location as well. And even like a Flustered Librarian alone with BGBM can very quickly offer you lethal. And so for Omendo, it's not necessarily obvious as to what is good enough, quickly enough to fight back against Zoo, because Shaman, I think, has really lost in this type of matchup in particular. Even though you have the extra 40 health, this is such a board-based deck that I think being able to hit schooling on 1 is so important. Being able to go as early as possible, as consistently as possible into the caverns is also really important. And generally, you just end up with hands kind of like this that don't do anything for like 3 turns minimum.
It's one of the things I saw earlier from Briarthorn. I already can't remember the name of the card, but the 2/4 that if there's 2 or more minions, it deals 1 to the enemy board.
Sergeant or something.
Yeah, I saw him tech those into a lot of the lists, and there was one in his Shaman list as well. So again, just gives you that little bit extra. But Ormendo not running such cards, and he's already going to be behind, as there's going to be the circle coming up after this as well.
All right, let's just snipe it, man, right out the gate. Oh, do you pick the library? That's the depressing pick. Okay, he got the giant.
Oh, circle.
Job's done.
Oh.
Oh.
He knows which one isn't there. Do you think he picked Tamsin?
I guess maybe he just wants a Tamsin of his own. I mean, it's a reasonable strat to just pick the one you want. Unless you have really good information to the contrary.
Yep.
Oi,
Reinforce the
oi.
life lesson that you don't always get what you want.
Too true.
Insanity is no excuse for bad manners.
Wait a minute.
It has to be Sea Giant, right? But it has to be Imp King.
Oh. The problem is, like, yeah, these trades are happening because they need to happen, but you know that Rafarm's in hand. A little bit painful. There is Snowfall.
Top shelf is
Bartender off the top as well. Like, you know it's a broken play if it stops you from going coin-infused Rafarm next turn as the other possible play. This is completely broken.
He also liked the trades as well. Now he knows that at best, Ormendo can almost certainly only play a Sea Giant, right? And that's the whole turn. Don't think without Fish already being in hand, I don't even think that would work, right?
I wonder.
You'd have to cast Schooling first.
Yeah.
That would be too much. So I like the little trade there from Zoki. Just keeping control of the board, making it as awkward as possible. There is command of Neptulon from Endo, though, which is very, very strong indeed.
So you go Neptulon and then you go...
I wonder.
How does the Sea Giant maths work if you go... You end up with 1 less minion on board if you trade off into the 4/4, then into the 3/3.
More bones to
But I guess he's thinking it's just too bad to not be able to play Snowfall next turn, which I respect.
Oh.
Oh, the impending doom is tempting, but I think it's always just Librarian plus Sea Giant. No?
Yeah, I think...
Don't want a 1/4? 0 mana?
Maybe he wants board space.
4/3?
Scared of Snowfall? Does he
Sure,
feel
yeah,
like
okay.
he needs the space on board? I guess he could trade, though, to make a space. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't hate the Librarian, actually.
Yeah, I think you just make them have it. Like, it's just that little bit harder for them to survive the turn. I don't know, maybe they go null, trade, muck pool into like Lock Collar or something stupid like that. And you can only have lethal with the Librarian. But either way, it doesn't matter, especially here, because Zochi is met with the freeze.
Oh. You get... There you go, the start. Oh. It's just going to be game, and again, another reason why Sea Giant's so strong. You don't really lose those stats if you silence it. So pretty good there for Zoki as he takes the series 3-0. You know, at the edging towards the end of a relatively long day one, especially I believe in Zoki's time zone. It's nice to have a quick 3-0 in round 3. Just get that one done, dusted, and add a +1 to your Swiss score. But I believe, Derek, we are going to be jumping over to another series. Let me just check. It is going to be, is it Shumu versus Devilmat? I'm sure you'll be able to tell me a little bit better how to pronounce the other player's name.
Oh, Shuemu. Yeah.
Shuemu, sorry.
Yeah, versus Devilmat. The previous MT winner, right? Unless I'm very much mistaken. A player who I, when interviewing, subjected to my incredibly botched Mandarin, which He was very gracious to not laugh at me before quickly switching over into his almost perfect English just to impress me. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. It's been another big question, right, that we need to ask: is the Chinese dominance that we had last year going to be making a return? Because it does feel like they've been having a little bit of a downswing so far this year, with Europe still reigning on top for the most part in the Masters Tour system. But Devilmat on the other side, representing Italy, I believe, is going to be an interesting one. 2-0 for both players, right?
Yeah.
And hoping to get that third win leading into the final round of the day with a flawless score puts you in a really good position.
Okay, well, just looking at what's available, I believe we are going into game 2 of this series, and I think Devilmat has already taken a win with his Warlock versus the Priest. Devilmat was playing, again, the Imp Warlock, so took a win there. Shuemu's Priest is the Naga Priest, which I've had great success with personally, but I feel like we see it struggle every time on stream. That deck is just cursed, Derek.
There's something about it. All the casters who are playing it are doing really well with it. Like, you and TJ have ridiculous win rates with this deck, but every time it comes on stream, it's just trash. No one can win a single game with it. And I don't know what's happening, because I see the power of the deck. I see what the players are trying to do. The list, I'm not necessarily sure as to what the exact version should be, because it's a lot harder to build now. In the previous version, you just played every playable Naga and spells to round out the deck, the non-terrible buff spells, and it's very easy. But here, do you play the Crush Claw? Are you playing a whole bunch more 1-drops, as some players have been going for, to just guarantee that you hit the 1-drop on 1? Are you going for a more spell-based version of the deck and kind of cutting the Nagas entirely and just going all in on spells and buffs with Powered Fortitude, as Jambre did at the Solari party last weekend? Lots of questions left about this deck, but Shuemu's gone kind of old school, I think, here with Okani and Najak as well, that I think was one of the first cards to be cut for a lot of players.
Yeah, he isn't running the spell that I've definitely forgotten the name of either. The 4-drop spell, right? It's the +2 health Kyrian. He's running double partner in crime, which I personally just like one of those cards, not two of. I do like the Hexen, though it can pull you out of some tough spots. But yeah, really interested to see the non-taunt spell in there. Whereas Devilmat is going to be on this spooky mage, skeleton mage, magey mage, whatever you really want to call it, with all of those skeletons. So looking again pretty standard overall, quite strong, and bit of a strange matchup. I think in my experience, I'm pretty flat, like sort of 50-50 in this matchup as Priest. But again, I've been playing a slightly different list to this one.
Yeah, the real problem for Mage in this matchup is, like, at first glance, I would expect it to be really good, because the Priest goes all in on the board, and the Mage has a good, strong start. They should be able to trade 1-for-1 at the start of the game, and then they have the freeze effects. They have Flurry, they have Snow Flurry, they have Varden. They can replay those with Savara and Varden, the Dawn Grasp, the hero card. But the problem is, freezing in this matchup, unless you're killing them very soon after, just does nothing. Because you freeze and they just go buff, 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 freeze, buff, 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 and eventually you're going to run out and they just kill you in one punch. So I've actually had a pretty poor matchup as Mage versus this kind of buff Priest. So I like Shuemu's position, as long as he can get a playable hand.
It's one thing where I do think that the... I'm going to look up the name of the spell.
Moon of the Ascended?
Yes. Where not running that, I think, is going to be a problem, actually, because that's one of the cards that, well, you add more health, but you make a whole additional big minion, and it has taunt, right? Like, that's huge for these sort of freeze matchups like this one and Shaman as well. So we'll see how it pays off, or if it pays off, should I say. We'll see how it goes out as we do go into this game number 2. As I said earlier, Devilmat already one game ahead, and this opening hand does not look too bad.
Absolutely lightning fast starting hand. You've got the ability to get a 2-2 on this turn, a 2-3 next turn, and get a 2 damage ping in at the same time, which, hey, in this instance keeps the board clear and gets you another minion on the board, and getting the Dungeoneer to follow up next turn. Blistering start.
Yeah, and not quite the case with Shuemu either, because Although, yes, Wig and some Naga, fantastic. The Amalgam is not really the one you're looking for. You would want like exactly it's too late for me, Derek. I'm not full of words. The Treasure Guard he would have wanted on exactly that turn, just to keep the ability to generate more cards with the Amalgams instead.
Yeah, he has the really distinct possibility of running out of Wigs here. Unless he can just continually farm these Nagas over and over, because he's far from guaranteed to get a Naga from Amalgam on Amalgam in the first place. But I mean, I think as you were exclaiming about the cold case off the top as well, this is card for card the perfect mage hand.
A double check.
The Queen's trove is forbidden!
Okay, yeah, we're fine.
Fine.
See if it was 40 cards or not.
Oh, yeah.
So many of the cards are shared. I was like, wait, is this 30 or 40? But it is 30, so I'll allow it. It's a good draw.
It's acceptable, yeah.
Even the Flurry, right? It's all piecing together. There's the Dawn Grasp ready to go with coin if required.
Yeah, ideally, I think you want to stay away from the Flurry if possible, just because then Dawn Grasp is guaranteed to give you cold case back, which you would usually prefer. But I mean, if things get really bad, you just go coin, Flurry, Dawn Grasp on turn 6 and you freeze the entire board.
Yeah, sure. I love Baba Naga. Such a great name for a card. I've picked it a few times, not in a matchup like this, but against some of the more like hunter style matchup, I've picked that. But
it's not a bad card.
Especially because, yeah, you're probably going to cast some spells. Cathedral is there as well. Pretty nice, but would have loved to seen it early. One of those weird cards where you think, well, can you just skip turn 3 as this deck? You can if you're going to get the bonus of plus stats and drawing a card straight after. Very, very strong. Already, though, what does Shremu do? Really trading? It probably has to be to try and defend this Treasure Guard. Takes the 2 damage anyway. Just going to receive a heal. Help out.
Yeah, I think so. You're just not getting there by going face eye. You just need to take any favorable trades you can get your hands on.
And I will say, it is deceptive, like how late... This priest doesn't just get pushed off board and then it loses.
That's true.
It can actually come back, especially with cards like Devour. Right, it is huge at coming back into the game, and the silence, of course. Shremu running 1 shard of the Naru, so very, very possible, but definitely not the start you want.
I think I'd be fine with just going coin Savara here. I think that's the last spell you need to activate it with Wildfire and Cold Case having been played. You get back another coin, so you'd be able to go coin Dawn Grasp next turn anyway.
This does leave only the 1 minion on the enemy board at 1 health, relatively small, and you end up with 3 plus, you know, each one dealing +2. So I'm definitely not against the Savara, but I think this actually does more for you, and it's not like Devilmat's in a position where he needs to snap Dawn Grasp like ASAP, right? He's already very ahead.
So how are you swinging this board back? Does it have to be a Samuro play on this turn, or do you want to save it for a bigger board?
Treasure Guard, Cathedral, and then next turn you Cathedral, Samuro, Wig. Is what I would look at to make a huge Samuro and say, well, let's see what happens to this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I think this Cathedral not being down is a lot of wasted stats right now.
A lot of wasted card draw as well, very importantly, which is very necessary for Shuemi right now.
Look at what Radiant Elemental would do, what it always does to hands, right? In this deck, it's like unlocks everything.
I wonder.
Double trade with a ping, still Savara available. Potential that this board gets cleared up, right?
Yeah, I mean, you even have access, depending on how the trades go, okay, maybe not now, but of going a Savara coin Wildfire pick in order to clear the board 100%. Obviously, not necessary now. And just curving Savara, Dawngrasp, Kel'Thuzad. Yeah, that sounds like a winning combo to me.
There's Radiant.
All right, now it's got to be time to draw some cards.
So many ways to do so. The only other... there's also like Cathedral Okani.
Yeah.
But on going into turns... Well, going into 7 or 8 mana, hard to decide what to block, I'm guessing, spell. Just to like remove the 8-drop play. But is the 8-drop play even that good? Tricky, you know there's a coin in hand.
Really tough.
Yeah, gonna go Cathedral. Is going to buff. Okay. One thing I really like about locations is you really have to plan them out because you can't just use them turn after turn. You do have to have that little bit of a cooldown.
Yeah, as I remembered halfway through my card review, having given all of them a 4.
I was watching that. I think I was the one who typed in chat. Yeah, you can only use them every other turn.
I mean, they're still 4s, most of them. Like, they're still
they're
mega
still
nuts.
really good. Yeah, you would. You were right for all the wrong reasons, but you were still right, Darren.
That's my specialty.
That's all that people remember.
We're still no closer to knowing if it's minion or spell. I think you can just chill, though.
Oh, yeah, I don't think... maybe you can just coin. Would use up the wildfire, would get your answer now. Is there ever a reason to flurry? Scared of this actually becoming big, 39 health, you're probably not terrified.
Yeah, I think Flurry ends up becoming a really, really useful card for later on in the game. There we go.
3 damage to the face, gotta love it.
That's a good boy.
Right, now's the time for Shuemu.
Now we go. This is
Elemental,
the pop-off turn.
Double Thrive, everything you could ever want in life.
Wig me, dude.
The Naga, is he gonna have to... Wait, he'll activate this Handmaiden, right?
If he plays one other spell.
Yeah, you just throw the shard away. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. That is nice to like shard away the whole board of 2/2s from the mage, but much more important to draw some more cards and get these wigs cooking.
And it's a good turn for Shuemu, undeniably for this point in the game, being able to go, I guess, wig, devour, bless to round out the turn. But I don't know if it's good enough to win the game as a pretty all-in play from here on in.
Yeah, I agree. It's the thing you do. I'm just not sure if it's good enough to win.
Let's see. He gets up to a pretty high health total. It's like 14, 15 he can hit. Handmaiden active in hand. Like, you know, it's definitely far from over.
Okay, yeah, you're okay. And this is the thing, right? If Boone was available, I mean, I'm going to go on about this, but if Boone was available, and like suddenly you have a 16 health minion on the board as well, right? Not necessarily that turn, but if this lives, you have like another big minion, and then it starts to snowball out of control.
I believe we're at 4 on the damage of the hero power, which is obviously very tricky to activate right now. That's not a big deal. Like, now that we found the location, I think trade and ping to clear off the other 2 minions and then just freeze the Okani.
I was actually wondering whether it's... I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. I was looking at with the freeze, and there's also the freeze with the ping with the amplified, right? So I was working out whether you play the location and amplified. But it's probably not needed. Looks better, yeah. Or is it just ping face? Their dominance.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have loved the last minute switch to face there. It would have been great.
I would have respected it. I don't think it would have been correct. Okay, Handmaiden online, a location back online this turn as well. Another Radiant in hand. He just needs anything that can attack face, and like, honestly, you're not a million miles off lethal.
The wigs weren't active before that Handmaiden, right?
No.
Okay. I was looking at like what Pelagos plus stuff did.
Oh, yeah.
That would get very interesting very quickly. Because that's what Shremu needs to do. He needs to make multiple big minions and make Devilmat have to freeze multiple minions a turn or be under threat. Because just one is very manageable for this mage. But 2, 3, or 2.5 gets kind of problematic.
And man, this is just so many numbers to work through here so quickly. Like trying to, like you said, spread out your stats across multiple minions so a single freeze can't do it. But not leave any of your minions at 4 health because then they can die to the ping. Not leave any of them at 5 because you know that there's a wildfire in hand as well. Not trying to allow them to go like some 2 damage effect like Deathborn and then the ping. I don't know, it's just so much going on at the same time. And I respect Shremu for going for this line, which is just kind of play stats, buff a few different minions, hope that that's good enough.
Yeah, nothing really strictly dies to anything. Has a potential setup with the Pelagos and Bless on the Radiant Elemental as well, which is always an option. So yeah, this is what you want. You need multiple threats. How is Devilmat going to do this?
Not easy, actually.
Yeah, nothing. The steal on Blade Master Samuro doesn't achieve anything. Oh, there's the card, Derek. It's all over.
Oh, I mean, it's good. It's very, very good for this point in the game. I'm just wondering how easily you can set up that ping. Again, you can go trade the 2/2 into the 3/9. Frozen Touch ping. End with Flurry, Snow Flurry?
I think the ping is used for Amplified, depending on... I think you Flurry, see what you hit, and then use Amplified, right?
Okay.
If you miss. So like now Amplified the Okani.
Oh! Ooh. That's got to be the nuts, right?
Save?
Whoa.
Okay.
That is greedy, man. There's a Radiant on the board.
Yeah, I actually didn't know whether he was actually going to Flurry, ping face, then play the Snowfall. The Amplified.
Oh my god, I can't even figure this out. So the main problem is board space right now. The location can't be used to free up another one, so you'd probably have to end up trading the Handmaiden away. And then you have only one Naga, actually, to be able to replay.
Samuro Bless, clear the board and say, you know what? Do that again, my friend. Because there's still Pelagos to pop off with the high damage from, say, Elemental. I just think clear the board, leave this, well, have 6 minions in the location on board, and make your opponent freeze and clear and kill all over again. I don't think there's enough stats to actually make a relevant threat, and if you're leaving 2 1/1s on board to freeze your stuff anyway, you're just buffing your opponent's board in a weird way, right?
Yeah, the one thing I was wondering there is if you try and make like some kind of Pelagos play work on that turn instead, where you like trade away the 3/2 Pelagos and then you save the Bless to go with the following turn where it's just a little bit cheaper. You have a bit more mana to work with. But I think I was maybe just overcomplicating things, and this does the job.
Yeah, I think if you can't lethal them that turn, just clear the board. Is this however bad it may sound, safe way to do things. There is the Modresh though, and that is just a full board clear. That is disgusting, isn't it?
It's so sick, man.
You even hold the location if he just chooses to ping the Elemental.
I like it. Honestly, I kind of want to just ping face.
Yeah, I think the more I look at it on 11 health with ping, you freeze and ping, and there's always a fear with the Radiant, but there's nothing else there, right? So there's no, like, the Radiant can't attack unless, you just can't attack, so you're safe, basically.
I've got plenty of mojo to go around.
Trying to defend.
Good Najak, but it's not a great Najak, which is what you need to do. I've seen much better.
Remember Potion of Madness? Oh, that was a Najak.
That was such a sick card, man.
It's like, oh, you played a good minion. You're dead now.
You've just lost the game. You've fallen into my trap.
Yeah, you played a card.
You fool. Man, was that what was the combo deck? Was that a real deck or a disguised toast deck? I can't remember. That was like the pint-sized potion, pint-sized potion.
That was real.
That was real, wasn't it?
Cast that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
With Terestia's blessing, I will find the truth.
Yeah, those were such sick priest cards. I love that expansion for priest.
Yeah, Shremu doing what he can with the Pelagos at last. Double partner in crime, way too slow at this point in the game. Not like it's going to be enough, and the card might come into play, Derek.
Look at all of this. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Lethal. Game.
Easy peasy.
Gonna go to Devilman, the mage, and that just looked. I think there were certain other things Shremu could have done, but I will say that it was an awfully good draw from Devilmat, wasn't it? And he kept his cool throughout, not really getting overwhelmed by the sort of big scary minions, keeping the freezes at like the correct amounts at the correct time, and really just piled on the pressure. And especially just the Modresh pickup, just sort of removing all threat from that huge board, was just the end of the game there.
Yeah, obviously, the elephant in the room, Devilmat drew the absolute stone cold nuts.
Yeah.
But I think those couple turns towards the end were actually quite difficult to maneuver through, and I think he played them very, very well. He knew exactly how much to remove, exactly how much to just send face and try and set up lethal. And so he got the nuts, but he capitalized on it well.
Look at that board before the Modresh hit, and that Modresh was off the top, right?
It was scary.
So, like, without that Modresh, we can talk about Devilmat just dying the turn after, right?
Yep.
But yeah, not going to be enough there. Devilmat goes up to a 2-0 lead now, and it looks like he's only got Hunter left, and so I glance over. Yeah, it is actually just Face Hunter, Derek, with the old collateral damage.
Oh.
Although, unfortunately, no collateral damage shenanigans anymore, which makes me very sad. It reminds me of the day we got told that the Moarg did not work how we all wanted it to with Piercing Shot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was so
I was
sad.
like,
yeah.
when I saw those cards announced, I was like, hang on a minute. Does Hunter get to just destroy everyone?
Yeah.
And no, it doesn't work like that. No. They're devastating. It was a dark day. But yeah, collateral damage has been fixed from its slightly weird interactive form with Terracoil. But yeah, still going to be Hunter going up against Shuemu's Zulok.
Which is an interesting matchup to have. There's quite a few self-damaging effects in the Warlock, obviously with Double Flame Imp, Bloodbound Imp, the tap as well, that it can start to stack up very quickly. But in your estimation, like, how does this matchup go? Because like traditionally in Zoo versus Face Hunter, in whatever form they've been in, I feel like Zoo has come out on top because they just have too dense of a board-based start, and it doesn't matter how much burn you have because you're always dead on like turn 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think it's really, really difficult for the Hunter, or at least for this Hunter specifically, of course, because the second Zoo plays like Circle or Imp Gang Boss, there's no real good way to deal with those cards, right? They're always, unless you draw super well and your opponent draws bad, which, again, doesn't really factor into conversation. Like, on average, I think Hunter can struggle because it can't really deal with a wide board. There's no explosive trap to try and deal with it. Imp Warlock normally makes things bigger before they move into explosive anyway. But, as always, there are the big draws, right? If we look at Slither Spear into Biscuit, K9otron drawing a 1-drop, things that help them keep up with the big draws from the Warlock can help, and there's definitely enough damage. But in general, I think if both decks draw well, Implock just goes too wide for the Hunter to really keep up. And then,
I think you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then one Vile Library, and this Hunter just doesn't really deal with a huge imp, so it becomes a really big problem.
Yeah, I think the big card for me that really flips the matchup on its head in terms of the starting few turns is Ramming Mount, a card that is just so ludicrously powerful in terms of board battles. Like, wasn't it banned from Arena at some point for just being too strong, or at least people were complaining about it a lot? And that, I think, specifically, unless you have a bunch of imps at the same time plus the location, Ramming Mount just ends it for the hunter if they can stick it on an early game minion as well.
Yeah, it definitely depends how your early game starts, though, right? Because although it's very, very good, I'm definitely not arguing with you. But if they like go Slither Spear, Biscuit, Ramming Mount, that's super strong. But if your opponent's then going like Librarian on one, Coin Circle, and then File Library, you're like, oh, hang on a minute, I only have one attack, and they have like 4. I'm in trouble. So definitely gets close. But I agree, that's the kind of opening they'll want. Devilmat gets the Peasant, which is going to be very nice indeed. Gets the positive trade, and that's the sort of thing you want. Especially when we can see that Shuemu's opening is not that strong. There isn't Circle there. There isn't Imp Gang Boss, and this is exactly what Devilmat will be after.
Yeah,
this is a dream. Yeah, the response from the sort of half eyebrow raise and a blink, going, oh,
the mount as well. Man, oh, is it Wild Spirits? Okay,
yeah. It's the rule, Derek. You never don't Wild Spirits on 3, no matter what. Look, now it's the hunter that's outnumbering the zoo, right? And now suddenly, no Circle, no Imp Gang Boss. This is slipping away quickly.
It is. Shuemu just did not hit the starting hand at all. He has Voidwalker location, and then you just pray that you hit Summoning Circle, right? I think is your only real shot.
Even the fact he got 3-1, right? Just, okay, he can just freely punch through this Voidwalker anyway. Next turn he gets the weapon. I'd really like to see maybe Ripple 1-drop here, or, you know, if you want to be super efficient, 2-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop. Because I think just go super wide.
I like it.
His opponent plays Sea Giant, but I think if Shuemu spends his whole turn playing a Sea Giant and passes next turn, Devilmat's probably okay with that, actually.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, Devilmat's just killing him here. You want to get as much face damage in on these turns as possible, and then rely on Barak just ending the game.
I think the other option is like 1-drop and then Ramming Mount on the 3-1 to kill the Voidwalker, maybe. And then just keep the Peasant as a 4-3, just pushing away face.
True, yeah. I think if I'm going that line, I'd rather play Doggy Biscuit plus double click Clocker.
We say some dumb words, don't we, while we cast? I'd rather go with a Doggy Biscuit and the Click Clockers. It's like, what? Excuse me?
I said what I said.
And I meant it.
Hard times for this Peasant as he is just absolutely scoffing biscuits for dogs. Just turn after turn, shoving them in his face.
Yep. Really hoping for the Peasant's sake it's the high-end dog food stuff. Which is, you know, the raw food.
On the bright side, look how glossy his coat is.
Yeah. How glossy that beard is. Looks fantastic. Who needs beard oil when you have dog biscuits?
God's sake.
There's just nothing that Shuemu can do. And that, wow, just like that, Devilmat 3-0, Derek. Is that 2 3-0s we've cast, or was it 3-1 before? I can't remember. Either way, though, 2 pretty solid wins for those players. Devilmat there. I think he was looking okay anyway, just having that Hunter left against 3 potential matchups. But against the Warlock, that went about as well as it could possibly go, with Shuemu just not really having a playable game, honestly, in that last one.
Yeah, it's he just got rolled. There's no two ways about it. Like both games, to be honest. First game we cast, yeah, there was some things that Shuemu could have. Well, he had a chance, not necessarily could have improved on his plays, but that last game, absolutely nothing that could have been done whatsoever. Unless we want to look at the mulligan, like he was a little bit aggressive with his mulligan. He did throw away a couple of pretty key early game cards, specifically to try and find the location. But I don't ultimately blame him for it. Most of his deck is 1-drops, so he was justified in doing so. But yeah, that's it. Shuemu, our previous Masters Tour winner, looking like it's going to be a tough road if he wants to repeat, as he falls down 2-1, meaning he needs to win out throughout the rest of the Swiss rounds.
And that means it is all done for round number 3. We've got the final round of the day coming up. It's round 4 right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round number 4 of Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria. My name is CJ. I'm joined once again by a picture of Neil, who just so happens to speak. Neil, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm a talking picture. I can do it without my mouth moving, so again, I am TJ's dummy, which, again, makes a lot of sense over the years. But yeah, doing good. It's been an interesting tournament so far. Still haven't really seen what's rising to the top because there's a limited number of decks, but still a large number of lineups to come from those decks. So we haven't really seen which lineups are doing well yet. At the moment, it's still just a cluster of people who have brought similar decks. But I think we're seeing... I feel like we're seeing that Mage is not performing as well as some people would expect, though I haven't checked any stats on that. That could be wrong just from what we've seen on stream.
Yeah, Big Spell Mage does seem to be doing all right, and which is, funnily enough, Reliquary does have the Big Spell Mage instead of the variation of the Spooky Skeleton Mage. Impact is bringing a sort of an aggro lineup, right, with the Control Shaman thrown in, just because it's good. Like, it's hard not to bring it, because in many situations it's going to draw a ban. But other than that, playing the decks that kind of beat up on Druid the most is what he's doing. With a aggressive Hunter, with the Naga Priest, and the Imp Warlock. So, and we do have a Druid on the side of Reliquary. It is a Celestial Alignment Druid, which, you know, the goal is to just beat him down enough, build a big enough board to where if alignment does come out, well, you know, you have a giant board to smack him in the face. You don't need the mana to work with, or kill him before they can even get 8 mana. To play the alignment. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to work out.
Reliquary's job is to get that druid queued into that quest hunter. That's the job here. That's how the druid gets out of here. Because the quest hunter does sort of struggle a bit against that druid. But otherwise, traditional impact, really. I could have predicted his lineup, I think. He will often have some unusual cards. I haven't gone through every single card yet to check there are any. But his normal playstyle has always been bring the good aggressive decks. If there's a deck I have to bring, like Shaman, then sure, bring it. And then he's not scared to put his own twists on things. This time around, I can't see anything obvious that's in there that you wouldn't expect.
He's running no 4-drop minions outside of Samuro. So no School Teacher, no Nathria Hexen, no partner in crime. Instead, is running 2 Crush Claw Enforcers.
Go on, TJ.
So
you'll be happy.
I could talk for hours about the current techs for Naga Priest. I prefer the School Teachers, just because I feel like having access to like a 1-mana Naga that can also impact things is great. I don't like Partner in Crime. I feel like it's way too situational, and you just want a lot of times you just want something that you can just play out onto the board. I have been settling on no Nathria Hexen, 1 School Teacher, 1 Crush Claw Enforcer. I think that was really good. In fact, Impact was the person who told me after we played against each other on ladder that he prefers the Crush Claw Enforcer over School Teacher. At this point, I was playing double School Teacher, and I was like, you know what? I disagree with Impact. However, I'm going to try it. And I ended up liking 1. I didn't like 2. I liked 1.
Okay.
Just because, in both situations, the School Teacher and the Crush Claw Enforcer situations just have more Nagas, which is good, right? They both essentially give 2 Nagas, with School Teacher being Nagaling plus the School Teacher, and with Crush Claw Enforcer being the actual Crush Claw Enforcer plus whatever Naga it draws. It's just, a difference in, do you want the added benefit of having that Nagaling that could impact the game in some significant way, the spell that it gets? Or would you rather have just cheaper cycle, get through your deck faster, have a 3-mana Naga that's not Treasure Guard, and be able to go from there? So, it's up in the air still, but this does allow him to sort of curve out better, right? Having that 3-drop. And that's kind of what his game plan is with his lineup, it feels. It's just to curve out and beat him up. So
the thing I'll always say about Impact decks over the years as well is whether you agree or you don't agree with his tech, you always have to say it at least makes sense. If that makes sense? Does that statement make sense?
Sure.
Even if you think he's wrong, he will always have a very good logical reason that is hard to argue with, even if you believe that he's not got the right lineup. So in this case, the idea is go as fast as possible. And again, if he's trying to target particularly Ramp Druid with his lineup to some extent, or at least be very favoured against it, going quick is what you want to be doing. So
yeah,
let's see, it's been working for him so far. Let's see if it carries on. Reliquary, on the other hand, we're going to see standard looking mages. There's 2 Starfish, so something's not in there, but
I mean, it's... wait, what? Okay, so it's a... it's a 30-card Big Spell Mage that looks like a 40-card Big Spell Mage based on how many techs there are.
Yes.
But...
this is, I tech my way to 6
and
mana.
double Sanctum. Interesting. Okay.
This is literally, don't kill me, I get to 6, and I've got one of my 6 drops and I win.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't go right, then unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes you play 2 Treasure Guards. I don't know. But whatever, it's still got all the core for Big Spell Mage in there. And this one is honestly kind of tough for Naga Priest. Yes, you can beat him up early, but with the double Starfish, with the problem of you're always going to have, or almost always going to have, a cheap spell in hand, that because that's how the deck works. You want to keep your Serpent Wings like rolling time after time. So like Barbaric Sorceress is just going to ruin your day if it comes down, specifically on curve. If it changes your Serpent Wing to be high cost, it makes their rune or their Drakefire amulet cost 1 mana. It's pretty rough. But Impact has a good curve right off the bat. Would have preferred to pick up a Serpent Wing, but can get one with Thrive in the Shadows. Being on coin with Crush Claw Enforcer, you have a guaranteed activation. Everything's fine and dandy.
except you're playing its double Starfish. Something that does catch my eye with this double Starfish build is you are still banning Warlock. I'd have thought one of the reasons to play double Starfish is to just stop imps from getting out of control early in terms of size, but if you're banning it anyway, I think that makes the Starfish worse. But it's going to look good in this matchup a lot of the time. Impact's going to have to set up and win in one turn without getting Starfished, so that's going to be awkward for him.
Yeah, I mean, like Starfish, yes, it gets rid of the buffs that you place on minions, but the minions are there.
Yes.
And a lot of times in this deck, it's like, you know, one minion is all you need, right? If you're getting to the core of your deck, then one minion is all you need. So, oh man, this is just the anti
yeah
Wig Priest hand. It's like, okay, I have full early game control with the double Pelicans, plus just the mailbox answer to be able to answer the early game minions. Starfish in case things get out of control, and Theatar to be able to steal one of your wigs forever.
Yeah. In fact, the only problem he's got with his Theatar is he doesn't want to give Impact any of his other cards at the moment because they're all so good. But I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure he can live with this.
Yeah. Let's see what's off the top. Give him a treasure guard. Who cares? I think you just probably go for Starfish here and hold on for Coin Belinda.
I think so. Coin Belinda and then Theatar and get rid of whatever rubbish you've got hanging around. Like you say, treasure guard looks a good candidate.
Yep. There was an argument there for trading first and then silencing because then it'd be a 1-4 instead of a 1-6. Because you lose the rush on the Pelican. But like this would mean that it could get eaten up by a Devour and then it'd be even higher health. But hey, it's all right.
Impact not messing around. He's seen a Starfish. It's time to go. If you've got another one, you can have this game of Hearthstone. Unlucky me.
Yep.
But unlucky you anyway, because you're going to get Theatard, probably. Actually, choices to be made here for Reliquary.
It's still just Coin Belinda every time. Like, whether if you get a Rune of the Archmage, great. Drakefire Amulet, not as great, but like you can still like roll a taunt, and you trade. Like you're not dead this turn. You're still setting up for a big minion. Okay, Drakefire Amulet and Rune. Okay, has both covered. So. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. Oh,
start counting.
It's not. There's no draw right now. You need like.
Sorry, Squishy.
I mean, you could pick up Shadow or Devour, right? But you're setting up for a 2-turn lethal, but just hoping that your Pelagos is going to be able to attack again.
Oh.
That's the only thing you can do. I guess you could... No, you can't trade.
No, you've just got to hit fate. You know that your days are numbered here, right? So you've seen that there is one of each spell, so you just got to go fate and hope that the rune misses.
Yep.
All right, well, it's rune time. Good luck, everybody.
No attack first. Okay.
Yep. Fingers crossed.
Just the first spell! The first spell!
Now in a blizzard.
Okay. Oh, an explosive rune's great. Ignite, sure. More damage. This is now potential 2-turn lethal. Oasis ally, nice. Shooting star. Who cares?
Yeah, the explosive rune's a massive deal as well. Obviously, it just means that Impact can't even set up for a miracle next turn.
Yep. You could boon the Belinda.
Might have to.
Yeah, you have to just to survive. So.
Your purpose awaits.
What?
I thought that was enough, but it's not. Because Belinda went big enough.
I wonder.
Just make the Serpent Weight cost 5 and. perfectly fine.
Fine, yeah.
And that's a bless.
Yeah, and the Sanctum locks out the game in all worlds here anyway, just because how does Impact ever get 2 minions down?
Yeah. I mean, you could do anything here. You could Theatar. I don't even know. Theatar's not even worth it. Like, you know, it's a
No,
5
it's too
cost
late.
rig. You're going to give them a minion? Yeah.
Yeah, that was my pause last turn. It's like, oh, you just Theatar and win. I thought, oh, actually, you've got to give them a minion. No, let's not do that. It's like, that's helping them.
Yeah. You could Sorceress again. You know, worst case scenario, you make the 5 and 9 that you know that's there. Okay, yep, that's worst case.
None of this matters. I'd have a Carnage for minion and play the Sanctum, because then they've got to get 2 minions down, and you can hit them for 3 millions of times while they're doing it.
Everything's a win. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's all just a win.
It's one of those situations where Hearthstone players will talk forever about which is the best of these things that all win.
I know. But just pair it. Wait, no, you can't pair it. Don't pair it.
Just a Carney. Like, just stop them having minions.
Yeah,
I mean, they all
just
win. I
gonna
know.
be Parrot's just a refreshing spring water. I guess Parrot could find Ignite, and then that would be lethal.
It's funny because everyone can see, this is just the lockout thing. Everyone can see a win in this position, and everyone thinks their win is the best because it wins.
The Queen's
And I think mine's the best because it wins.
Sure, and sure. Yep, all this is just a big old sure. No Magic Hexen, so nothing crazy to be done. And there's the concede, and yep. Felt like Reliquary just had the check to every situation there against Naga Priest, and this is the big difference with Naga Priest versus our big spell mage versus like the skeleton mage. Is you have a lot less agency. Obviously, with the skeleton mage, your board's just frozen nonstop, right?
Yes.
Which, you know, it does feel like you can just keep building up your board bigger, and bigger, and then, you know, eventually you can push through. But in this one, it's like, okay, well, if your board's gone, your board's gone. Like, it's gone and it's not coming back.
Yeah, that was an Impact 1 chance there. If the rune had a realistic chance of missing, not a great one, but because of the 10-7 you've got on the board yourself, but yeah, it could have possibly got through. But the second that was cleared up, that was game over.
Yeah. So 1-0 for Reliquary, and now we move on to the next one. And it looks like Shaman was banned. That makes a whole lot of sense given the choices that Impact made with his lineup. It seems like he built it from the ground up, thinking I'm going to ban Shaman and target Druid.
And Mage to some degree as well, actually. I think the Mage was also not particularly favoured in this matchup overall.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, so, you know, we got Hunter and Druid remaining. We have a Quest Hunter on both sides.
Yeah.
Which is...
Yep.
Not a big fan of that mirror, especially now at 40 health, because there was a world where in the past it would just be both players just throwing spells at the face, and whoever had the most damage won. But now with 40 health, there's more like maneuverability, right? There's the games last longer. There's more calculations to be done. You can't just mindlessly throw things at the face, even though that's usually what it ends up being still.
Yeah. Like, you'll have done this. I don't know, have you ever run 400 yards or 400 meters, whichever takes your fancy? They're similar enough.
Have I ever run 400?
Like a timed 400 yards or 400 meters, either or, as a timed race?
That's a full Olympic track.
That's an Olympic track, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So at the end of that, you feel like you're just collapsing if you've done it right. Like you literally, a human can run about 300 or 350 yards before they start sort of puffing and panting and wanting to collapse. And obviously athletes can force that to 400 yards and beyond. But so this deck used to do 400 yards. It used to ping you, fall flat on its face over the line, doing 30 damage. Now it's got to do 40. It's like, right, you've got to get up, you've got to do another lap. It's like, no, I'm not built to do another lap. I want to stop. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get those last 10 damage done here.
Yeah, but then you also realize that your opponent, who also ran the hardest for that first lap, realizes at the exact same time as you that they also have to run another lap.
Yeah, so the first lap is like, I don't know, 50 seconds or something, and the second lap is like half an hour because you're both just messed up. I'm sure the players won't mess up in that regard, but that's how this deck feels in the mirror to me. And especially now you've got like 2 or 3 sort of minions that make a lot of sense, but also just give your opponent targets if you want to play them early on.
Yep.
So I want to see how this pans out, other than very awkwardly and strangely.
So the spirits do add a little bit of a dynamic, right? Because just having 8 extra damage from a weapon, if you're able to get the stag, is beneficial. And the fact that, you know, they can't be targeted immediately, so your opponent can't get like immediate quest completion from the spirits. But
My advice is to find Tavish. That sounds good.
Oh yeah.
Want one of those?
Well, you get one from completing the quest.
Find 2 Tavishes then, TJ. That's the second 400 yards, is the other Tavish. The quick shot.
You just keep whatever's like 2 mana or less that goes face, right? Like,
yep.
He gets quest and then just start chucking.
Here they come.
Yeah.
Whew. Plays.
Caught this one.
Hey, that's damage.
Look at this.
Oh, the stag. That's the best in this matchup.
I mean, I think it's the best in nearly every matchup. Sometimes you want the 3-1, whatever that's called, but yeah. You don't usually want the 2-5 thing. That's annoying.
It can be good sometimes.
It can.
But in Quest Hunter, the stag is the best because, especially in the mirror, you don't want your opponent interacting with your minions, and 8 damage at some point in the game is fantastic. All right. Now we have a decision to be made here for Reliquary. Dumbledore Bunker is slower, especially for the matchup, but it does pull a lot of these, you know, mediocre draws out of the deck. So I think that's just the best option.
I agree. I think you're taking 1 dead draw now, and it will save you 2 or 3 later on. So, assuming you think the game's going to last long enough, which, let's face it, down to 37.
Oh yeah,
down to 35.
35.
Oof. Yeah, you've got time to play a bunker. You've got a while.
And somehow, like, Impact is like the one player who's like synonymous with chucking spells at the face.
Yep.
Like if you had to say describe Impact's playstyle over his entire career, which stretches all the way back to 2014, he's been playing competitively since then. I would say just chucking stuff at face, right? That's what he's done. He's leaned towards aggressive decks when he can. He loves the aggressive lineup. Was considered a hunter face, like aggressive hunter expert for a long time. Zoo as well. So this is right up his alley. Just pick up spell and or minion, place it upon the portrait of your opponent.
Uh-huh. In any way you want. Doesn't have to be accurate, just roughly in the direction, and game will throw it for you. Sounds so easy, like, oh, just be an aggro player, just throw things at the face, but Impact has done incredibly well where many others have failed trying to do that.
Just picking up all the 5 man. Okay.
Pew, pew.
Well, ooh, cool. I get to chuck that at the face again. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's winning in this exchange? Well, I get to do it twice.
Yeah. So Impact is winning.
No progress, but he is ahead on the quest, which is the important thing.
Ahead on the quest, ahead in life total.
Yep.
And is honestly, even though the Dumbledore Bunker has come out for Reliquary, with the Bear Cotobane in hand, Impact's going to be ahead or even in resources as well. So,
going to need to be though, because he hasn't got the Tavish, and Reliquary has. That's going to be an important thing happening at some point.
Yep.
Feel? This mirror is entertaining me.
This is every minion. Except
Got to
multicaster.
be. Yeah, it's got to be close.
Yeah. And I like the Arlon first, just because your opponent's going to be more difficult for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, and by that you mean as well with the explosive traps as well are going to be awkward to time and place and everything here.
Yep. I'm paying. I don't care. I'm just checking everything in base.
This is like, and this is no offense to either player because they're doing things that seem correct to me. This is like watching two people who've never played before as well. It's like, what are you going to do with this card? I go, hit my opponent for 3. Because that's what the card says it does. 3 more. Look, they're down to 29. I'm winning. Yep. Hit him in the face.
Yeah, I like quick shot. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say quick shot, stag charge. But actually only needs 1 more, I think, for... Actually, I'm not sure. I lost track of his quest. It's tracking, though, instead of Wound Prey.
Tavish?
I don't think you want Tavish.
Stag charge
25.
is really tempting, then.
He's got a million damage in hand. He's got another stag as well in dormant right now. It's still 2 more turns away, but...
Quickly.
You don't not want it. That's the problem. I think he takes the stag charge, but Tavish is very tempting for later. Ice Trap's nice and slowing them down. Yeah, they're all actually decent picks. Good. Okay.
That's the one that you can click on the face.
Mixing it up. Instead of taking 10 seconds to think of something that clicks on the face, taking 30 seconds to do the same thing.
You'll need to run faster than
Okay.
I.
Now the race starts to turn a little.
Yep.
An impact can't be far away. Although he has played a number of minions, obviously. He did start off with a quick shot to the face. It's such a weird... Like, when this was first made, the deck made sense to me to some degree. It's got so weird with the secrets and stuff going on now as well.
Yeah.
Very bizarre, like a handful of minions because they're such a good card that you want to play them. It's such a strange deck.
So stag charge face again. Then you hero power trade. Next turn he would have aim shot, quick shot, hero power plus bag weapon. He's gonna be a bit short.
Yeah. He is, but he's probably got 2 turns to get it done.
I don't know if he's got 2 turns to get it done.
He might not have.
Especially with the Barracuda Bane off the top. I think this is a recipe for a 2-turn lethal. Does have to respond to the board, though.
Let none survive.
Yeah, just launch everything.
Because he doesn't know that Impact hasn't got it.
Yeah, right now, this 7 damage is not connecting face, which is a big deal. And it actually will be able to connect face because this is going to draw 1 mana spell. And can hero power, arcane shot, hero power connect 7 to face.
Yep. 19.
But those are not damage cards, so they're spells. So they're, I mean, in a sense, they're all damage cards.
Yeah, 7's a lot here.
Black arrow.
Relevant number. You like 7 here? Nice chuck just to make sure Impact
9.
can't kill him back. Yeah, it's a lot.
Goes. Okay.
Yeah, it's just lethal defense, right? And then you've got tracking into what? The fact none of those go face is a massive deal.
Okay.
Something, yeah. To put the trap.
I wonder what he's looking for specifically. Like, if he wants to dig with tracking again. That always happens.
Quickly.
So I like Ice Trap. Aim shot, hero power face, explosive.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, end on the, yeah. So this way the board is protected. So he has to do 17. And now this is a lethal setup Impact side because he has the weapon swing plus the upgraded hero power plus quick shot. Actually, no, it's not. If the explosive trap is triggered. So...
But also with the tracking in hand, there's a good chance of it being lethal on top, I think.
Yeah. Not that much mana to worth.
No, that 2 mana tracking.
Because when it gets ice traps and cast, so it doesn't count as a reset. No, those aren't damage. They're kind of damage, but in a sense, they're not damage.
They're not enough.
Damage because they reset the hero power, at least in the trap, but piercing shot's way too expensive. So this is not lethal. I actually really like that turn Impact last turn because he found a good balance of pushing damage to face and spending his mana, but also addressing the board, right?
Yep. What has he got next turn?
He's got 11.
So tracking into anything that does damage that costs 4 or less against no minions.
Yeah. So there's the Wet Wing. That's an upgraded hero power, right, from the aim shot because he cast the aim shot last. So that's 8, and 3 from the quick shot is 11. So just needs to find 2 damage.
Which isn't trivial, but should get it. There it is.
And there it is. Arcane. Boom.
Ooh.
Exacties.
Nicely worked by Impact there.
Yeah. Completes the quest on the turn of the kill.
Yep. Which is really strange. That's a really bizarre game. The person who completed the quest, who you'd think was in charge of things, because so many of those spells had to go into minions, never got to use their damage to do the extra 8, which was required.
Yeah, I like that game plan from Impact. So, I mean, you keep quick shot, right? Like your goal is just to 40 damage worth of stuff.
I genuinely thought that wasn't necessarily how you played this anymore. I've got to confess, but it is. You just do it slower.
Yeah. Yeah, you do it much slower. I mean, it's not always like. Imagine if his he actually had a pretty slow follow up to what he kept the quick shot for, right?
Yes.
With minions being drawn, but he got good. Like the spits. What are they called? Are they called spits? I played the cards like hundreds of times. I just never bothered to dormant. I don't know. Whatever. The spirits. The stag is obviously the best one because it's just straight
wild seeds. The dormant wild seeds.
Sure. But he got 16 damage from just the wild seeds alone, which is incredible, right? If he was getting a 3-1 with Rush, just targets for Piercing Shot and targets for quest completion for Reliquary. So he made up for a lot of the damage with that. So I like the just chuck stuff at face game plan. He had to sort of pivot because he was just drawing all minions, but it ended up working out because he got so much damage from the weapon swings then. But now we got a tied series. We got the Control Shaman plus the Naga Priest left for impact. And then on the Reliquary side, we still have that Druid. And we have the Quest Hunter, which we just saw. I think Quest Hunter against Naga Priest, I like that matchup for Quest Hunter just because a lot of times they can disrupt enough to be able to get to the point where they're just killing everything. And they have like good control over the early game board, so it's hard for you to like stick a minion right as Naga Priest, which is what you want to do. Druid, that map is definitely in favor of Naga Priest, and then Shaman just has reasonable matchups across the board. Right?
It's just the weirdest thing. It's just too strong. Like,
yeah, it's
normally
54%.
Someone goes, oh, but what about the something? You go, oh yeah, I can't beat that. But Shaman just beats everything.
Yeah, it's like 54% against everything. It's just like it can lose to everything, slightly favored against everything. Actually, I'm gonna look at the matchups real quick.
Fox and a bear are the other two wild teams, by the way. Everybody knows the stack, including me. Fox and bear.
Buki Mage is a toss-up, is 50. Mind Rogue, 56. Miracle Rogue, 56. Ramp Druid, 54. Celestial Druid, 54. Face Hunter, 54. Quest Hunter, 50%. It's just like 50% against everything. The decks that it does the best against, based on the data like from HS Replay, and this is across all ranks, I think. Oh no, this is just Legend. Okay, this is just Legend, so. It's best matchup.
Apart from mine Warlock, which somehow beats it. There you go.
Yeah.
When you get to like the 16th.
Because they don't kill you fast enough. You're 100% reliant. In that matchup, it's like, did I hit Phylactery with Theatar? If I didn't, okay, fine, game over. Or did I hit Schooling into Null Muck Pools and got a 10-10? Nope, okay, whatever. Its best matchups are Naga Priest, Relic Demon Hunter. No, I'm just kidding. But it is a good matchup.
I think most things are good against Relic Demon Hunter.
Naga Priest, any rogue, any type of rogue, and Imp Warlock. Just three best matchups that are actually like played.
Relic Demon Hunter is so bad that it's 50-50 against Ramp Druid.
Job's done.
That's how slow it is. All right, this one's a bit tighter though. Impact gonna have to find a way to make sure he gets through the multiple tricks and turns.
Oh, no.
What?
This hand is just a bunch of good cards, to be fair, but together, garbage.
Victory is in my grasp.
Yeah, he's not killing much.
No.
Well, Impact has also got tiny cards.
No, I'm talking about Impact's hand.
I'm looking at Reliquary's hand. Like against 1/5s, this hand also doesn't do much.
I mean, L-Shot is actually a great card to have early game against Naga Priest because it kills pretty much any singular minion, right? It's just if there's a singular minion on the board, it deals 6 damage, right? So it just takes out a minion. You want to kill a treasure card? Here you go, L-Shot.
Yeah, and it's going to line up perfectly now because Impact is down to the small health minions that he doesn't want to play but might have to. There we go, that's better.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's running
nice
again.
Nice.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Boils for war.
Question is if you want to play a Bless. I think I want to play a Bless. If you have second Bless, it brings it up to the same health total. Like it's going to be 5 health regardless. It's higher mana, right? Yep. Next turn, you could go your Vicious Slither Spear Survivors. You could go Serpent Wig and then Handmaiden.
I think you've got to get that going, yes.
Yeah.
Not where you want to be, but it's where you are.
Yeah. But this minion's going to be... So, Handmaiden will have to wait. once again. That's 2 spells in Yuki's hand.
Unless he wants to play First Handmaiden. Because there's 2 of them and the other one might be too slow, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can't afford to wait. Gotta do it. But
yeah, he's not
this handmaiden. It's just gonna die. But
yeah,
you're just doing it to activate the second handmaiden and still hold on to the Serpent Wing.
Yeah, I agree. Otherwise he's doing nothing, and there's just no time to do nothing because the start you've had. That's a fox and a bear. I think it's actually like the blink fox. Sort of variation on the art. Because it's blue, like all foxes are. Yep. Finally gets a hand of stuff that looks like the deck he's trying to play.
Yep. So really in this map, you just need to stick like 1 big minion and then boon it, right? And then you're good. It's enough to like play a Rounding Trap.
But also you're sort of on, whilst doing that, you're also on a reasonably quick clock that's ticking fairly rapidly.
Tavish. This could Tavish game right about now. Oh no, Stack Charge kills the Handmaiden right now. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think he also feels possibly that he's quick enough as well.
Yeah. And could even play a bunk on the side of this.
You know, with a freezing trap sort of on the way at some point as well. I think he feels he can just get this done.
I have no time for games.
Actually, Ice Trap might be better to try and block Impact from making a big board. And then next turn, you could dump cards, draw more with Furious Howl, and then follow that up with Bunker. Whatever. Yeah.
Let the deck decide.
Yep. So now Impact's looking for a Radiant Elemental to really be able to start driving things home.
Yeah.
I think this is a get slow turn. Like Cathedral. Maybe set things up and thrive. All right, nah, Impact. Impact does not take things slow.
There's no slow turns in Impact now.
Your purpose awaits.
But I know what you mean. It's get some of the stuff ready. You've got the Thrive and Cathedral.
Yeah, so
still going on.
One of the hardest things to learn about non-GURPS is that in many games it's not a, like incremental board presence, right? Because you just don't have the follow-up to make like a couple of medium-sized minions get there if your opponent's playing any sort of deck with removal. It's about the big swing turns, right? Yes. It's about the like fishing for the 1 big minion that's going to stick that you can boon. Now, this is big enough, right? Reliquary is still a little bit limited on mana. It hasn't completed quest fully, and Impact's kind of desperate to just have a minion on board. But like let's just say I wouldn't have hated it if he just went like Thrive and Cathedral, and then just tried to set up for a much bigger boon on the turn after, right? And just like kind of gone all in, and fished for a potential. Like Radiant Elemental.
Yeah, I got shouted at by some good players the other day. I'm like, well, I can never get a minion to stick. And I say, well, you're doing it wrong. You get a minion to stick by playing 5 of them in 1 turn. That's how you get a minion to stick, not by playing 2 minions and hoping they don't die. Play so many minions that they can't all die. Do that. And then I started getting much better results, strangely enough, when I was playing the deck correctly. Who knew? But it's still hard to get that balance and to know exactly when to do it. There's no like magic formula. You have to look at the board states, which is good because you have to think. Bad for me, but it's good for everyone else.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm good.
Yeah, Relico is shaking her head there to sort of see what is coming here. This is the reasonable size pop-off turn, but not huge.
No, it's
Next turn, there's not quite
very
enough minions to
difficult.
do it.
Let none survive.
Okay.
it can still isolate. You have Slither Spear.
Yes. Fine. I'm not able to attack into that with his aim bigger thing, so I have to make more stuff. That's fine for Reliquary there, right?
Yeah. Okay, so now it's time to fish for a boon, I feel. Priestess. I think you're just going all in on 2 minions here. Or maybe not all in, but like close to it. You Radiant Elemental.
Yeah, here we go.
Serpent Wig, Serpent Wig.
Fish in the shadows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boon.
Range that.
You might even go all in. Though with a Cathedral activation next turn, I'm not sure if that's
Tell me, Minnow, have you done as I
super
asked?
wise. And I might yeah. I was gonna say I might even put like a Serpent Wig on the never mind. Just go all in.
You just go for the 2 biggest things you can get, but I understand where you were going for that. It's like,
Yeah. No, I like this. Has a Cathedral activation next turn, so can draw a card, maybe find another Naga, get these Serpent Wings active a little more. But this will at least knock all minion damage. Sets up a bunch of minions for Reliquary to have to kill if he wants to play around Freezing Trap to an extent.
and he's going to struggle.
Yeah.
Well, he can kill all but the 2 big things, obviously.
Grasp.
Can he?
No.
Yeah, he can't, can he?
Killed 2 of them. Obviously, Multicaster can help. There's been Nature, Frost, and Fire. I don't know if the Arcane Shot was played. Was there an Arcane Shot played?
Don't remember one, but that doesn't
Let me look.
There wasn't one. Check.
There's not been an Arcane Shot.
Still going to help, though. I mean, 3 cards.
It's 3 cards.
No time for
Yeah.
Well,
These
still-
taunts are going to be annoying, but one of the cards that Impact did not cut was Shard. So at some point, we'll be able to get through these shards. Yeah, I was going to... do you want I think you'd kill the Radiant, but I guess with 9 mana, it doesn't matter. Like, Radiant Elemental's already done its job. Kill the Amalgam, so Impact has less potential outs for another Amalgam, right? Like, can't get a Beast or something?
Yes.
Ooh! Crush Claw.
Could have been a teacher, TJ.
Tell me, Minnow, have you done as I asked?
So much.
What, more minions up? Explosive Trap?
Yeah, decided that 2020 is big enough. Thank you very much. Let's make something else bigger.
Pressure Guard. This is still going to be 21 damage to face. Assuming Impact wants it.
Does he want 21 damage to face? Hang on.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not, because there's a Freezing Trap still up, and the Radiant Elemental needs to go into the Freezing Trap.
Yeah.
In fact, it looks like he's not even going to be attacking into the Freezing Trap. No, he is going to be attacking it.
There we go.
Yeah. Heals the taunt. All right.
Your go. Do 28 to me. Good luck.
Yep.
There's one of them.
That's a lot of stats. So you can't get through all of these minions. I like what Impact did there. He's like, okay, my Ascended is strong enough. My just Slither Spear is strong enough, right? They're not going to die. If they live and can attack face, it's going to be a win.
Yes.
So I need to make the other stuff stronger in case he has Freezing Trap to be able to attack through. Or to be able to attack through the taunt, which he knew was emerging in the following turn. So from Reliquary's perspective, it's about trying to isolate as many minions as possible, right? Try and pare down the board to see what can happen. But unfortunately, there's just not enough stuff. There is a Hero Power, a Wound Prey, a Reset, and a Freezing Trap and a Reset. Can't, like...
But the important part as well is while he's doing all this, none of it's going face. So Impact can just sort of keep going. So yeah, you've cleared up most of that stuff now, but Impact can still get through the freezing trap part of this.
Yeah, well, now it's just out finding the shard, because it's still not lethal, so gonna Cathedral and buff first, I assume?
He's got the freezing trap right, so...
Yeah, so that's always gonna be...
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, so this is just don't die next turn, which means don't let your 22-22 somehow get removed.
Yep.
Just checking in case there's a random Starfish in this deck, given there was 2 in his other deck. There is not, strangely enough. Both freezing traps, so... Yep, like doing 28, I guess.
Hey, 26.
Sorry, I misspoke. And it's 24 really, because you can put the other explosive trap down to lock them out.
Yep. All right, we gotta start with a multicaster.
A bit.
It's a 24-24. What's happening in Hearthstone?
Yeah, this is just not nearly enough. Like,
it's just like...
Let's see. Hero Power Face. Piercing Shot. Can he actually kill it?
There's another one.
No, he can't kill it. It's going to be at 1 health. Yeah, it 1 damage off. And then, even then, like, just the Slither Spear surviving with 2 Serpent Wings in hand, I think was more than enough. So, there we go. Impact. Nicely played game, right? I talked about the swing turns, but Impact obviously knew that if he could just buy enough time, he wasn't really spending many resources in order to make that happen, right? He was just kind of, you know, play a Naga, put Serpent Wings on it, play a boon, knowing he had Thrive plus a second boon in his deck, which was nearly guaranteed at that point. And then popping off on the big turn, making as big of a boon as he possibly can, spending essentially all of his resources, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Knowing that he had a little bit more with Cathedral that was going to pop up, but knowing like where his strength lies. Okay, this is going to do 2 things. It's going to make 2 giant minions, so I'm sort of protected from Freezing Trap, and it's also going to make it so, because one of them is a taunt, minion damage is irrelevant for the rest of the game. He's not going to push any damage face with minions. The Wild Spirits aren't going to do anything. I'm so excited about casting Naga Priest. I got so blurry. So just solid recognition and a good showcase of the power of Naga Priest.
Yeah, even the early decision, right?
That was just Shaman
Double Handmaiden, where he knew he needed more cards and he didn't have time to mess around. So he just dumped one on the board. Got it out of there, draw some cards. Yeah. But yeah, now it's the Shaman. Whew. You're in a good spot if you've got a Shaman left in this meta. No, people
at this
tried
point,
to target it and gave up.
I'm basically a still image, so.
I mean, that's the future. That's all the fashion, TJ. You should try it, definitely. Did you just deliberately like sit as still as you could there to try and mimic being a still image?
There's my camera's that blurry.
It just actually blurred that much. That you just...
We've been over this before on America's Masters many times. It's because with the way my house is set up, because my house is so long. It's not that large. It's just really long. And the router's on the other side of the house. And no matter how many repeaters or like wireless range extenders I've tried, Wi-Fi just cannot reach the room that I'm in.
Have you tried sitting at the other end of the house?
No, because then kids would be screaming all the time right near me.
Have you considered
no way around it?
Something to somewhere else?
No.
Like
I've tried a lot of things.
The house and you to
it may seem like a simple solution, but I've tried a lot of things. And so I've settled on power over Ethernet. And we've talked about this before. Basically, my router has an Ethernet cable that plugs in this little box that's in an outlet on the wall. An electrical outlet, like a power outlet. And through the power of, I can only describe as sheer magic, the internet signal from the Ethernet cable in this little box in the wall magically goes through the electrical wires in my house.
Yep.
It plops down right to the other box that's plugged into a power outlet behind my computer, and that's where my Ethernet cable's plugged in.
How does that work with the glass tubes? How does that all fit together?
Well, so crazy thing is, and this is strictly a theory, I know nothing about internet. I know decent amount of years, but internet is wildly complicated to me. I noticed when my light on for a long time, right? Which my what's it called?
Electricity?
The thing with a lot of plugs on it.
Extension?
Sure, the extension, power extension. Is also plugged in the same outlet as the Ethernet. When my lights have been on for a long time, it sucks all the magic from the electrical wires that are in my wall that my Ethernet is traveling upon. Okay?
Wow, yeah.
And that's why I get blurry, because the lights are on and they're sucking all the energy, all the magic out of the electrical wires.
That sounds like the basis for a good story.
I get blurry.
Good children's book. Where the lights are evil and sucking all the magic out of the world. Yeah, we can sort that one out.
Yeah. Because then when I turn off all the lights and like turn off as many things as possible that are connected to that power extension. There's a name for it. I can't think of it. I'm like flailing.
I think it's a word that's different in American to English as well.
I don't care.
I don't know any English because
I'll use any regional dialect at this point to describe it. When I turn all that stuff off, my internet gets better. And it's strictly packet loss. It's not like everything works. Like my download speed is so good, upload speed is so good. It's strictly packet loss.
Imagine if it went the other way. Your internet
because of that explanation,
really, really good, and all the lights started flickering.
To be fair, this could have been a tweet. Apologies. We spent entire 5 minutes in this break not talking about Hearthstone. Not even a break. It wasn't even a break to explain why I'm blurry. We didn't talk about Hearthstone for a second.
It's Shaman versus Druid.
And now we're back.
It's Celestial Druid. It's Control Shaman, or whatever you want to call it. EJ's blurry because he's excited. Got Boner into Clownfish. That seems like a good thing to do.
It sure does.
It sure does. Praying that it doesn't die.
You know, I'm gonna turn my lights off for a second so the magic comes back. So cast the game real quick.
Okay, so while TJ's taking off his lights, there is no answer to this Boner. Clownfish is going to come down. And yeah, Impact rubbing his hands together. Fingers crossed for even more good stuff. Might do, honestly. Any Murloc. And now all the Murlocs cost like -67. And now he just needs some Murlocs. Meanwhile, though, Reliquary is in a position where he's going to be able to get some big stuff down very quickly and align very quickly. It's all kicking off, TJ.
Okay, I'm back and everything's better.
More Clownfish Battlecry already, and on the other side of Reliquary's got Anaconda Scale Alignment. Jerry.
Impact's trying to channel some type of magic into don't get this. Whatever it is, don't get it.
How is he sucking all the internet out of your house to make sure he gets good cards?
Yeah, it's Impact.
Just Impact. Just taking all the internet from all the people so he gets good card draws.
Okay, so Reliquary just decided to pick Scale, dredged it. So was going to draw it. So now has ramp into scale. I mean, ramp into scale, into alignment, into Anaconda, draw a bunch of cards, scale, whatever.
But all Impact's fish cost naught. Or will do at that point. But yes. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to draw them first.
That's the problem he's having, yeah.
My pack will hunt you down.
Up, everything's on charge. Here we go. Rush story.
Excuse me, Neil. It's Rush.
Oh, look, I can dream, right? If he had charge, it'd be terrifying. Alright. Reliquary has got to alignment land, which means just any sort of board at all, and he's good. With Anaconda, he might just go for it anyway. Take 6 point off the bonus, so Scale will take 1 fewer whelps to kill it off. That's nice. And Impact has run out of Murlocs. I want to say fish, but he has fish. Yeah, so Impact just challenging.
So the one thing about post-alignment is Impact will have had a lot of minions die.
Yeah.
And so, funnily enough,
And Nathria, just pew, 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 pew.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, Brandon Nathrius, after you have 2 mana, it seems interesting.
Yeah. Good word. The Nathrius is just getting larger and larger.
Yep. Another muck pools.
Just. Just make it into anything.
Ooh!
Right, okay, that's another 2 damage.
I mean, you're just trying to collect damage right now. Like, that's it. Like, collect as much damage as possible. I wonder if he even expects alignment to actually, like, be a thing.
I think he's trying to avoid it being a thing by making sure there's enough on the board to scare your opponent off.
Yeah. Reliquary is confused, but if he could see the hand, he would not be confused.
I gotta admit, every part of me here is saying I want to jam alignment, but yeah, this is the sensible play. This is a good play. Thinking, well, they've got 2 cards, not that much damage. I've got alignment with all this stuff in my hand. Oh, I'd have been so tempted.
We're gonna keep 2 whelps up.
Be the sea floor, be its own treasure.
Sure. If I just needs anything to do that spends like 6 or 7 mana here. It's not it. It's just gonna do nothing.
No, don't play the bread.
Oh. Oh, it's a. He's not gonna play it, right? It's just a bluff. He's making it look like he's got something to do. Surely.
Ah, yes, that's an Impact play if I've ever seen one.
Anyone else wouldn't even consider that's what they're doing, but yeah, I reckon that's what he's doing. Yeah, that's just Impact going. I've got a 7 drop and I'm not playing it for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, Reliquary, why would he ever alignment here? Like, You're not playing anything. Play stuff.
All right, now Impact really needs to get things out. That start he had with the bowler and the clownfish looked incredible, but just no Goraka to go with it.
Oh,
Warlock.
okay.
Goraka, I'm losing it. Saying words.
I want to upgrade the Belinda again, probably.
Yeah, I think.
Oh wait, no, you don't want to do your minions causing more. I guess it doesn't. It encourages a trade. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no.
Ooh.
Yeah, Relico's just not going to play Slessy. Just get the board and win the game the old-fashioned way, which is what this deck does a lot, which is why some people play Ramp Druid.
You will be crushed beneath the endless tide.
What are we looking for here? Kael'thas?
Warlock Ravager might still be decent. I think it might be too late, but it might also be good.
Just Glug is just a bunch of minions. Like, he's probably going to have to just Nathria next turn, to be quite honest.
If he gets a Gorlock, he can go Brand Gorlock. Remember, they're all double reduced. Yeah, it's not that exciting. It feels exciting, but I don't think it is.
Just a whole lot of attacks.
Yeah, I was just thinking, how many times does this thing attack? It's all of the times.
It just kills it on board. That's crazy.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Can he win if he jams the Nathrias, though? I mean, the answer might be, can he win if he doesn't, but...
I mean, at this rate, he's just going to die. Like,
yeah.
I don't even know what it's at. I think.
Well, I guess, yes, 14. Okay, 20's a lot.
He's channeling the Kael'thas. I didn't even see it. It blocked
It went above the line, I think. I was trying. See?
Ah!
It's just not in the right place. But we can see the picture. That's all that matters.
All right, I'm gonna count. Yeah, let's look here.
How's it looking? How far have you counted you so far? Is this helping?
15, I think.
15, okay. It's...
Three Piranhas, Flurgle, Bolner.
Yep. 5.
Glug, which is another 4 more.
Okay, that's 9.
2 Command of Nebulons, that's 11. And I think 4 Totems.
Sure, let's go with that. 15. I like it.
Yeah.
When Druid or Shaman to this point gets to this stage, it's just stupid. It's like, well, just do some stuff and it'll be fun. You've won the game.
Oh no! Now we can't play the Nether. He's gonna die.
Oh my!
It's another Connie.
So dumb.
I don't even know. Apologies. I don't even know how a double Akani would work.
I'm assuming that if you pick minion with both, you only counter 1 minion and they both pop off. But I don't know. I should know.
Yeah, judging by Reliquary's move there, I would imagine that's the case, or else it might have been beneficial to actually play the second Akani. So right now we have 5 plus 15 damage on board. What was even the last battle cry?
That's what he's thinking. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Has there even been a battle? Oh, it was the muck thing.
Yeah, muck person.
Yeah.
Oh,
crud caretaker.
Example the crud. It creates a muck thing, I think.
Sure.
I have to,
yeah.
Now you're making me look things up, TJ. I mean, the cool things from my memory.
All right. We got a tied series, and I don't have any more magical Ethernet stories, so
okay.
we actually have to talk about Hearthstone. It's going to be Shaman versus Quest Hunter. And Quest Hunter does have the inevitability on their side, but the Shaman has the I can make a lot of stuff very quickly part on their side.
Okay, I'm listening, but I'm also trying to find out what the crud caretaker makes at the same time. Now, whatever you said, I agree with it entirely.
You haven't found it yet?
I found the crud caretaker, but it just says 3/5 elemental with taunt, but it doesn't say what it's called.
It's called Elemental with Taunt.
Untreated
It's called
filth.
Untreated Filth. Boom.
Okay. Got it.
Synchronized Filth. Yeah.
So yeah, Hunter versus the
So-
Shaman. Yeah.
Based on the data we have here, it's exactly 5%.
Yep.
1,100 sample size, so pretty significant, and it's exactly 50%, 50.0%. Now, granted, this is just taking data from HS Replay. It's players in Legend that are actually using the Hearthstone deck tracker to track their game, so it's not the end all be all, but that's a pretty healthy sample size for the matchup. So I think that's.
Yeah, when you thin it down to top 1,000, it
Relatively
goes down. The Shaman becomes the underdog. It goes down to 49.4%. So absolutely, the Hunter always wins here.
Yeah, it's usually a show of difficulty, right? If you have a matchup at the Legend rank that is even, if you go lower in ranks, the deck that rises in win rate is the deck that's easier to pilot in the matchup, right?
Yes, yeah. But I mean, that's a tiny difference. If you do it with Boar Priest, it changes by huge amounts as you go up through the ladder.
I mean, Boar Priest starts off with an abysmal win rate because there's not that many players that can play it well. Like, well enough to win consistently on ladder. And then you look at go to the lower ranks of Boar Priest, and no, it doesn't go down. It disappears because nobody plays it.
They've played it twice and gone, what is this? My 1/1 just can't hit them in the face 40 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you go to Pocket Train's deck track and it says every matchup is 70%. Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
He didn't bring it.
All right, so looking for in this matchup, surprisingly enough, Sire Denaf's having it early is fantastic because then you can start picking it up. Usually the game will go turn 10 and beyond because you can get to the point where your opponent has to answer your minions. And then if you can just play it on turn 10 after a substantial amount of minions have died, it's basically like a reset of the game, right? So just a solid minion to have.
A reset of the game, but your opponent's got no stuff left because they burned it all.
Yeah.
Getting you there in the first place. Yeah.
With Theatar as well, there's this interaction where you kind of want to play. Can't turbo through your quest. You need to try and complete your quest on the same turn that you're playing Tavish to try and play around that. I mean, there's two ways. There's Theatar plus Mutinous. So.
Yep. Nothing doing early with the show. It always feels like you've got nothing for the show, and suddenly you've just got anything you want.
But me.
That's kind of how control deck works.
That's a high health total. It's no match for a piercing shot.
Yeah. Do anything better? It looks pretty straightforward, but.
I mean,
always feels
shell shot
so
have
slow.
capped in what it can do. So you might want to just shell shot here. It's not as mana efficient, but piercing shot can net you more damage later on in the game.
Vengeance is near.
I think the problem is how do you use the mana efficiency next turn? Next turn you're going to have a 4-drop. You probably want to play the piercing shot next turn a lot of the time. And then, yeah.
Well, you could just go shell shot hero power next turn and deal with, but essentially any board at that point.
That's what I mean. So this way just feels long-term more efficient, even though immediately it wasn't particularly obvious. But yeah, now you're going to get the payoff for that. Or not.
The Famished Fool has been infused. Impact's going to be able to draw a bunch of cards next turn, but really needs to start piecing together some type of, like,
I mean,
pressure.
He's got Guardian power.
Okay, but what are you freezing?
Yeah, okay. Plan, though.
Yeah, those are two cards with nearly the lowest win rate in the deck against most variations of Hunter.
It makes sense. Face Hunters kills you by now, and this deck doesn't have many minions.
Yeah.
But it's a plan. What's the other plan? Get different cards. Draw 3, get on with your life. Better plan.
Job done.
Damage plus damage equals damage.
Huh? Equation as old as time itself.
Insanity is no
What are you gonna steal?
for bad manners.
Tavish. Give him a clownfish.
Oh, schmucks get stuck in the muck.
Ugh!
That's for everybody, apart from Tavish. He doesn't
He insted that. That was a kind of heads up. A lot of times, like Theotar, you're like, okay, I'm gonna save it in case my opponent messes up. But in a situation like this, you got to give your opponent the benefit of the doubt and think that there's no way that they're going to complete the quest, knowing that Theotar, especially after I've drawn this many cards, is going to be
right.
Like anything, right? So
tried the alignment trick last game out of necessity. I don't think he expected it to work, but he tried that last game, right, with the Bran going on. So your opponents dodged that. You give them credit. He's a good player anyway. Everyone knows Relico is a good player.
He could also.
I have no time for games.
No, it's not really a way you can do that. I was going to say hold on to the macaw as a battle cry. Like, oh, Reliquary, he's going to feel safe. Little does he know.
You better watch your step and elbow.
Yep. Who's got the secrets now? Right.
And ooh,
Aches.
No, I'd like.
Sorry.
See my
yeah, emergencies. Yeah.
Oh wait, what? What did he pick? He picked
the other
right
one, I think.
What was on the right?
That was. I don't know.
It was freezing, I think.
Nate was the middle. Maneuvers was the left. I think he took the right. Hey.
Okay, sure. Give him a 5-mana hyena.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Still no spell. Still no quest completion.
Clownfish and a hyena in his opponent's hand. It's just garbage. It's great. It's really funny. Finally, he gets a chance to play something big.
Yeah, Noel's good. Oh! Hey, he gets to clear the board. And this is going to be Tavish? Oh, is that a huffer? Nice.
Bam. So it's a 50-50 deck, but they're playing each other's decks, so it's still 50-50, right? That's how this works.
Oh, what? He didn't get Ice Trap. Oh, jeez.
This is difficult because he's got to decide whether he wants damage, which is what I think he wants, or if he has to go another way because his hand has turned so slow. I'm assuming from the pause he needs 2 more legs of the quest.
No, he needs 1.
Okay.
So it's a single one. So Windprey will be quest completion.
He can play it and do it.
I have no time for games.
Or we can take the 1 in 3 that Mutinous doesn't eat it because there's a hyena and a clownfish in his hand.
Ah, you play it.
Yeah, you got it.
There's just no spells in his hand. Basically, except for an explosive trap that costs 4 mana. Oh my goodness.
Nature waits for no
irritating
one
turn.
but me.
Yep. Okay.
Still on 22. It feels like Impact has been getting like slapped about for some turns now without really getting established. He's still on 22, which can go pretty quick, but not with this hand it can't. He knows there's 2 minions there.
A beast. Ooh, Scorpid.
Yeah, he's just hunting for things to do.
Yeah. So this must indicate that there's a freezing trap up, and he's like, sure, if you want to spend 5 mana to get that hyena in your hand frozen again, by all means.
Just the state of this hand, it costs so much, it's got so ridiculous.
Vengeance is near.
Yeah, Impact has 2 courses of victory now. Like, this board can just get it done sometimes, though probably doesn't. But also just getting to Nathria, like you explained earlier, by constantly just playing a big minion every turn. It's now a viable win. Still hasn't had to play the Famished Fool. You can see why he gets cut to 1, can't you? Like, Shaman has so many cards. You think that a 5-drop that draws 3 cards is great, but you often just don't have time to play it.
Yeah.
I have no time for games.
Yeah, set it up for explosive, sure. Oh.
That was the hardest working 7 damage of his life.
Oh, this Scorpion. The Murloc thing.
What?
It buffs. What's it called?
Scorpion Murloc thing? Let you find it.
Nothing can stop us.
Okay, sure.
You play Venomous Scorpion and you get Nothing Can Stop Us, and that would have been 3, 6, 12, 17, and he traded in 5 damage, which would have been 7. It would have been 24. It would have been lethal.
Okay.
I think it might have been worth trying to find that with Venomous Scorpion. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sounds reasonable. Because at the moment, he's running a turn slow.
Yeah. I don't know if it would have been lethal exactly. Like, I'd have to go back and count, but he traded in a 2-2, and he traded in a... He might have had to make board space, actually. But it would have been like a potential lethal. Would have buffed it out of range of the... Or Bloodlust. No, Bloodlust wouldn't have buffed the health. I'm dumb. Just Nothing Can Stop Us. But that's going to be game.
Yeah, Reliquary taking it down. In a real tussle of a match, takes the 3-2. And I don't know, after each game I thought it was going a different direction. But Reliquary does get it done here, and that one was tough. Impact just couldn't quite pick up a finishing blow. It looked like he was in front for a lot of it. But Reliquary just kept plugging away at that health total and finally got the quest done without dying and got over the finishing line to go 4-0 on day one.
Yeah, very nicely done. And Impact, a lot of creative plays in that game. Like trying to find something that was going to work, right? Okay, I'm just going to keep building boards. I'm going to keep building boards. One of these boards is going to stick. I'm going to steal the Tavish. I'm going to keep building boards. Play early Theatar. Boom. But just didn't work out in the end. And Reliquary navigated that well, making sure that he kept the board under control, spent his mana, played around the improved secrets from Tavish quite well, I must say. Especially the turn where he was able to use the 7 to face with his Tavish. He said as many things to possible at 2 health, so he was protected with Explosive Trap, but still was able to push damage to face. So very methodical approach to a lot of those turns. Not trying to do anything fancy, just trying to maximize damage. And in the end, that's what worked out for him. So nicely done. Impact 3-1, you know, not a bad score. Like, just can win out on day 2 or win out and lose in round 8 and make it on tiebreakers, right? Still plenty of opportunity for Impact, whose lineup seems to be working quite well to make it into that top 16.
Yeah, I think Impact's strong at the start of metas, especially start of metas have got quite aggressive lineups. I think it's a thing that suits him well. I think we'll see quite a lot more of him during this meta. Reliquary is somebody who I'm glad to see going 4-0. He's been regularly in the hunt in these tournaments without really getting a top 16. I think there's a 40th. Yeah, there's 5 and 3s and that sort of score all over the place. So somebody who wins smaller tournaments on a regular basis would be great to see him make a top 16. So he set a good foundation. So yeah, hope to see more of these 2 players tomorrow, TJ.
Yeah, should be nice. Should be nice. That was a long series, but we actually are going to give you a little bit more coverage from round number 4, just a teeny little weensy bit before we actually close out for the day and look forward to day number 2. So we're going to go to a break. Neil and I are done, but when we come back, Raven and Edelweiss will guide you through the more Hearthstone action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Masters Tour Murder at Castle Nathria.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got just a little bit more Hearthstone for you before we close out the day. I'm Raven. Joining me is Edelweiss, our first time casting together. So that should be a lot of fun. We are just going to jump into game 5 here. So just a quick one to round out the day while we're still collecting results from everyone else in the round, so we can have a look at what the end of day 1 looks like. But so far, how have you found the tournament? Is it what you expected in terms of meta and performance, I guess, from certain decks?
Yeah, definitely sort of met my expectations in terms of the prevalence of Shaman. Honestly surprised we didn't see more Shaman bans. It makes a lot of sense to me that at least early on, one of the high-performing lineups was, banning Shaman and then target Druid, because those are very popular classes. But it really comes down to that 4th deck, and I gotta say, I think my favorite deck in this tournament is the Lambie Rogue. It's just so much fun to watch, and I'm glad we finally found the right Rogue, but not what we've got to deal with right now. This looks like a Curse Warlock with our one of Ruined Mithril Rod making an appearance again.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one, isn't it? Because it still has some of the additional tools there to help. Like, I did look at Fiendish Circle and was like, wait, is this Curse Imp? Because I saw some players trying to play like both of those lists like squished into one, but it is definitely the cursed one with the Imps being there, mainly for the impending catastrophe. So yeah, very interested to see how this deck will perform. Curse Warlock, definitely not the most popular version, especially on ladder, right? I think the Imp Lock is a little bit more straightforward of a win condition and a way to execute that win condition. So looking forward to seeing how this one goes off for C8763. Definitely going to shorten that one to C8. And Construct is going to be on the Shaman. So how do you think Curse Warlock sits in the meta right now? Because the meta feels, even though we've got expected decks in terms of how the strength of those decks, it feels a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, I think, as you said, the Imps are sort of the more obvious pick, but the strength of Impending Catastrophe is so much, and curses have really ramped up with Lady Darkfane, that you can sometimes find yourself taking those, 4, 5 damage pings off of the curses very, very quickly now, with just, a curse on 3, a curse on 4, and then Darkfane coming down. It really just ramps up very quickly. So if the Warlock does have the breathing room to push curses and isn't forced to just deal with board after board, that's where the Druid with minimal healing can start to struggle. But Mutinous and Theatar are cards, so that's the weakness for the Warlock.
I feel like we might be saying that for quite a while, unless something drastic happens, because, we've talked a lot about Mutinous over a long time now. Mutinous has been knocking around, but because of Theotar as well, it's so risky to rely on one specific card or one specific combo. It's one of the strengths that the Renathel lists have, is you can just fit more stuff to win the game with in your deck, and you're not as reliant on one specific thing. But already, in a blink of an eye, we're in this game number 5. Both players on the 3-0, so again, whoever wins this single game now will basically have a perfect day, right? Having day 1 as a 4-0 score makes you very confident, I imagine, going into day 2 and trying to make it into that top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't mean you can't get there if you're in sort of the 3-1 spot. You can hope to win out, but 4-0 is kind of, where you want to be mentally, I think, for sure. Bolner tempo play here. No Ravager to follow up with the Clownfish, but we've seen just how scary this turn 2 can be.
Yeah, great answer though from CA. I really do love the Bolner on turn 2 though, because even at times when you don't have something directly to follow up with, I think it's just better than sitting around doing nothing. Get it down, and if it isn't cleared, it's always going to have that threat potential on board. So I do like it a lot, but C8 answers with Drag Below number 1, and then a quick touch of the Nathrazine to clear up the old Nemo there. So not looking too bad. Curse Lock doing what it wants to do, keeping that board clear and keeping the threats minimal.
This Okani, though, which has made its way back into lists, there was kind of a discussion of what do you replace Murloc Holmes for initially, because the first list had Murloc Holmes. People said, okay, take it out for Crud Caretaker. but it felt weird to run one Crud Caretaker, so I guess some folks just landed on Okani. It was good last meta, and it still is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's one of the things Renathel's done now, right? Where there's a lot of freedom in those 10 cards a lot of the time, right? Or at least in, what, 5 of the 10 extra you get. So it's pretty interesting to see which players prefer which. But we are going to see School Teacher just hard countered there. And now my question to you, do you Mutinous on curve?
Oh, yeah. I think for sure. There's not a whole lot else you're doing on this turn. If you do miss really dramatically, 8s are pretty decent to evolve into. But, you know, there's not really a perfect time to Mutinous the Warlock, and you're sort of happy with a lot of different hits. You can hit Tamsin, you can hit Bran. In this case, you hit a School Teacher. Like, that's not the best hit, but it still potentially removes 1 to 2 curses from the realm of possibility just because School Teacher can discover Drag Blow.
Yeah, it removes brand shenanigans, or at least one level of brand shenanigans, I guess. And also, as you can see, like with the amount of hits you can get, there's the entitled customer as well, which I think is a really good hit if he got it. But Construct's still going to be happy at the end of the day. Mutinous still a 7-7 at this moment in time, gets to go face if he so chooses. Looks like he's going to go fishing first, almost literally, for a Murloc.
Yeah, we're a little thin on cards for the Warlock, and I think this is something that I found trying out Curse Warlock on ladder, was that even though your deck has the answers for some of what Shaman is doing, if you are forced to play things out every turn to do things like coin, kill a Bolner, etc., then you haven't been able to get your taps going, and eventually they can just run you out of resources.
Yeah, and not the best evolve I've seen. There's a 5-drop there that's a 3-2. The Mutinous technically got smaller in the form of that Jace. Yeah, not amazing. There was an option there for Construct to still go Muck Pools and re-roll one of the cards, but decided against it. And this Tamsin does not look like a bad pickup whatsoever.
I think C8's got to be very happy with that pickup, because not getting those taps in really set behind, but it does leave a pretty open hand for drawing 3 cards. Also means any future taps are not going to be painful.
Reducing a lot of evolve options now. There is Muck Pools, of course, to sort of recover this Jace after the 7 damage has been sent. But still, really good board clear. C8 just going to be holding his breath. Oh, well, that's a big one.
That's pretty big.
Yep. Honestly,
unable to come down next turn.
There is double dragged below though as well, so if this little shark gets to live, which it does, C8 can answer this Hydra if needed. Or maybe even without now. There's entitled customer if he wants instead.
Yeah, I mean, it adds a bunch of cards to hand, right? So it just makes it a very large customer. Missing out on 1 coin even, just to not burn.
Yeah, this is looking really strong now. There's so much removal available for C8.
My time has come.
These players are also playing like lightning as well, aren't they? This is, after watching the previous series that felt, you know, pretty, not slow in a bad way, but just very considered from each player. These players are just like, no, I've got my card, I'm playing it, let's go.
You know, they're just, they can taste it, right? They want to end the day on 4-0, and so they're just like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. I want to celebrate.
Now, is C8 going to start stacking curses now? It doesn't look like a bad turn at all for it. Double drag below from the Tamsin as well. Looks pretty good to me. And again, the benefit here of Construct also not really having too much card draw going on means that there's plenty of hand space, because we've seen these Shaman decks actually sit with almost full hands for many, many turns in a row at this point in the game. But yeah, plenty of space for those curses in hand. Does mean Construct's going to start getting that damage chipped away pretty quick.
Oh, now this is interesting. Just yeah, it banks an impending catastrophe, which is just going to be free for a later time. So yeah, I kind of like this. You don't get to do it too often, but whether that's, you know, 0 mana, draw a card, just 1 card on its own, or you get to pair it with another one of these, being able to just make the most out of that Tamsin, because let's face it, you know, baby Tamsin never survives more than one turn. It's just...
Yeah, I think if you get double drag below and something else, you're pretty happy with that Tamsin in the majority of games, right? The Tamsin's basically done its job. A little bit unfortunate that the Legendary was drawn after playing the Impending and not with the drag below in there as well, but still not too bad. Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, I see options.
Yeah, putting Abyssal Wave into the Lady Darkvein, just queuing it up, I think is basically the best spell that you can get in there. It means at any point you can just play Lady Darkvein and a touch of the Nathrazine or Mortal Coil, one of those, to kill one of the 2/1s, sets off a chain reaction to kill the other one. It's just loads of damage to the whole board. Wow, I had a curses.
I've not seen this many curses in hand at the same time for quite a while, honestly, and it not be lethal, at least, you know. So
we're coming up on that point, though. I mean, Brand Darkvein is 4 curses.
Yeah, and also this is a problem where Construct seriously has to consider spending that 4 mana to get those curses out of the way. But if he does, what's the rest of the turn actually looking like?
You want to get this cookie down, right? To get some healing, at least?
Yeah. This is definitely one of those games where you want Brakan to alternate heal hero power. Like,
yep.
on
heal
command.
Damage, heal damage.
Yeah.
Is there any additional lifesteal you can find? I don't know that there is.
And not really. I mean, there's always certain discovers and stuff like that can have an impact, right? If you amalgam a beast, you get life drinker, stuff like that, but it's a bit of a stretch. I actually wonder if this is going to be a Finley swap so he can save 2 mana, throw the curse in the deck.
Well, it may come into play on this next turn, assuming Construct isn't just dead. I mean, what's the damage on these curses right now if we're about to take Bran, Lady Darkvein, Touch of the Nathrazine?
Yeah, that one's 4. The one, I think 5 was the first one he cast.
So 5, 6, 7, 8.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Seems worth doing, even if it isn't lethal.
Seems alright to me, yeah. Oh, is that just... I
think it is, right?
It's just going to cast each one, right? Because it clears. Yeah. Oh my. That is insane. So I think that's 6, 7, 8, 9, is it? I think it just is, right? Yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, well... a smooth 22 cards left in the deck. Who needs them? I'll take the 40 health and be done with it. C8 takes that game in a much quicker fashion than I imagined, honestly, and gets the victory and ends the day 4-0. Swiss day 1 here for Masters Tour Castle Nathria. I wasn't expecting that, Edelweiss. That was not the game I was expecting to cast. What did you make of that one? Was that one of the fastest curse lock games you've ever seen?
Definitely, and you know, with 40 cards, I wouldn't have thought you'd get them ramping up that quickly. I sort of expect that more out of a 30-card version, right, where you've got a tight list, you're really reliably hitting those curses, but I guess that really demonstrates the power of Impending Catastrophe and just how much it allows you to draw and mitigate the downside of being 40 cards.
And what a difference a card makes, right? Because Curse Warlock was played before the expansion kicked in, and it was fine. Players had some level of success with it. It was all right in certain matchups. But Lady Darkvein there just showed us what's going on, right, with this time, because that was ridiculous. So many curses and so much damage coming out altogether. That was pretty crazy overall. Let's just wait, as I do believe we are getting the what the standings look like after day 1. But have any players that you've seen today so far really impressed you? Anyone who you think's going to go far?
Well, obviously, we're still, you know, rooting for Gia. I have a teammate, so I've got a little bit of bias. But one of my teammates is at 3-1, so he wins out. Could go well.
Yeah, looking at this list now, we've got good old Donkey there sitting at the top 4-0. But then some of the other players, W.E. Stone, well-known Chinese player, of course. Gamer RVG, a player who we've seen a lot out of in the past. Old Boy, previous championship competitor as well. And then Monsanto and Lasagna at the bottom. So a lot of players there we do know, and a good chunk of players that at least I myself do not know a lot about, which always excites me with these Masters Tours when there's that good mix of, players we've seen a lot over the past and some new names to show us what they've got.
Yeah, really pulling for Nemu Taganakuma, just to watch people say that name.
I won't repeat it after you said it so confidently. I'll have to work on that tonight and prepare for tomorrow because
I was practicing it just for that moment.
Yeah, that was pretty good. But yeah, that's going to be at least the 16 players at the top who are at 4-0, and we'll have a much deeper look at what's going on tomorrow. But really impressive so far today, and a good mix of lineups, even though we've seen a lot of similar lineups, with, a lot of Shaman, a lot of Druid. We've seen different types of the likes of Hunter, some different builds of Shaman, definitely different builds of the Druid, and especially these Warlocks that, I'll be honest, I kind of expected Implock or nothing, and so far we've seen a little bit of a mix across the board. So before we wrap up for the day, after our very quick one-game cast, any final thoughts before we're done?
Oh yeah, just I'm really excited to see, I don't know, just all of the lineups that end up coming up on top, because as you say, there are a lot of similar decks. So we'll see, like, what combination is it that ends up pulling through? Because it's just like a fourth deck here, a fourth deck there, and I think it's one of those where people really feel proud if they feel like they found the secret sauce in their fourth deck choice. So I think that's sort of what I'm looking forward to, is just when the data comes out, which lineup is it going to be that people can sort of feel forehead about.
Yeah, it's always very interesting, like quite soon after an expansion, the Masters Tour right after one, and you get to see, okay, who solved it first, who got there, because it's always good to have predictions, but what does the top 8, top 4 even look like in terms of lineups? Is there any surprises, or are players just playing the good decks well going to be enough? Well, we'll find out tomorrow as we carry on the rest of the Swiss, but for now, we are going to be done for the day. So as always, thanks a lot for watching. We appreciate it, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you then. Or at least I hope we'll see you then. Goodbye, everyone. We're done.
Sort of at a loss. Thought we were going to cut off.
I know, it's even worse because there's only you on camera. I don't know what's going on. I thought we were ending the day, but apparently we're sticking around. We're gonna have a post show.
It's lethal!
Okay, I can rest this problem now. I'm much happier having seen this happen.
Pew, 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 pew. The cleric is still alive, the pyro ready to whirlwind, the amulet of the undying coming down, the boar's getting it done, Dravo concedes, and Pocket Train is the winner of Masters Tour Vashir. What a performance.